You want up here? Dude.
You haven't started your music yet.
No, I'm on my phone, so I can't run music.
Is Straight Tabs the wife of Cross Tabs?
I don't know who Straight Tabs is. Somebody else had done or something he had done off the top of my head.
Oh.
Okay. Just be prepared. All hell's about to break loose. Hi, Messy.
No faith. No faith. In me.
That's what happens when you're not religious.
I guess.
How you doing?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm ignoring it.
Have you talked to Gus today?
I talked to Sebastian and let him know that Gus told me that Sebastian had not relayed my messages that I left 2 days in a row to call me back. And he said that he had left a note on his desk and that maybe he just misplaced it or didn't see it.
He's such a good little intern.
He is. But when I did initially tell him that Gus said that he had not told him that I had called, you could hear it in his voice that he was like, that motherfucker. And then he had to cover for him. Poor thing.
Okay. Here's a cool thing about being on the phone. Right?
You can switch people?
I can switch people.
Well, you can.
You guys can't?
I can't do anything.
No. Oh, we got to figure that out, CS. Shit. Honestly, I'll probably just give everybody their powers back. I just need to ask everybody to, like, if CS and I are in the panel together,
yeah.
Then I just ask that you guys let us deal with all bringing up and
I thought that was understood anyway.
Well, it was supposed to be, but robot. Trucking for real.
Oh, he's fun. We know him. I think. Mm-hmm.
Well, he said hi. I don't.
See, the thing is, when I can see like the queue and everything, I can see who's in there and let you know what they are.
Yeah, well, I'm bad at this too because I can't check him while I'm live. So, Mike, are you there?
He's a liberal.
Hello.
Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 44, Harris.
Wow. Liberals.
I just said he was a liberal.
Did you?
How'd you know?
Yeah.
How'd you know?
I've talked to him before.
Oh, Messi, I remember you. Hi, Messi.
Hey.
Okay, that was my bad.
Is Easy actually loading in?
He's spitting in. So I can't check on my phone, which means I have to check on my tablet for people in the queue.
Where'd CS go?
Kind of sucks. I don't know. She ran away. You
didn't
pissed
focus
her off.
on.
She's scared.
Are you guys only looking for Trump supporters, which I get?
Usually he does that in the mornings, but it's 1:26 in the afternoon, so.
Yeah, it's not really morning.
Oh, are you in the Midwest, Messi?
I am. Indiana. And you're in Illinois, right?
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
Soda.
You guys want to hear me say boat? I can say.
I knew that was a wild jersey that you're wearing.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Bob Mueller's here. Yay.
I'm from Minneapolis.
Yeah, buddy. There's always next year, right?
Mojo used to play pool in Burnsville.
I am in Napa Valley. I'm close.
What?
San Bernardino?
Wait. You're from Apple Valley?
Y'all are going to get kicked
So
in
am I.
like 5 seconds, just so you know.
Oh, why?
Because Mojo wants to
Something-
talk about politics, not about what the fuck y'all do in your free time.
Something.
Dude,
wrong with
did you go to AVHS?
No, Monamidai.
Oh, okay.
Bipolar, I unblocked you today, just so you know. You're welcome.
You blocked me or unblocked me?
I unblocked you.
Oh, I didn't even
Why
know
did
you
you
blocked
block
me.
him?
I probably said something.
He was
Because his name was
he was on my-
bipolar. I don't know.
He was on my panel, and
Red flag.
I guess he made me mad. I don't know.
I don't know, but you guys are about to make my ADHD go off or whatever, however that works. Curtis, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
My age and the state and voted. Right, okay. 27.
Go ahead.
West Texas. Donald Trump.
Do you still
Hell
vote
yeah,
for-
brother.
Have you seen the price of oil, baby? It's fucking $200 a barrel. I'm banking right now.
Oh,
Of course,
I
I'm
love
gonna
that.
vote for. Hell yeah.
Hell
We love
yeah.
our oil, baby. We love our oil.
Drill,
And-
baby, drill.
Yep. And you see all these ships coming in with all this oil. When this war's over, everything will be settled. Gas will be cheaper. Groceries will come down eventually. We're looking at the future, not what's going on right now. He's playing chess, not checkers.
5D, right?
Woo!
So you work in refining then?
I'm the backbone of America, of society.
What do you do for a living?
I don't.
You're the backbone of America, of society.
Yes, sir. Oil field.
That sounds like a pretty
You work in
a lot of responsibility.
you work on a
A lot of,
rig.
that's a lot of. That's
You
a lot
work
of
on a rig. Do you work? Stop. You work
Yeah,
on
you
a
know,
rig?
every day the shirt you wear has oil in it. Just saying.
Do you work on a rig?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so you're just a roughneck then. That's it.
Hey, I mean, you need oil in this country.
Yeah. Are you getting your hours increased right now?
Oh yeah, bro, I'm banking.
Mojo, can I
Are you
invite someone
I
up?
work 14 12s and 7 off.
Messy, who you got?
The one and only.
The one and only. Is he liberal or conservative?
Oh,
And
he is.
people want to
not
say,
that.
hey, people want to say
Yes.
gas
Yeah,
prices,
but
groceries are
that's
going. It's not. It's because it's called when we have a war. Supply and demand's going to go up when you have a war. It's not because of Trump. It's the truth, bro.
Trump started the war. Curtis.
The war started in 1979.
I'm glad
The
that you're
war
calling
actually-
it a war.
we're
I'm glad
ending
that
the
you're
war.
actually one of the conservatives that are calling it a war. And Trump started the war, the active one that we're in right now.
No, he
And,
didn't. The war
he
started in
absolutely did.
1979.
And after he
No,
had
we're finished
ran on
with
no new wars, and we are going
wait.
to be
Wasn't
America.
Israel and
I'm
Iran
still
in a war
talking.
before
and,
Trump
and then
came
when
in?
I'm
Can we
and then when
stop?
I'm done speaking.
Wait, yes, stop, you guys. One person at a time, please. We're not even having a
Oh,
conversation.
Wasn't this war going on before Trump got in? Didn't this
No,
war
it was
start
not.
30 years ago in 1979? We're just ending it now. We should have
So-
ended it 30 years ago.
So are you
Well,
saying?
yeah,
So
exactly.
hold on. Hold on, you guys. I'm speaking. So are you going to say that if we go back for some reason or whatever happens into Vietnam, then you're going to be like, oh well, the war never ended since blah blah blah? Because no, you're incorrect.
No,
I'm incorrect.
I know
I'm
the
still
truth.
talking.
Truth
I'm still
over
talking.
feelings.
Thank you.
Truth
I'm still
over
talking.
feelings, baby. The truth hurts most people.
I'm still talking. Can you please just have it back and forth with me? I'll be cordial. You be cordial, and we'll just talk our points.
Why would I want to
That's it.
fight with somebody that wants feelings over the truth?
I'll tell you what, just shut the
It'll
fuck
kill
up.
you.
How's that? How about you just shut the fuck up for a sec so she can finish your goddamn statement, you piece
why
of
y'all
shit.
getting mad now?
Because you were
Curtis,
fucking
because-
obnoxious as hell.
Curtis, because
I'm just-
I'm asking for you to be kind. I'm asking
I'm
for you to have
being
a
kind.
conversation with
I'm
me.
being very
And-
kind.
and
You're the
it-
one
and
that's
it
yelling at
doesn't-
me. You're the
I'm
one.
not yelling. I'm not yelling, Curtis. And so what I want to say is no, that we were not actively attacking Iran before Trump was in office.
Are you-
You can stop muting him. I'll stop there and see what he has to say.
Are you serious? That's why Iran was struck in Israel before Trump got in? Are we serious? This shit's been going on before Trump got in.
When?
Oh my god, I can't argue with fucking people that don't know their shit. Oh my
I know.
God. Y'all make my
Curtis,
head hurt.
You
Curtis,
may
I
educate
know.
me.
I know my shit when it comes to the Palestinian
I'm not
ethnic
talking about
cleansing.
Palestine. I'm talking about Iran.
Iran and Israel were already fighting before Trump got in office. That's why we've been sending Iran all these billions and billions of dollars that the Democrats fucking funded to them. Are we really going to play this
Curtis.
stupid game?
Every
Yeah,
president has funded them.
But not Trump. He's not Trump.
He sent them far more than any other president has.
Weapons and all this other stuff, but not money.
Hey, Curtis, can I ask you a question, buddy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, hey, I want to know how's y'all's day going. I hope and go.
Yeah. Day's going pretty good. Pretty good. So can you? So the money that you're gonna talk about that Obama sent to Iran, why was that money sent? Was that just pallets of money that Obama was like, you know what, Iran, here, have it, or was it? Was there a purpose behind it?
Well, they did, and do you not remember? And that's why we have China, bro. They're eyeballing us because he said if anybody gets involved, you know what we do? We turn around, give them all this shit, and then now we're in trouble too. Like it's.
So
Yeah, China's mad at us too.
So
Russia's mad
Curtis,
at us.
I know you had mentioned 1979, correct? And you said
Yes,
that's when this started.
it really did. If you think about
Okay,
it.
so what happened in 1953?
Oh shit! I mean, fuck. I can't really go back that far.
Well, we don't like talking to people who don't know their shit. Can you tell me before and listen, you could probably educate me more on. I speak on different topics, but I've been listening to a lot of it, and I do follow the news. Can you tell me when before Trump's term that we attacked or made an aggressive move upon Iran?
We didn't because all the Democrats were too pussy to do anything. All they wanted to do was send Monday and just be all. They wanted to send Monday and not have any problems.
So,
and people were laughing at us. People were laughing at us when we were doing that. They were laughing and they were scared, bro. They're like, oh, when we were doing that with the Democrats, bro, we were laughing stock. Nobody said, oh, they won't do nothing.
All right. So what you're telling me is there was no aggression.
No, we had a bunch of pussies. I'll be honest. We had a bunch of pussies before Trump. We had a bunch of pussies running.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is exactly what I was telling you. Is that we had no aggression upon Iran. And you were saying that this war has been going on for 30 years. And I said, absolutely not. We'd had no aggression. And you said, yes, there was. Yes, there was. So I'm confused why you think I don't know my shit when you're.
Okay, my bad. Back it up. No, this shit's been going on, but they were too pussies to stand up to do something until Trump came in.
That's a different story. We can argue that point because that's, yes. I know that.
Hey, whatever side you're on, God bless all y'all, though. I have family members who are Democrats, and I like it.
So, Curtis, I actually gave you the answer to CS's question, and you didn't know. So, in 1953, we actually covertly attacked Iran because we tried we overthrew their government and put in the Shah, and then they didn't like the Shah.
And how come the Democrats haven't done nothing about it till Trump came in now?
Why didn't Trump do it the first term?
There wasn't a need to.
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I need to introduce a new panelist, and I need to preface Andrew and I apologize. I just need to make a balanced panel because I don't want us to be jumping on just one side or the other. Can we get your age, state, and who you voted for? We are just looking for conservatives at the moment.
31 Colorado and Miss Harris.
Okay. Andrew, would you mind if I drop you down for a little bit? If you have something to say, please let us know.
No, of course. I'm just curious if all of the other Republican presidents were also pussy-ass bitches, as he said.
That is a good statement, Andrew. All right, I gotta drop you down. But if you could please get back.
That was a follow, Andrew.
Hold on 1 second, you guys. Order in the court. Order in the court.
Don't interrupt the host, Chud.
And I am the host. So if you could please get back in requests, really appreciate your voice and want to hear what you have to say. We'll open it back up when there's more balance. Thank you.
Hey, Andrews, have a blessed day. God bless you, even though we're on different sides, buddy. God bless America, buddy.
God is dead. Just so you know.
My. Hey, don't say that. I have a cousin fighting right now, and we're putting all our faith on him. So please don't be saying that right now.
Well, Curtis, I don't like that.
You know why? I believe God makes miracles? Because my cousin, he was.
I don't give two shits about your God, dude. Just
whoa.
Whoa! No, don't tell me to whoa. I don't want to fucking hear this preachy bullshit in my fucking panel.
He must be Catholic then.
Jesus fucking Christ. No, he's Mormon.
Hey, Kurt, look, I don't agree with how you think, man. But
And that's cool, bro. And this is what makes America America, bro. This is what makes America America, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it, bro.
no, but I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna bash y'all for being Democrats. I'm not.
I'm sorry that you. Hey, I'm sorry that you're going through it with your brother. Sorry about that, brother.
Can I ask you what you think American culture is?
Like, do we need it? Like, I don't want to. Like, do you want to get in that topic?
It's a question. I don't think it should take long to answer.
To me, I think American culture is where you build back for your family. It's where if you like say you have a family, you make money, you do what you got to do, and then when they get older, you try to make their life where it's easy as possible, and help them out in life, and make it easier and build for your own family.
Sorry, guys, 1 second. If you are conservative and you're in the queue, could you please put a red heart in the chat? I do see on my end, I see Banana Republican Joe, but I believe that you're leftist. But just let me know, please, in the chat, and I will up these accordingly. And Bipolar, thank you. Sorry, we haven't given you much space. Just jump in wherever you can get in.
Oh, you're good. I'm just looking up what is American culture. American culture is a dynamic mix of customs, values, and traditions shaped heavily by immigration, religional diversity, and a core emphasis on individual freedom. Because the United States is home to people from nearly every background, it is often described as melting pot or salad bowl, where diverse global traditional blends with domestic ideas, core values, individual, the American dream, equality, directness.
What is your take, Bipolar?
Oh yeah, we are pretty direct.
I mean, I get equality.
Language,
one at a time, guys. If you go one at a
sports.
time. Okay, got you,
I'm not done
Bipolar.
yet.
Thank you. I think that was a robust definition for right now.
I
Thank
agree,
you,
bro. I
Curtis.
think we should. I have
The
workers.
Midwest, the South,
Guess
the
what?
Northeast, the West Coast, like those are cultures, I would say.
Yeah, I agree, bro, because I have workers that were immigrants, and guess what? I helped them get their. I had a mechanic that almost got deported, but guess what? I helped him out, and I helped him get his visa where he could stay. Yes, I care about my immigrants. I care about my
I'm not saying
immigrants.
anything bad.
Your immigrants?
I'm not saying
I
anything
care
bad.
about my legal immigrants. I care about my hardworking legal immigrants that I help out to become USs. Yeah, I care about them.
I
It's
didn't
weird
say
you
you
didn't
didn't.
say employees.
I didn't say you did it, bro.
I'd also like to introduce Banana, if we could. Banana, can we get your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
33, California, Trump. And I just gotta say, it's amazing that Cuba's being liberated right now. Thank you, Donald J. Trump.
Welcome to the panel.
But you do realize, Iran, they have no freedom up there at all. That's why Trump's trying to help them. Or Israel. Dude, you see what
We have 90 million persons that are being oppressed by the IRGC and they don't want it anymore.
Imagine being starved to death. And imagine if my girl goes outside and she shows a clothing, unalive her. Everybody deserves to be free.
I agree, Curtis.
That's not just Iran though. That's essentially
That's
a certain
here too. It
ideology.
happens here.
Venezuela.
That
Wait,
does
so
not
no,
happen. You can't compare
I know
you
you're
to
talking
Iran,
about-
ma'am. Iran is a lot worse off than we
No,
are.
wait, so you're telling me in America, if I show skin, I'm going to be unalived? That happens here?
Yeah, be real, guys.
Is that really happening in America right now? If I don't agree with something, I just get unalived? That don't happen here.
That don't happen
Are
here
you
at all.
serious? Do you not
Hey,
remember
guys,
Charlie Kirk?
Hey guys, I just want to baseline just for 1 second. The way
Charlie
that I
Kirk didn't
think
get unalived for not showing skin. What are we talking about?
No, he
Curtis,
got.
Curtis,
You gotta learn. You gotta
talking.
learn that you have to stop talking sometimes. You really gotta learn that.
Yeah, and can we just baseline for 1 second? So the way that I think a good panel works with a lot of different opinions, which is why we try to balance, is if a liberal goes and then a conservative goes, and then we can go back and forth and we can have the conversation rather than just two conservatives or two liberals, jumping on the same point. It's not conducive. So I will make sure that conservatives don't get interrupted, and I'll make sure liberals don't get interrupted. It is even playing field with me, okay? So
Okay.
please, one at a time. Thank you.
Could we do one topic at a time, though?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that as well.
I've been talking. I'll let Banana speak since he's kind of newer conservative. I'll let him go.
So, like I said, the left wants to compare women living in America to Iran, but it's night and day difference, guys. The people in Iran are being heavily oppressed and unalived in great numbers by this Islamic regime, and I don't think it serves the world. I don't think it serves their own people. So we're helping out their people. We got 90 million of them that do not want this IRGC to exist anymore, and we're going to liberate them, just like we are Cuba, just like we are Venezuela.
How benevolent of us.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Okay. Two things. One, do you support the Voter Registration Act?
The Slave Act.
Like you're saying, you got to be registered to vote.
No.
Yes, I do, sir.
No, meaning that you have to pay money to then prove that you're a USA citizen to vote. Because married women that choose their husband's name then have to pay money to get a specific form to then vote.
So in regards to men and women, right, when you get married, that's the choice of the men or women to change their name, right? So if they decided to change their name, that means it's on Otis' responsibility for them to have their documents in order. They chose to change their name, no one else did. So
you support the act?
Of course I support the act. Again, if a man and a woman wants to change their name, they're going to have their documents to show who they are.
So, but in normal life, outside of voting, women who do change their name, they can do everything else that is awarded by American citizens, yes?
Well, if they wanted to get a driver's license, they would have to reflect their name, would it not? If they were going to get on an airplane, they would have to, their identification would have to reflect their name, would it not?
Yeah, driver's license isn't what we're talking about because they can get driver's license with the new names.
Anything you want to do in society, sir. Again, it comes down to their personal choice. They chose to change their name, sir.
That doesn't qualify them to vote now because of the act that you support. Do you understand that?
I understand that if they chose to change their name, then it's on them to have their ducks in order.
Are you married?
I am not married, but if I wanted to change my name, then I would have to have my ducks in order. Man or woman, doesn't matter. It's not disenfranchisement. It's literally what it is. You chose to make that decision. No one else chose to make that decision for you. So
Can I ask a question? What's the cost of the registration to actually vote? What's the cost?
It doesn't matter what the cost is.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
That is a cost to be able to vote. That is against the Constitution.
Well, you should have your documents in order to begin with.
Wait, hold on. Let's say you're a civilian. You're American. You were born in this country, right? Do you still have to give some type of identification in the voting booth? Yes or no?
Every single time you vote.
Okay, so how is that? So how is that much different than this? I don't get it.
Because this is an extra cost.
It's not an extra cost. It still costs money. The pen costs money. The paper costs money. It all costs money.
Okay, pause.
So getting a license costs money too.
You guys. I asked, and Yatu Sabes, you weren't here when we made this rule, and we are now understanding how this panel works. Is that we go one at a time? I'll make sure that you don't get interrupted. Please don't interrupt anyone else. Thank you.
If you add an extra cost onto the right of voting, that is against the Constitution. Are we in agreement on that?
Can I add something to that?
No. Are we in agreement on that? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. So you don't know the Constitution.
So you're confusing two things and you're combining them to one thing that don't combine. They don't blend. So let me ask you a question. Do you have to pay to get a driver's license?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? You have to provide it in the voting booth, don't you?
No.
You don't.
Not in everything costs money.
Now you're being disingenuous.
You don't have to in every state. You have to when you register.
Who pays for the pen that you sign with?
Are you serious?
Guys,
wait, hold on. Who pays for the paper? Is that an extra cost?
Hey. I live in Colorado. We have 100% mail-in voting in Colorado. We don't have voting booths. I don't have to go to a voting booth.
So hold on. Do you have to show that you're a valid voter, though, in Colorado?
When I register to vote, yes.
How do you do that?
There were a number of different documents I could use.
Like, did you have to use an identification, a license, a passport, something?
I don't even remember if I had to show my license or not. It's been so long.
Well, did you have to? Let's say you showed your passport. Do you have to pay for a passport?
Either way.
No.
None of this shit's relevant. None of this shit's relevant because of the fact that they are adding an additional cost or additional requirement on top right now.
It's only an additional cost, man.
Hello.
Banana, just one at a time, please. Let Mojo finish, and then you can go afterwards. Thank you.
That additional cost is for the new what is it called? The new Real ID or whatever.
Save America
That you're a
Act.
citizen. Yeah.
The Real ID.
No, the Real ID.
Real ID.
So everybody's going to have to get a new Real ID, which is going to cost extra money for everybody in this country because you have to make sure that you have the right ID to vote with. That is a poll tax by definition.
Well,
Mojo, hang on. The Real ID does not. I think only like a handful of states show citizenship on the Real ID. I've had mine for almost 10 years, and it does not show anything about citizenship.
Yeah,
so my Real ID would not work.
I said. Yeah, me too. That's why I said that everybody's going to have to buy a new one, and that's a poll tax.
It's a poll tax in the sense that a Real ID doesn't even even if you have a Real ID. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. If you have a Real ID, that counts. But for people that don't have a passport or Real ID, they have to pay money to get a new ID to be able to vote. That is a poll tax. That is the direct definition of a poll tax. That is causing people money to be able to vote, which is against the Constitution.
Is it going to prevent voter fraud?
Adios, mio.
Jesus. Is it going to prevent voter fraud? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
How can you actually prove that to me?
Because we already have voter registrations and you guys say that there's fraud anyways.
Hold on. You have a registration, but how do you get that registration, dude?
I show my birth certificate when I registered for it.
Okay, not everybody's going to show their birth certificate. People have their IDs that they have to pay for. A copy of an ID costs $10 in Florida. And to show that, to actually vote, you need that. So what's the difference with the situation you're talking about?
It's
women that are married.
An extra cost on top of people's rights to be able to vote.
This is
what about
this is a left situation because you have no other topic to talk about. This is really honestly
it's the only topic.
A little pussy type conversation.
Well, what would you like to talk about? Because
that's all you have.
What do you want to talk about?
I mean, let's talk about the indictment for Raul Castro. We're actually taking down the dictatorships in Cuba for the past 60, 70 years.
Awesome. While we are simultaneously pardoning the Honduran ex-president that was serving a
What are you talking about? They love that guy. They love that guy in Honduras.
Narco-terrorism.
The difference between Raul Castro, they hate him in Cuba.
No, they don't.
They don't? Are you Cuban?
No.
Do you have family in Cuba?
Do you?
Yes, I'm actually Cuban American.
I've got a monstrous
you're a ladder
family
puller.
in Cuba.
You could call me whatever you want. The thing is that I'm more successful than you will be, and I'm not even American.
I love that.
So listen. It's funny that you white liberals
You're not even
talk about
American.
Cuba.
You're not even an American. You're not even
in.
an American. You're not even an American.
I wasn't born in this country.
I'm not.
Are you
I'm
an
not
American?
A
Can you vote?
Definitely.
You can vote, so you are an American.
I am an American. I consider myself an American, but I'm Cuban
say stupid
too.
shit.
I consider myself a movie star, but it's not true.
Well, I was born in Cuba. Am I not Cuban?
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Give me 1 second. Could you please tap the screen, share the live, do all of those things? And also, there's a lot of people in queue. If you could put a red heart in the chat, if you're a conservative, that would help me out. I'm trying to check profiles, but right now we are looking for conservatives. We may have room for one more liberal if we do get a conservative. So, guys, also tap the screen at 15K. We'll try to rotate out. So
I just want to understand why you guys are getting all kind of itsy with a voter just paying a $10 fucking fee for a license, and you guys
it's against the Constitution,
and you guys are defending a dictator.
I thought you didn't want to talk about it.
Are you guys? You guys make no sense. You know that, right?
Wait a minute. Whoa.
CS.
Whoa.
Do you want me to switch to 10?
Huh? 10K?
You want me to switch to 10 spots?
Yeah, switch to 10 spots.
All right.
It might get a little crazy, but you guys, I'm going to have to overmod you, and I'm doing the best I can. And then also at the same time, 15K. If you guys can tap to 15K, we're going to rotate the liberals. So please.
I just want Mojo to prove how people in Cuba actually love Raul Castro.
Yeah. What do you like? You think that we're defending a dictator? Are you out of your mind?
Mojo just said they love Raul Castro in Cuba.
Well, I guess we have something in common because you're defending a dictator here, so.
There's no dictators here. It's illegal to have a dictator here. Are you against your will? Do you go to jail for speaking about him? Do you have rights?
If you look at the counterterrorism document,
can you actually talk shit about this government without being in jail?
You can't be anti-fascist.
Whoa, wait.
Anti-fascist?
Right there. What
can you actually go to jail for speaking shit about Trump?
Yes, he's
really?
literally came out and said he will prosecute people that talk negatively against him.
Oh, really? Prove that.
Are you
prove it to me that he's put people in jail for people talking shit about him? That he should just put everybody in TikTok in jail then.
These fucking people, dude. You are
white liberals are off.
You are the epitome of
you white liberals have no chance to fucking even be successful. You
okay,
guys all move to Cuba.
Wait.
And have a taste of life.
Hang on. Are you saying that
I'm saying you're a fuckwit,
wait, dude. Let me talk.
Stop it! Talk. You cannot say that. You can.
I'm sorry.
The panel is open.
Arguments will come off a lot better if you just argue the fucking facts. You don't have to argue the person. Argue the facts, please.
His character comes out to be the person.
Just let me ask you a question, please, and then you can answer, and I will not talk. Has Donald Trump ever said that people that talk against him should be prosecuted?
Did he get a violation, Mojo?
He did.
He got kicked.
He got a violation.
God dang, dude. Oh, Jesus. It's so hard to keep my cool with these people. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's just, I think, one, TikTok is making us do it. I know even if I go off a little bit, raise my voice, and they take one word out of it, not a slur, but like a cuss word or something, then I get a violation. So we gotta keep our cool. And I appreciate it that you get very heated about this debate, this topic, but yeah, we gotta keep our cool. Bipolar. You've been quiet for a minute. I appreciate you being respectful for the panel, but I know that you've had a lot to say. Did you want to have the floor for a minute?
I honestly stopped paying attention after I started looking into voting fraud in California with this Brenda, what's her name? Brenda Lee Brown Armstrong acted as a political operative for a certain party. Don't want to say it. The cases in May of 2026, the 64-year-old Maria Del Rey resident was federally charged with one felony count of paying individuals to register to vote. She had since agreed to plead guilty to the charges. She would pay people $2 to $3 for this shit. I'm just like, damn. And people really think there's no voter fraud, especially in California. We have Elaine Wang, a Chinese spy working for the Democratic Party. I'm sure there's some Republican ones out there too. I'm just baffled how much shit I find out when I just do a quick little research. But there is definitely fraud going on here and there, so I don't know. Me personally, I feel like that we should try to figure a way out to fix this. I mean, it's our voting system. I feel like as an American, we wouldn't want anybody else to vote in our system. Yeah, I get the whole voting tax poll shit, but if it's a one-time payment and if it's like $5 or if it's equivalent to getting an ID, then I'm not gonna bitch about it. Personally,
you have to. You have to wait. Stop.
Sorry.
You have to bitch about it. It is the 24th Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah.
Right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors, president or vice president, for senators or representatives in Congress shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any other state for reason of failure to pay a poll tax or other tax. So I'm sorry, but if you are going to charge money to vote in any way, shape, or form, you're going against the Constitution. It is
out of curiosity, is it a one-time payment or is it like every time they vote they have to?
It
Well, it
doesn't
would to me.
matter.
It would
It
to
doesn't.
me.
It doesn't matter to you either because it's the Supreme Court that's going to tell you can't do it.
Do you not need a proof of identification to register to vote?
Not even. You don't even necessarily need that. No.
To register to vote, you
Bipolar,
don't
can
need
I ask you
any
a question?
identification in
No,
Can I
America.
ask a question,
registration.
Bipolar?
Well, I just
Registration.
want to figure this out because this is why I'm trying to like. Okay, so if you need
But
proof
Registration
of
is
anything
done.
to register,
Just stop. Just stop. Registration is done.
try to reason with me.
Right.
Try to
Hold
reason.
on. I am. Stop. Registration is done on a state-by-state basis. Each state gets to decide how they want to register people to vote and how they want to allow people to vote. Each state gets to decide that. That's the way it's set up in the Constitution as well.
I get that. My question is, in any state, is it ever free to register?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they have
Without
tried to
providing-
push. Yes, as a matter of fact, they have tried to do these fucking IDs before, and the Supreme Court has told them that they can't. They must offer a free ID in all circumstances if they want to require ID to vote. So every case that's come in front of the Supreme Court has told them that they must offer a free ID. Now, if the government said, we will give you this real ID for free, then it would be okay. But that's not what they're doing.
Yeah, and if I can jump in real quick, Mojo, I requested up because the $10 for ID, not I don't know what state or what reality he lives in because I'm in Pennsylvania and it's $39.50 for a state ID, and then if you want the real ID, it's another $30 on top of that. So to get a real ID, it comes out to almost $70 in the state of Pennsylvania.
Which again, that sucks. That sucks that it's that much, but it doesn't matter the cost. It's the idea behind putting some kind of monetary value behind the ability for people to vote. It's insane.
No. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I agree. And voter ID laws are passed as a way to disenfranchise the poor, who unfortunately in the United States happen to be primarily black and brown people. It's a form of voter disenfranchisement because it's a poll tax, and like Mojo said, the 24th Amendment to the Constitution abolished all poll taxes.
Not just that. You're right. But not just that. It's the biggest ones that I think are going to be affected are the women who got married and changed their last names. Now they have to go and get a new
exactly
certificate, a new identity. Like this is just such a crazy thing to have to talk about.
Yeah, that's why the SAVE Act is absolute trash.
Yeah, sorry guys, 1 second. Mojo, do you have Colin on your side? And I'm going to warn if you do or do not want to bring up Colin, he's a conservative, but please, this is not a dating game with Messi. Like, Colin, just argue whatever viewpoint you want, just not a dating
What do
game.
you want, Messi? CS, come on.
Knock it off, Humble. I'll drop you
I
right now.
literally said she can vouch for me. That's all I said. That's all I
All
said.
right, carry on.
I can't wait to see how this conversation changes. Okay, there we go.
I mean, what the hell was this conversation about before?
It sounds like voter ID.
It was, but now it's turned to you and Messi. What's going on?
No, it's not. It's no. CS turned it to Messi. I didn't do shit.
I'm kidding.
I didn't do shit, y'all. Relax.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, welcome back, Colin. We will give you a pass here. We can start anew. We're just going on about politics. So anything you want to add to the political conversation is just what I was baselining.
We're talking about talking about the voting stuff.
Yeah, I think regardless of what side you're on, voter IDs are a necessity. Because the idea, yes, it could predominantly hurt a specific demographic of the poor community, but these poor communities can afford license plates, they can afford driver's license, but they can't afford a voter ID. It just doesn't make sense.
Yes, my screen's frozen. Bring me back up, please. I'm gonna drop down. Drop me down.
So do you, Colin? Do you support mail-in voting?
My screen's
Do I support
frozen.
mail-in
Drop
voting?
me
Yeah,
down.
as long as you can,
Yes.
as long as you can prove it, as long as you can prove that you have a voter registration card, then yeah, absolutely, that's cool.
Do you know who voted in the last Florida election by mail-in voting?
Who voted?
Donald Trump.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Are you
Are you
serious?
good with it?
I just said I'm cool. I'm cool with mail-in voting as
Okay,
long as
so
you can
then,
prove.
so why are we arguing about voting rights? Why are we fighting about like the ability to vote? Are you in
Nobody's
favor
arguing
of it
that.
or not?
No, I'm in favor of people voting, but it's just like it's the same thing with like you know coming into the country. You have to prove citizenship in order to enter the country. Same thing is like with voting, right? Like somebody changed my mind the other day. I think on this live about like for example like people that aren't necessarily legal citizens in the sense of like they're not citizens of the country, but they live here legally, like they're permanent residents, and they can like vote in like city elections and stuff like that. I'm cool for all that, but like federal elections and like state elections, for example, yeah, like voting, you need a registration card in order to vote. I think that should be required.
So if you're legally here
Mhm.
as a citizen,
Correct.
you can vote for local stuff, but not federal stuff.
Correct. That is already been acknowledged by the Supreme Court, I believe. I looked it up the other day. I think CS. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was your argument, right?
It's 100% not correct.
I don't know if that was my argument.
Because
Can you
we were
repeat it one more time,
talking.
Sarah?
You're good. We were talking about like because somebody changed my mind, which I didn't even know this, but like there are permanent residents that aren't necessarily like citizens of the United States, but can vote at like city elections and like school boards or something like that. It could be a different live. It could be a different live.
It
But like
wasn't. It wasn't me.
But yes.
yeah,
It
like
wasn't
it depends
me,
on the
but-
state, of course, right? But like like for example, it's not illegal federally, right, to vote. If you're a permanent resident, not a citizen of the United States, for the city and board meetings for school. However, like when it comes to voting in federal or state elections, voting is an absolute right, right?
I
But
think
there
it was
are
opposite,
Mojo.
man.
I actually think it might have been Mojo that said that.
Yeah, I
might
think
have
it's
been.
opposite.
Me, I
I
wish
think
I could
it's
take credit.
It could have been Mojo. I
it's-
don't remember exactly who it was. I just know I think it was one of you guys in the
Sorry, I don't
line.
mean to keep interrupting. I think it's opposite. It's if you're a legal resident of the local community, you can vote on that stuff. If you don't have like some sort of federal identification, then you can't vote on federals.
So I just looked it up, and so what he's referring to is what's known as permanent. The technical term is permanent resident aliens,
Yep.
but that we know them better as green card holders.
Yep.
Green card holders cannot vote in federal elections, and in most states they can't vote in local elections either because they're not naturalized citizens of the United States.
Yeah,
Correct. There are, but
Makes sense.
I was just saying that there are states that allow it. Like I should have been clear.
There are.
It's not every state.
Yeah.
You guys, hold on one second. Mojo's trying to say something. Go ahead. Mojo.
California and New York both allow it.
Don't yell at me.
People to vote. No, I wasn't yelling at you. I'm sorry. I wasn't yelling at you. I was just grunting. Leave me alone.
It's fine.
I know California and
Mojo's
New York.
is coping.
Fuck off.
Let him speak.
Don't you take
Shut
that
up,
tune-up
everybody.
voice.
Let Mojo speak. Let him speak. Go ahead, Mojo.
Just telling you that I know California and New York both allow people to vote in their local elections if they're not citizens.
Yeah.
If they're wait a minute, wait, Mojo, I got a question there though. If they are here on some kind of temporary status, U.S. status, they can vote still. Are you saying that undocumented people can vote?
Undocumented people wouldn't vote, but no, they can't vote. You have to be documented in some way, shape, or form to be able to be put on any kind of voting roll at all.
Yeah, like
Okay.
documented includes green cards, Mike.
Yep. No.
But it would also include people
they're
with work
documented.
permits.
Green cards are documented. Oh, sorry, Mojo. Sorry.
It would also include people with work permits and stuff like that too. And a lot of these states, or both, at least those two states, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure the other states that allow it, but if you have a work permit and you're here working and you have kids, those kids are going to be affected by your local community and the taxes that are paid, and you are paying taxes at that point. So you do have the right to vote in those local elections, but not the federal elections.
100% correct.
You don't
100%
have a right like underneath the Constitution, but like they do have like the
Yes,
in
they
their
do.
specific state, like they have the ability to do so. But it wouldn't be a right; it'd be like more of a privilege.
Talent. If you have a green card and you're working a working green card in the state of in the U.S., certainly California. California has a whole different set of rules, but in any state, if you have a green card and you're working, absolutely you can vote. 100%.
That's not true. You can't vote in any
You're
state.
not. You're wrong.
Mojo just even though I don't necessarily fully agree that it should be allowed. Like I don't know, so I'm like kind of like I'm like in the middle right now because I'm trying to like make my decision on that, like if I agree with it or not. Regardless if I agree or not, Mojo just said that he knows for a fact it's New York and in California. But Mojo, correct me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong here? It's not every state, right? You just said
not
that.
every state. Yeah, these are state laws.
This isn't a right. A right would be afforded.
It's also Washington D.C. as well. If you're a green card holder and you live in Washington D.C., you can vote in local elections for things like mayor and Washington D.C. City Council, but you can't vote for like the House delegate, the delegate to the House that represents the District of Columbia.
Hey,
Minnesota
Colin.
can vote.
Yeah, I guess what I meant is like it's not a federal right. That's what I was just yeah, you have like state constitutional rights, but like or state rights, but you don't have like a constitutional right in the sense of like federal, like underneath the Supreme Court understanding of constitutional rights. But
Hey, Colin.
What's up?
Do documented immigrants, like whether they've got a green card, they're here on asylum process, anything like that, do they pay taxes?
Do they pay taxes? Absolutely, they pay taxes.
So why do they have to pay taxes, but then we shouldn't consider that they should have a right to vote?
Well, it's like I made this argument. This is why like I'm on the middle, Sammy, and I hope you can agree with me on this part, right? So like for example, if like somebody comes over to the United States and like they're a foreigner and they spend like let's say $10 million worth of stuff like of merchandise, right? They spend about 10% of federal income tax or federal tax rate, right? Or whatever the tax rate in that state is, right? Like for me, it's 9.75% on a tax, right? So they spend about $1 million in taxes, right? For buying merchandise. They're paying taxes, but they're a foreigner. They're here for a visitation, things like that. They're on a trip. This is why I'm on the fence. But somebody that comes over here and they spend, for example, they live here. They've been here for about a year. They've only paid about $20,000 in federal income tax, right? They're not at all contributing as like nowhere near as that one person that spent like $1 million in taxes from sales tax, right? Like the person that spent $1 million in sales tax contributed more. So should they have? That's why I'm on the fence. Should they have more of a right to vote because they spent more in sales tax? It's kind of where I'm on the fence at.
Well, here's what I'd ask you. If you went to any other country that you're talking about and you live there and you were forced to go there, not because you wanted to go there, but because it was a better life for you to go there. And then all of a sudden you got there and you had a bunch of people going, hey man, I don't know if you can, you don't have a right to vote on this stuff. You don't have a right to get this stuff. You should be lucky to be here. How would you feel?
Like if I was forced to live there?
Yes.
There's no
one's forced to live in
Nobody's forced to live here. What
that's
fuck?
a horrible an analogy. Like, yeah, nobody, even illegal immigrants or like documented immigrants are not forced to live here. They choose to live here.
Okay.
Absolutely people that have come here because they don't have any choice.
How do they not have
Everybody's got a choice.
What do you mean?
Hold on.
What I mean.
Can I try?
Go ahead, Sammy.
Okay, so Colin, I think more like what Mike is saying is like, let's say, hey, Switzerland has a much better economy than us, right? Has more quote unquote freedoms, stuff like that, right? And let's say so you move there, okay? Because it's a better opportunity for you. You are a contributing member of society. You don't commit crimes, anything like that. But then when it comes for you helping decide the policies, they say, no, I'm sorry, you weren't born here, so you don't get a say. Does that seem right? Even though
No,
you're working your
because
ass off.
I'm not against people that are like citizens that vote. Like I'm not against that, so it wouldn't really hurt my argument.
Okay,
But
this is all
that's
irrelevant.
what I was
If you
trying.
don't live,
That's what I was trying to say.
if this is all
This is
irrelevant, if you
irrelevant.
guys, this is all irrelevant. If you guys don't live in those states, don't fucking worry about it. If you do live in those states, vote against it. I don't really care.
Yeah, like, but at the end of the day, right? Voting is a right in the sense if you're an American citizen, underneath the United States Constitution, if you're an American citizen, you have the right to vote unless you've been convicted of a felony. You cannot vote, right? So,
Hang on a second. Mojo, are you really saying that just because it's not happening in your state, you don't care?
I don't care. Why would I care if New York or California decides they want to let people vote in their local elections? Why do I give a shit?
like, can you substantiate why we should both give a shit? Like, I don't even think me and Mojo agree on a lot of things, but like, I think we can both agree we don't give a shit.
Because if it's happening in your state, what's to say that it's going to happen in every other state?
I don't know. I don't believe in slippery slope fallacies.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope for sure.
Huh.
I mean, what if there's something that happens tomorrow?
So if you so let's just say that it did happen in your state. Would you care?
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I think they should be allowed to.
Okay. So,
like, I care if there's like a like a attack in a state, right? And there's like a lot of people that pass away. Like that'd be an example of like I would care, right? In the sense that like that would be a horrible tragedy, right? But like when you talk about like what they allow their certain cities to do to vote for like people that are permanent residents, yeah, I wouldn't really care. Like they have laws in California that I don't agree with. I just don't give a crap. You know, I can disagree with them.
The thought though is that the thought of it's not happening where I'm at, so why would I care? Is a very closed-minded way of thinking. It doesn't make any sense.
It's not even really that though, right? It's not even that though, Mike. It's not that it's like, oh, if it doesn't happen where I'm at, I don't care. It's not even about that. It's like you're talking about a legislative allowing, permanent residents to vote. Like, are you against it or something?
I can't. Okay, my issue is that I can't affect it. I don't get to vote in California. I don't vote in local elections in California, so I can't affect it in any way, shape, or form. So I don't really care.
You as a single person can't affect it?
No.
Do you see how close-minded that is?
Okay, then Mike, then
I live in Colorado. What the fuck am I supposed to do about California? And why should I care about California?
Yeah, the burden of proof would be on you, Mike, to prove how Mojo, that doesn't live in California or New York or Washington D.C., can affect local legislation. Right?
I'm from Minnesota. Do you see what we did to the fucking ICE agents? We got them the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because and they were in that. Those people were local citizens. That's the point Mojo's making.
We stood up and we forced them out.
But y'all were local. That's the point we're making. You're local citizens. You're not coming from a different state. But that's the point I'm making.
Colin, hang on a second. That's my point. Is that if one person in Minnesota went, well, I can't do anything. I mean, it's I'm one person. If one person all said that, then our city would have fallen.
That's you're absolutely straw manning. You're straw manning Mojo and I's argument. Like that's not what we said. Oh, because we're in this state, we can't. Because Mike, you're saying that you're using an analogy for Minnesota, like you said, like you're making like Mojo, for example. He doesn't live in California. He cannot do anything about California because he doesn't live in California. But then you correlate it to Minnesota, people that live in Minnesota that don't go to protests and don't do it. Like I'm against it, right?
I didn't know he lived in California.
He doesn't. It's the point.
Colorado. Sorry, Colorado. I didn't know that. I thought he lived in.
He said multiple times.
I live in Colorado. Okay, but his point is that one man can't make a difference. I'm saying they can.
You're straw man.
I-
That's a straw man logical fallacy. You're straw manning it.
It's not. I'm not.
No,
I don't even know what that
stop.
means, man.
Just stop. I could travel to Minnesota and help out with the ICE protests and try and push ICE out of Minnesota. I could do that. I cannot go to California and vote in their local election to decide who's the local leaders in their particular area. I can't do that.
Yeah, true. But that's a good
Mojo,
argument. That's better.
Mojo, no. I don't want you to do that, man. Your thought of one guy can't make a difference is.
I said one
dangerous.
guy cannot change the vote in another fucking state, another district, in another town.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike. I think you're arguing with a point that wasn't made.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Mojo. I acknowledge you cannot change the vote in a different town, in a different state that you don't live in. I acknowledge that. I totally acknowledge that. You can, however, change the vote in your town. Yes?
I can. And I do on a regular basis.
Then I love that. And I will send you Burger King.
He's a vegetarian!
What?
Oh, we could debate that, bro. There's no reason to be vegetarian.
Oh. Do you say he's vegetarian?
I am. I do not eat meat.
Sorry about that, man.
You don't eat the vajay?
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Whoa. I didn't say that.
Mojo, this is what we get for bringing young people up on the panel.
I'm
No,
22 years old.
Today, other than
45,
this, Colin's been cooking today.
Thank you, CS. Thank you.
I mean, and W for eating. So I'll give you that.
I love eating. Pause. Anyways, so
Wow. Okay.
Oh dear.
Hey, listen, host. I get what you're saying, buddy. I what do you like? Do you the way that you talk kind of sounds like you're just well, whatever.
We just need to move on. I don't think you're getting it. Like we've explained it multiple times, Mike. I think we should just move on.
No, I wasn't. No, what? I wasn't talking about the last subject we were talking about. I want to know. I want to know where Mojo sits on where we go forward. Like how what do we do?
About what?
Forward on what?
What?
What do we do about like where are we going? Where are we going now? I mean, obviously, you know, I don't know if you can say his name anymore. D-Rump.
You can say Trump, bro.
Can we say it?
Why can't you say Trump? Like, bro?
I don't know, man. Dude,
hold on. Let me explain something here. We live in a federalist system. There are laws that are set up in the Constitution by the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Senate and signed by the President. These laws are things that you and I can talk about because we live in different states. They affect both of us equally. We get to elect representatives that get to decide that stuff. For local stuff, anything that's left to the states, anything that's left to your local school boards or whatever it is, I can't change in another state. I can only change them in my state. So I don't really care who your local representative is. I don't really care what your local initiative is. It's not going to change my life in any way, shape, or form, and I can't change what happens with it. So if they decide to get rid of plastic bags in your fucking town, I don't care. I just don't care because it doesn't affect me, and I can't change it. Even if I dislike it, I can't change it. It doesn't matter. So I'll talk about federal issues, and I will talk about federal elections, like Thomas Massey or something like that. But I'm not gonna. Your local shit. Go talk to your local people about that. That has nothing to do with.
Well, one thing I'll have to agree with Mike on, though, right, Mojo, is like I went to NTC, National Training Center in California, Fort Irwin, and unfortunately in California it's illegal to buy vapes, and I was really affected by that because I couldn't buy a vape, and my vape was dead, so that sucked.
You can still buy them.
Stop being an addict.
Okay.
Can you buy them online?
Not in the state of California, I don't believe. No.
Mojo.
You can actually get those. I have one right now in my hand. I'm in California, so.
But you can't buy them in stores, can you?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, they told me they were banned in California. Shit, what the fuck?
No, maybe the certain brand, because I believe there is certain.
Oh, you can't buy Raz and Geek
No,
Bars.
it's
These
not
guys are
flavors.
all children, aren't they?
It's the
Mojo,
certain
the flaw in your
product that
logic
it's made
is
with.
that you're saying that one man can't change.
You keep saying the same
That's
thing,
so
Mike.
wrong.
Mike, you keep saying the same thing.
Colin, because that's how a revolution starts. Literally from the words of the
You're not
revolution.
you're not getting it though. He cannot change something in a state. He can only change in a state he's not in. He can only change something in a state he's in.
Can you please stop? Can you please stop arguing for me?
Mojo can't. He can. You can. One person can. That's my whole point.
You can't.
One person begins 10, begins 20, begins 100, begins 1,000, begins. I mean, it's like the cliche thing where it's like, Mojo, you have to believe this. You have to.
This is not an argument that was made by me or anybody else in this panel.
Do you not believe that it has to start with one person?
We can't do this. Honestly, this is.
Okay, I'll stop over this.
This is mind numbing, is what it is.
Okay,
Mike,
okay.
Mike, I'm gonna be honest because listen, I'm not here to argue right now. I'm just gonna say you are saying the same things, and I think all of us believe that one man can start a transition of something, but they can't do it if they're not in the state that they're supposed to. That's the end of the story. So
I give
agree
up.
with you on the one man thing, but we have to move on.
I give up.
Thank you.
What do you want to talk about, Messi? What's the news of the day?
I actually haven't looked.
Yeah, but you're angry.
Not as much as I was yesterday.
Can we talk about the $1.8 billion or $8 million that we're gonna get to Jay Sisters? What?
Yeah, they're getting reparations.
You don't hear about this, yes?
No, I have not.
Yeah.
All right. Donald Trump convinced the court to drop the lawsuit against the IRS because he got a settlement with himself. The settlement with himself was that he's not going to take the $10 billion that he sued them for, but he demands that the federal government apologize to him. So he's going to sign a letter to himself apologizing to himself. And in that process, he nor his family nor his companies can no longer be sued for anything that their companies or he or his family have done up until this point in time. And in that process, they also added a $1.8 billion fund that goes to people that were affected by the politicization of the justice system, including J6ers.
That's insane.
Yep.
Yes, this is all part of the settlement that Donald Trump gave to himself.
All right, so I'd love to hear from anyone on the right on the panel on how you guys feel about this.
I'm not really I can't speak on it, not because I don't want to, but I would just need to look more into it, to be honest. I don't like to speak on things I'm not familiar with.
Given the facts that you just heard, what do you think?
Well, that's the thing is I don't know if everything that's said was like the whole story. Like it's not fair for me to make a claim on something I'm not familiar with. Do you want me to make a bold claim on something I'm not familiar with?
Let's just say that's the whole story. Let's just say it.
Well, let's go one at a time. Do you think it's okay for the president to sue the government that he's in control
of? Like what do you mean? Can he? Like legally?
Well, should he be able to? I don't know if he can legally or not because he didn't let it go through the courts to get a ruling on it. But he did. He sued the IRS and the DOJ for releasing his tax returns when he didn't want to release his tax returns. And he sued them for $10 billion
of your taxpayer money.
Because IRS broke a law by doing that, even though Trump should have released them himself. I can disagree with that. Like Trump should have done that himself and not the IRS. But the IRS did break a law by doing so, which is probably why he sued him. I believe that's the case because I remember that part of it, like of the IRS illegally releasing his tax
Okay,
returns.
but can a
without his
sitting
consent.
president do that?
That
When he's
doesn't.
in charge of the DOJ and he's in charge of the
When you
IRS,
say if he can, like legally speaking, he can. Yeah, legally speaking.
It's more of a moral question as well.
I mean,
that's taxpayer money that you are paying in. You're taking that from.
but he's not taking the money. He just said out loud that it was like all he wants is an apology.
No, he did sue for $10 billion. And then he gets to decide whether that $10 billion is given up in a settlement or not. And he did decide that the $10 billion was there, but he is going to not take it. He chose not to take it. So he could, as president, sue the government for $10 billion and then make the government settle for $10 billion. He could do that according to what you're saying right now. That means the president
Give me a second real quick.
Basically just take taxpayer dollars whenever they want.
Not to mention the $1.8 million that he's going to give the J6ers.
I thought that he would ended up. I thought it was $12 billion first of all for the IRS thing, but I thought he stopped that, and he agreed or something upon that, or backed out of it, whatever. And then for like backing out of that, he's gonna then be permitted to give them the reparations, so to speak. Or did he propose that yet?
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yeah. The 10 point whatever million dollars he did back out of to give grievance to the $1.8 million going to January 6ers that were pardoned for their
has that
lawyer.
I just put this in the chat, by the way. Right, if you guys support the Constitution, like myself, Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution allows anybody, including the presidents, to sue the federal government for any reasons. Of course, we all already do know, though, because I mean, it sounds like you guys are trying to say he controls the IRS when he doesn't. He can indirectly.
No, I didn't say that.
He can indirectly influence the IRS, but he doesn't control the IRS. Sorry, let me mute.
No, I didn't say that.
I think that was the vape.
Don't choke.
No, I'm actually swallowing paper, which was a dumb idea.
Yeah,
Why would you do that?
That's smart.
I don't know. It was a dumb idea. I agree. Moving on. Holy shit.
Catch your breath. We'll come back to you.
Hi, Rosa.
Hi, love.
Yes.
Was it permitted yet? Did he propose the money to the criminals yet? And are there clauses in that that say the people who reoffended don't get anything?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's been released fully yet. But I know that there are lawsuits against it already, so it's going to end up going through the courts too.
The good thing is there's a few less of them because they're not here. They're not with us anymore because they were doing dumb shit and yeah. So
There's enough.
The paper just came back up. That was nasty. It was a bad decision. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm okay now, even though my eyes are watering really bad. Never mind, I'm going to mute again.
okay.
Don't let me do that again anymore, please, y'all.
Well, you didn't tell anybody you were doing it in the first place.
Yeah, true.
I think that if there were a few, like some of the J6s were treated very unfairly when they went into prison. I'm just going to put that out there. They weren't fed properly. They were moved around a lot, so they couldn't have a contact with their parents or their family members. They didn't treat them like, fairly, so to speak. But I'm not really for that situation anyway. That was embarrassing what happened on J6.
Yeah,
The only one that I heard anything about getting treated poorly when it came to food was the shaman or whatever. He was complaining that he needed gluten-free food.
Oh yeah, fuck that. No, I don't care about that.
I mean, it depends if it's like a medical problem. Like,
yeah, if it's
truly.
like an allergy and shit.
But like, even then, like, that's not why most of the people, like, even if you agree or disagree, because I'm not going to speak on like agreeing or disagreeing with the January 6th riots and stuff like that. But legally speaking, regardless of who the perpetrator is and what their crime is, they have the same rights afforded to everybody. Everybody does underneath the United States Constitution. So, if these federal officers, right, break the law and don't give them the proper due process rights, and the correct like hearing and all these things, then a lot of these trials can be thrown out as anti-constitution.
So
Holy
Trump
fuck, that is
pardoning
so annoying.
1,500 people for an insurrection is legal.
Yes, it's legal.
It is.
Can you give me? I mean, is it immoral? It depends. I mean, you have to look at like case by case basis, though, Mike. I mean, if you can give me a name of like somebody that had the proper due process rights, right? Because the burden of proof would be to say, hey, they had the right due process rights.
So Colin, if they're all in prison, I'm not talking about jail. Like
Well, they would be
they're
in jail.
not in their 48-hour hold or whatever.
Yeah.
Like they're literally in prison. Does that not mean that they got due process?
No, that's not what that means automatically. No.
So they just threw him in prison without having a trial?
No, I'm not saying like when I mean the same due process rights. What I mean is, like there are situations that happen in courts where they weren't afforded the same rights as other people were. What else? I mean, I had to look back into it. It's been so long. But like, there's a whole lot.
All the people that have been deported from the U.S. Did they get due process?
The ones that are afforded them underneath the United States Constitution, but they don't have the same exact due process rights as United States citizens. Like, for example, one example would be that they don't have the right to a public defender. They'd have to pay for it out of pocket, for example. That'd be a form of like they don't have the exact same due process rights.
So anybody with any U.S. citizen, any person in the U.S. that gets deported, they don't have due process?
I don't know what angle you're coming at that from, but they can see
because
they can
here's what
see
the
a judge, right,
Constitution said.
and have like a whole like
No,
thing in
let
the
me tell you
courtroom,
what
or they can just show the magistrate in the hallway their papers, and it doesn't matter. Like they don't need a whole thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And even
I'm
then,
not
Mike,
sure what you're fighting for, but here's what the
do you think-
Constitution says. Wait. Here's what the Constitution says.
Okay, tell me what the Supreme Court says too. By the way, because they interpret
Anybody in the U.S. gets due process. Anybody.
Correct.
Right, but their
But
due
do they-
process looks different.
It does.
No,
and by the way, Mike, can you
doesn't
tell
look
me? Can you
different.
tell me this?
Yes, it
Can you
does.
tell me this, Mike? Answer this question because you
Sure.
kind of skimmed past it a little
One
bit.
at a time, please. Mike, let him finish, and then you can answer. You have the floor, Mike, after this.
Answer this question before you go on to examples, Mike. Do you think that people that cross into the border illegally or people that overstay their visas have the right to a public defender funded by the taxpayer? Yes or no?
There's nobody in the U.S. that was here illegally that got deported.
Okay. What?
What?
There was nobody here that got illegal that got deported that was illegally here. The ones that were here that were targeted were here on a legal status.
What?
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is they came to the border. They did it the right way. They were waiting for their court date to have their immigration status determined, but were here on an legal status.
That's not.
You're
true.
saying this is everybody. There's nobody. You're telling me that every single person that got
Not
deported.
Nope, not everybody.
Mike,
Nope,
you gotta
not
let him
everybody.
finish,
Here-
and he has the floor. He has the floor after this, but I do have to make this quick announcement. I'm sorry. You
Go
guys,
ahead.
please stop the screen share the live. Do the daily heart me. Please give the panelists, give Mojo, and also at 15K we're swapping the panel. So if you are a liberal and are in request, we're going to swap the liberals out. So go ahead
Yes,
and get
and
them.
CS
We're not
just
dropping Messi
now
though,
left the
right?
bathroom.
We're not dropping
What
Messi.
the fuck, man?
No, Messy's not going anywhere.
That was
Okay,
my
cool.
big bathroom too.
I'm getting
How could you hear that
reparations
echo?
today.
Facts.
I'm
I love
reparations.
Messi being underneath me, or I like being underneath Messi. Anyways, moving on though,
I
Mike.
told
So
you this is not a dating game today.
sorry. So Mike, you originally said, and I'm pretty sure everybody in the panel, regardless if you're left or right here, heard you say that everybody that was deported were legal here legally. Did anybody else hear that wrong?
I kind
We're
of
here
thought that.
illegally. No. Sorry. They were here on a legal status. Yes.
Everyone.
Except. Wait. Hang on. There were a small percentage that got deported who didn't do it the right way, and those people absolutely should be, unfortunately, deported.
Okay, can you, because since you made the positive claim, can you give me evidence to prove that like there was only a small percentage that were here illegally that did not do it the correct way? Like, can you just give me
What do
like
you mean? What do you mean?
any evidence of this? Fuck it, I'll even take a fucking news source that says this. I don't even think a news source would say this.
Do you have access to Google?
I do, but I am not your secretary. You made the positive claim. If I make a claim, I will give you sources, and Messi would. And I think CS
That's
knows
so
this
funny.
too.
That's so many. Everybody that says that, it's like, dude, you don't want to hear facts, but you don't have the, you can't just look up Google. Just
Can we-
look it up, dude.
This is a 10-person panel. Can other people hop in on this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry, I do have somebody in the queue, and we are at 15K. If you want to join the panel, liberals, this is your chance. So please put in your request. Also, I got to drop a lib down, and I apologize, guys.
Get some more MAGA up in here.
Yeah, but the thing is if you come across the border anyway,
Do
you
I
have
have
to
any? Do
declare
I have any
yourself within 10
volunteers?
days.
Do I just have to eeny, meeny, miny, mo? I'll eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I can drop down CS.
Are you sure, Sammy? Get back. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Oh,
Sammy,
he
don't go.
left. He couldn't prove his claim. Anyways,
I'm getting reparations today, so I'm staying.
Okay.
All day.
I didn't
Sammy, I
make
got one more. Thank you. I'll bring you right back up. If you wanna just get back in recall.
You're
Yeah, no
stealing
worries, yes.
reparations?
Yes.
You're just taking them?
I'm taking them. I'm acquiring
that's
them.
hot. That's hot.
Dude, I'm sorry, but can we just have a conversation right now about how fucking disgusting men are?
Run,
in
Chip,
public?
run!
I kind of agree with you, Mojo. Kind of agree.
What the fuck
Wait,
is wrong
you
with
said
you,
what,
dude?
Mojo?
This is I want to have a conversation about how disgusting men are in public. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, Colin. This is not a dating site. This is a political panel. We're talking about politics. Nobody needs your fucking idiotic little comments. If you want to talk to Messi, then send her a DM. If she doesn't want to talk to you, she won't DM you back. Stop with the fucking disgusting bullshit catcalling.
I wasn't trying
Reel
to
it in, Colin. Reel it in.
My fault. My fault.
A new panelist. His name's Go Army. Go Army. Yes. How we doing, everybody?
What's up, Army?
By the way, Trump.
Good to
Trump
see
was
you.
30. Good to see you guys. It's a marvelous day, beautiful day. Birds are chirping, the clouds are parting. Trump was 37-0 last night. The blue wave was all hype, was not real. It's like a Red Sea at this point. So the first thing I had to do was log in after work and hear Mojo's panel. You know.
Wait, how the fuck was there supposed to be a blue wave in Republican primaries? I'm confused.
Saying the blue wave is over. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Can you explain a little bit?
My question would be, how did the blue wave ever have anything to do with the Republican primaries?
I didn't say, well, because all the hype was like, we're going to lose the midterms. Republicans going to lose the midterms. Trump is like ruining the party. Trump is like, blah, blah, blah. So now when Trump is literally 37-0 on his endorsements last night, like that's a very good sign, right?
I mean, I guess, kind of. I don't really know how it proves anything because it was Republicans running against Republicans, but sure. Of the endorsements you're talking about, anyways.
It means Trump's voice is very affected, like has some weight when it, in the polling booth. You know what I mean?
Among Republicans.
Yeah, maybe a lot of them are open primaries too, though. Some of them, What do you think about that?
Are they?
I don't know which ones aren't
by open.
off the top of my head.
Wait, by open you mean that either Democrats or Republicans can vote in them, but not that Democrats or Republicans can be selected in them.
Yeah, against each other. Yeah. It just means like all the hype. Like, there's not some massive like hype going on for the Democrats. Like Trump that was mind blowing last night. Like, this is a good sign for
Again, it was all Republicans, though. It's not a
Yeah,
good
but
you
it
guys
was
just picked. You guys just picked Republicans. That's irrelevant to the fact that Democrats. Most people want to vote Democratic this next time.
well. I would say the Kentucky. He was a Republican, but the MAGA is what really won. Trump endorsed all these 37 people,
That's
and
fine.
everybody
That
Trump
makes it
endorsed won.
that makes it even fucking harder for you guys to win midterms. You get that, right?
Why you say that?
Because everybody is sick of fucking MAGA because Donald Trump has a 33% of approval rating because nobody wants to see Donald Trump's policies anymore at all.
We're not all MAGA.
If you okay, Mojo. If that was the case, then how did all the people that Trump endorsed, 37, they won their
Again,
primaries?
it doesn't fucking matter. They're all Republicans. You guys made it harder for yourselves to win the midterms.
You guys had to spend $20 million
That's
to
cap.
beat a guy that voted with Democrats 10% of the time.
Well, that's easy money. That's not a lot of money, bro. Welcome to the new age.
That was the most money ever spent on a congressional campaign.
Correct.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, and that's a silly argument because I'll put all my money that next year it'll be even more, and the following year it'll be even more, and the year after that it'll be breaking records every single time. Like, that's just the way things are.
That's not true at
Well,
all.
I mean, that would be the way inflation works, but still, you still had to spend the most money ever to beat a fucking conservative. Congratulations, you beat yourself.
No. That's your opinion of it. We got a MAGA guy up in there, one that'll vote with Trump.
Everybody hates MAGA right now. Everybody hates MAGA.
Then how did he win? Then how did these people win? 37-0.
Because these are primary voters. They are the most radical of the radical of voters, and the turnouts were actually really low all around the country.
Radical of the radical.
They are. Primary
guys
voters
should
are
be
always the
nervous.
most radical voters.
You guys should be nervous.
Not to mention, you just pissed off a bunch of people in the House that now have from now until January to fucking destroy you.
Stop dismissing half the country who voted for a president who won back to 2 times.
So the people that have done nothing in Congress are finally going to do something, and before they're out. Is that what you're saying, Colin?
Me?
Yeah, they're going to vote against Trump. That's what's going to happen.
Oh gosh. Maybe that's why they got primary. Like, you guys better just hold on and get ready. The country's going. We're changing it. And I'm just glad I'm in this lifetime to see this. Like, it's a crazy time we're in.
That's the truth.
Changing what? I mean, if that's true, I guess so be it. But changing what?
You guys aren't woke anymore. I appreciate that. You and the Democrats, you guys aren't woke.
Nope, I'm just anti-fascist.
You guys took some lessons from that.
He's a
What is woke?
libertarian.
What is woke?
but
the new definition or the old one?
Any one of them doesn't
Well,
matter.
the white people whitey people corrupted the word woke, and now it means like sensitivity and just very exclusive and very diverse and just cringe and just.
So if I look, if I look that up in the dictionary, that's what it's going to say.
There's many definitions, right? There's many. I don't believe every definition that I look up. Like anti-Semite, sometimes the definition is tricky on that.
You don't believe definitions that you look up?
No,
I mean, that's
if I look up anti-Semite
Do you
or
wanna know what a
anti-Semitic,
definition is?
it's a wrong
A definition is something that. I'm sorry, I did ask a question. I interrupted you.
Yeah, no,
I
it's okay.
broke my arm. But a definition is something that everyone agrees on and is published because it is agreed upon. And so if you can give me your definition of woke, I will bounce that off of what everyone has agreed upon what woke really is.
It's literally a shortened term for awoken. That's all it means.
Let's just do this for funsies.
No, I think bipolar has
Yeah,
an next
I'm gonna dip out of here. I gotta show my face inside the dealership real quick. I'll be back on here later.
Have fun.
Yep.
Hey, CS, maybe El Predictor's thinking that the definition is elastic, like Gus seems to think fascism is.
What's with you and fascism all of a sudden? What's causing this sudden interest
It's not
in?
sudden. I've been saying it since the day I got on this app. Not sudden at all.
All right, so I just got the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of woke, and this is going to be the political side of it. So
But what happened to the original meaning? That's my point.
I'll get
It's so
that.
sad what happened to the original meaning of the word.
Woke. Listen, I'll get to that. We can go one step at a time. So it is wokest, chiefly U.S. slang, aware of and actively attentive to important societal facts and issues, especially issues of racial and social justice. So, often used in contexts that suggest someone expresses beliefs and concerns, such matters are backed with genuine concern or action for humanity. B, reflecting the attitudes of woke people. That's a weak one. Yeah, okay. Use of woke. It's been described. Woke developed in African American English and has been used to describe a state of attentiveness and issues it gained widespread use and attention as 2014 as part of the BLM movement. So again, I think when you talk about the definition of woke in the sense that you are, that's the one that I described, it is actually being aware to societal issues, and it's being aware to things that are happening, especially when the minorities are of concern and have things that you may not be aware of. And I know that you are a minority. I'm a minority as well. So I understand. Sure. So I understand. If you want to talk about like the flat definition of woke, I could look that up for you too. Is that what
Don't do that. I want to cut straight to the point of new woke. So you didn't address the identity politics when it comes to that word now. You didn't talk about the diversity mandates when it comes to politics, and also recently a hot topic, Hollywood. And also you don't bring up cancel culture, which really is a lot of the new woke. You don't bring that up. And what you did bring up was the old definition, which is being aware of injustice and also recognizing racism and discrimination. But like I said,
hold on.
Go ahead, cut me off. Sounds good.
Hold on. I am going to cut you off because transgenderism, gay people in this country, they are discriminated against. So when you say that the old term was about discrimination, this is also about discrimination.
Wait, what's the population of trans in this country?
Doesn't matter, does it?
What do you mean it does matter? I want to acknowledge those people. How much percentage of them are in this country?
If they are discriminated against, we should be all awakened to the fact that they are being discriminated.
Great. Let me acknowledge them. How much percentage of trans are in this country? How much?
Irrelevant.
It's relevant. Let me acknowledge them.
Not.
Yes, it is.
It's like 2%, isn't it?
Yikes. I think
irrelevant.
Is it
0.1?
I think it's less than 2.
It's still irrelevant. We're simply talking about people that are being discriminated against.
What do you mean? I acknowledge the indigenous people in this country. I want to know how much people we genocided here.
Why are you talking over me? That's
how it went here.
The meaning of the word. That is
Stop
the meaning
talking
of the word
over
woke.
him.
That is the meaning of the word woke, is to waken up to the discrimination that's existing around you. And those people are discriminated against. So whether you like it or not, that is part of woke.
And I'm just going to correct. So it says, according to the Williams Institute, it says younger generations are much more likely to identify as transgender. Overall, there's 2.1 million adults, but around 2.7% of adults aged 18 to 24 identify as trans, and 3.3% of teens 13 to 17 identify as trans.
Well, let's keep the kids out of it, because in my experience, when I bring up kids with these ideologies, you guys tell me, well, not you guys, but people tell me, let's bring the kids out of it and all that. So we shouldn't include children in that, right? Those innocent children.
Is 18 to 24 considered children?
No, the ones you said earlier, the 13 to what you said? Those are innocent children. We shouldn't bring those up, because if I start bringing up children and these ideologies, it can go really bad.
Okay, so let's leave them out. When I said 2%,
good.
I meant 2%. And so I'm giving you the statistics again from the Williams Institute. 18 to 24-year-olds, 2.7%. I'll look at the overall number, but 2.7% of adults 18 to 24, and I use air quotes because I feel like that's young anyway, identify as trans. So what's your point?
My point is, why are we acknowledging a small percentage of this, and why are they taking such a hostage of the word? And also, for example, like I said, Why instead of being aware of them, like of the trans, why do we have to make people have like make that their identity? Like why do we have to
It's
why
none
do
of
we have to push that to so many people, especially schools and schools like universities and also sports events? For me, that sounds like that. For me, that's fake. Like go ahead.
No, it's just exhausting when you ramble on.
Nah, go ahead, cut me off. I'm good.
One, it's none of your business. Number two, you guys made it a big deal. No one else made it a big deal except for you guys. Except for when Trump went on, I think it was like first, like it wasn't the State of the Union, but one of the first things that he addressed to both sides of Congress and all of the members of the House, he paraded all of these people who had been quote unquote hurt by trans people. You have made this boogeyman.
It's not. I don't care about trans people.
I disagree with that.
Trans people are irrelevant to me. I don't care. I don't know why you guys keep bringing them up.
Then stay out of the business.
No,
stay out of their business.
I didn't bring them up. Mojo brought those trans people up.
No,
I didn't.
I'm sorry. You brought them up when you started talking.
How did I
about
bring
woke.
up trans people, Mojo?
Because you were talking about woke and you said trans people. You
so how did I bring up
you
trans?
dipshit.
How did I say trans?
You said trans.
Such a liar,
that's
dude.
added. That is added to the new
YouTube.
definition of woke.
Let's
That's
roll the clip. Never said
Go ahead,
trans.
go get it. It's on YouTube. Go get it.
Yeah, let me go do it right away.
You absolutely said that.
What I would say to you, CS, in my response is that because you blame it on Republicans or people who vote Trump. That's silly. What I would say is people who used to be Democrat like me, what we point the finger at is that the Democrats spent too much time on identity politics instead of how do you
we
say
weren't talking about identity. We weren't talking about
everyday-
identity until you open your fucking mouth.
Yeah, I brought it up.
Yeah, so you're
no
the
one
one
brought
who
up
brings
trans.
it up.
No one brought up
Conservatives bring
trans.
it up.
I don't care about those people.
Yes, you
I'm a
did
Catholic.
bring up trans.
Irrelevant.
Yes, you did bring up trans.
You did. You absolutely did.
Yeah, I brought up
You're
trans.
Catholic?
Yep.
This is like
Yeah,
day
you said
two
it was
of being
irrelevant.
gaslit about like people talking
You said it
about
was irrelevant. Whatever.
No. He said, hold on one second, because somebody put in the comments and it reminded me that that's exactly what we said. Hollywood and trans people.
Nope.
That's what you brought.
You can look it up.
First of all, hold on. I have kids.
I got time.
I have kids in the school system for the past whatever years. And if you know anything and you have kids in the school system, at least in suburbs, whatever, the normal where a bunch of kids are, that community was growing very largely, especially in Florida. Like every year, my kids would say there's a whole group of them. And then there was like a bunch of furries and like it was getting bigger during the Biden era. Hold on. And then Trump came in. Florida made it like basically outlawed it. You can't work in government doing it. You can't go to the bathrooms doing it. And it changed. After that, it changed the perspective of like a lot of American families or Florida families. And that amount is now today a lot smaller and getting smaller, that community in the school.
And the scams of BLM and all that. And just how it ages.
This is a real
All
thing,
those
like,
white
it's
people
not
who are
really a
kissing the
big
feet of
thing
black
anymore.
people. Cringe.
Are you talking about Baton Rouge, I think that was? Where they actually separated because they found out certain people aren't paying taxes. So the people who were paying taxes, they left, they made their own city, and then the people who were left in that place were just complaining, say, oh, we need those certain individuals back because they were the only ones essentially contributing to that city, society. That's the one you were talking about?
What?
Baton Rouge, right? The place where essentially there was a whole race war, and because of it, there was certain people that left. The certain poor communities, they stayed, but because they didn't contribute to their city or their society, they essentially were begging for those individual people to come back and save them. Like that is pretty pathetic. I think they also made Freedom of Georgia, which was supposed to be an all BLK city town, but it ended up failing. It was supposed to separate and keep segregation. That's the shit you're talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I did see this meme today that said that, since the voter Section A or Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act has been repealed, and immediately after that, so many states started changing their districting. It said that as a white person, if we go back to segregated water fountains, then I'm going to shit in the white people water fountains. I thought it was funny. Because there's people in this country that literally want to do that right now.
Predictor.
They're trying to do that.
I have a question for you, Predictor. Can you talk about anything but identity politics? Can you talk about economics? Can you talk about philosophy? Can you talk about constitutional law? Can you talk about law in the United States of America, period? Do you have
Mojo,
that
ask him
capability?
the statue question.
Oh, I think he probably knows all this stuff, but every single time you're on a panel, Predictor, you're only talking about identity politics.
And I'm fact checking you right now. I didn't bring up trans, but I'm waiting for CS to confirm it for me. I don't want to sound off bad.
So in other words, you can't talk about anything but identity politics.
No, I've talked about immigration, and also I came up here to talk about something that's
immigration
underrated:
identity
HOA
politics?
and taxes.
Is immigration identity politics?
People have made it. Yes, when I go on this platform, people say abolish ICE, but then when they vote Democrats, and let's just say a Democrat wins, they're not going to say abolish ICE. I think it's a flavor of the month for some people. I think they pander towards us.
How many white people have been caught up in the ICE stings?
How many white people have been what?
Caught up in the ICE stings.
Oh, lots of white knights, lots of them.
You are incorrect.
What do you mean? They don't get arrested?
They're not deporting white people.
I never said that. But they are getting arrested.
I'm sorry, but immigration is identity politics. So if you're talking about immigration, you are talking about identity politics again. So is there anything that you can talk about that's not identity politics? Do you have the capability of having a normal discussion?
You don't have to insult me. Attack my words, not my character. HOA? Are you an HOA homeowner?
Yes.
Because I am.
Last I checked.
So am I.
Last I checked,
and I'm 26. So let's go ban for ban right now.
Two white people. Last I checked, 2 white people got unalived in these ICE stings. I'd say that's pretty important.
Oh no!
Are you really
oh my
flexing
God!
your
We should say their
HOA
name,
right
right?
now?
We should say it. We should put them all over the news.
That
Our
was
heroes.
something.
Oh my God! I think change is gonna happen because of them.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. No.
Oh, too far? Too soon?
Just don't flex and shit. These people in here are like highly successful. Some of them, I try to flex my mowers all the time, and they just like scuff at like, and I stay flexing all over town. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen a lot of these people's stuff. It's like big stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That was the only nice thing I think you've ever said.
She's in a bedroom apartment. Don't listen to her. But
Oh, bitch, you know better than that.
Okay, my turn.
Sure.
Is it a requirement? Okay, I hate talking about that topic. Even though every president in the past has given away his tax returns for he wants transparency, Trump decides not to. My question is it a requirement for the president to turn over his tax returns? No. Yes or no?
He said no.
No. Okay, so if somebody leaks your tax returns out into the public, what do you think should happen to that individual? What would you do? What would you do? Would you sue them, or would you just let it go?
I will sue just like Trump.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Are you defending this?
Tell my wife red panties night because we're gonna win that lawsuit.
Are you defending
just like the
this,
BBC
Tony?
one?
Am I defending what?
Are you defending this? Like you don't see anything wrong with this decision?
Yeah, I'm defending it because.
Oh my God!
Why not? And he's American just like we are, isn't he? Or is he not?
Oh my God!
Does he have the same rights as we do?
Yeah, he deserves his privacy. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So he has the same rights as we do, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh my God!
So he has every right to
That's
sue
embarrassing,
because he didn't
Tony.
want to. He
I'm
wanted
embarrassed. Tony, I'm embarrassed. for
Okay.
you.
Okay.
The difference is he's suing the government for releasing them when the government's not the ones that released them. So it kind of doesn't make sense.
And the person that did is serving
does he
time
have
for
the
it. Like if they were
yeah,
charged
does he
with
have the
serving
right to sue? Sure, but you don't really have the right to sue the wrong person. I mean, you do, but you don't. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So you want Charles? You want Charles Littlejohn to take all of the heat then?
No.
That's unfair, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Don't let power take all the
exactly.
heat.
Hold on, Steve. That's like you. So when they spill the hot coffee on the lady at the drive-thru
I
at
was just about to
McDonald's,
say
you
that
want
one.
him. You want to sue the worker at the the worker that gave you the coffee. Or are you suing McDonald's?
Well, she would be an entity of McDonald's if she was employed by them at the time. But the contractor that released the tax returns was not an entity of the U.S. government. If it was a U.S. government employee, then that would be the case. But that's not the case.
So who's
Shame on you
Who
for
says
wanting
he
all the
was?
heat on Charles. Shame on you.
So I'm confused. So who does Trump go after then? The IRS or who leaked the file? So is that
He
an
goes after
entity?
the contractor.
Okay, so
You
whoever
would have to
leaked the
go for.
file.
Yeah, you would have to go after that person in the contract company they worked for.
Who did they work for?
Yeah, but
Little-
they'll have some fault, won't they? The government.
No,
Cha-ching.
the government
Yes.
didn't do anything wrong.
They hired a terrible contractor
I'm
that
sorry,
was
I have-
scamming.
I have the justice.gov announcing the anti-weaponization fund. Monday, May 18th, it came out.
No, I'm not talking my way out of proportion.
So listen, Tony. The
It's
funnel.
the same thing. It's the same thing. Do you sue the individual who spilled the coffee on you, or do you spill the corporation? So does Trump sue the person, or does he sue the government that he's working for?
That's the federal agency is
that
responsible for
analogy
protecting taxpayers. Come on, man.
That analogy doesn't make sense because the person was not employed by the federal government.
They were though.
They were. You just said there was an independent
Companies are
contractor,
hired
buddy.
how does he have
Come on,
access
do you
to
hear
Trump's
yourself?
tax returns?
Correct.
If he's
Yeah,
not hired?
that's how 1099 contractors work. If
Gave them
somebody
the clearance.
if you hire a subcontractor to do the electrical for a home build, you don't sue the general contractor that built the house. You sue the electrical company that did the electrical
you
contract.
sue who gave you permits to do
No,
the
you
electrical
don't.
work.
You definitely do not.
Yeah, you're right.
And even if you did, the GE is going to turn around and place the blame on the electrical contracting company anyways, because that's how 1099 subcontractors work.
Don't
You're
see
your
that.
own entity. You carry your own.
This is a little
insurance.
different though because to get
so
access to the president's
was he
tax
contracted
returns
to
would
work for the
be-
IRS? Yes or no?
Right.
What's that?
Was he contracted to work for the IRS? I don't get your point. What's your point?
The answer is yes.
So he was contracted to work for the IRS.
Yeah,
a
but
contract
that's not
company. His paycheck came from a contract company, not from the federal government.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the IRS hired him for a contract to do contracted
This is
work.
like-
Still liability.
And he's the
there.
person
Yeah,
who
wait,
leaked it.
Wait, hold on. What you guys are talking about is trying to sue McDonald's for serving hot coffee that was created by somebody. Wait. I had this in my head. Go ahead. Never mind.
no. What you're trying.
I'm sorry, Steve,
What you're
I'm sorry,
what you're
before
trying
we
to
do that. I'm sorry, Tony, too, as well. Before we do that, could you guys please tap the screen, share the live, do the daily heart me, all those things. Give the panelists, give Mojo, follow Mojo. And also at 30K, we'll be swapping out some liberal spots. So if you guys could please tap the screen and we'll get to 30K. And I see a lot of people in queue. So if you could help us out, it gets there. It comes faster than you think. And that's how we know MAGA to act. So please.
What you're trying to do is sue the guy that was mowing the lawn at McDonald's because the guy on the lawnmower ran into your car. That's not McDonald's fault. It's on the subcontractor. It's a subcontractor that carries
that's
his
the
own
McDonald's
liability
manager
insurance.
that did that, hired that guy.
No, it's not.
Contractor.
It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
that's how it works
You're
in
a
real life.
1099 subcontractor. You're not an employee of McDonald's.
Yeah, so if somebody hired you to mow a lawn, do you think that the person that hired you should get sued when you take that lawnmower and run it into a car?
Yes.
No.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's
The
why
company should be sued, not
Mojo.
you for running into the car.
no clients specifically say, "Hey,
Wait,
do
they're
you
not
have
clients.
insurance?" And
This
if it's
guy
a
was
big,
not a client.
big time money
This is
client,
not a.
you have to
I'm
provide
sorry.
that
This is not a
first.
client. I'm sorry. This is not a client.
Yeah. Why do you think you have to carry your own insurance? Because the
I know it's
liability is
like,
on you.
hold on. I know it's not a client's vehicle, but anything that I do on that client's property is part of his. I can't just do whatever on a client's property because he assumes risk too. The client for having me
Right.
on the property.
Why can't you do whatever then?
And there is a lawyer in the comments, and I would like to bring her up. Mustard, I'm sorry, I'm going to drop you down for a minute. Please get back in queue. We really want to hear from you. I just haven't heard from you yet, so I'm not even sure if you're there. But I am going to bring
Wait,
Dennis
why
up.
do we need a lawyer?
You're
We can
bringing
just
an
ask
attorney
AI.
up?
Why do we need a lawyer up in here? We can just ask my AI.
This is
here.
not an okay. This is
Wow.
not an attorney, by the way.
Oh my God, you guys just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how 1099 subcontractors work.
You understand how they work. There's just another element that you keep forgetting. Like you think there's just no risk from anybody that hires a contractor and pays them 1099. You think there's no risk. Or even on the property, you think there's no risk. That's insanely wrong.
It depends, but that's the reason why you're a subcontractor and not an employee of McDonald's that takes a W-2 paycheck. You have to carry your own insurance for a reason. This is exactly why.
Goes deeper, commercial properties, residential properties, the law changes. But yes, there are certain things that some companies or properties, commercial properties, you can't even work on the property without having to prove all that. But there is risk. If you do certain stuff on that property, they are liable. And that's why that's where the saying comes from. You get what you pay for. You want cheap, you're gonna get cheap, and you're gonna get risk and stuff like that. So
what you're talking about is if an accident occurs with respect to a property. There's a general contractor, there's subcontractors. They all have to carry insurance. But if you're an attorney and you're suing for injuries, you would sue everybody. You would sue the general contractor. You'd sue the homeowner or the property owner. You'd sue all the subcontractors, and you'd be going after every insurance policy, so that then when it comes down to fault, if the subcontractor was the one who was largely writ large responsible for the injury, they would get apportioned the amount of fault. It's called comparative negligence, and also in some states called contributory negligence, right? So with respect to McDonald's was the one who was sued. McDonald's was the one who paid because they served coffee that was too hot, right? So it's much more complicated than you're making it out. It's called comparative negligence. So let me just
I
land
need
my
to
plane.
apologize to her at this point.
If I could just land my plane. For example, if one of these subcontractors doesn't have the money to pay or was uninsured, it's going to fall on other defendants to pay the injury. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Well, then they'd be liable for hiring an uninsured party.
It does make sense.
Not necessarily.
In the instance that we're talking about, the lady that spilled coffee on whoever at McDonald's was a W-2 employee of McDonald's. There is no contractor. There is no subcontractor.
No.
So it's different. There's no 1099 employee. There's a
Right.
W-2 employee that works for McDonald's corporate.
No, she's
Or-
not going
or
to
the
be,
franchise.
because it's that what you're talking about there is vicarious liability. So the McDonald's employs hundreds of thousands of employees. They're never going to be individually liable. The corporation is going to be vicariously liable for all their employees' negligence. You get it?
You're making a legally precise point, but you're not making the whole argument, Tennis. Not gonna cap.
It might even be different because
I'm
McDonald's
just telling you
uses
what
franchises.
just telling you what the law is.
No,
okay?
you're
'Cause
making one legal precise point, but you're not making the whole argument. Like another lawyer can come up on this platform.
Is there another legal precise point that you can possibly make?
Yeah, there's a whole argument. What do you mean?
Like what? Like what?
Maybe that the government failed and protect its duty for the data that Trump had, and also he's a civilian. So, for example, it's not just Trump. Just he's a U.S. civilian. So the federal government failed its duty to protect sensitive data for Americans. So what do you mean?
Honestly, Trump is not the same as us. You know, he's a rich
That's
person.
good.
He's
Okay, great argument.
Don't
and
you
he's
see?
got more
Don't-
influence.
No, since I was 16, I've been hearing it. Trump's a bad man. Come on, bro.
Don't you
Well, he
see
is.
that?
He's fucking ripped people off in the past.
So what were you gonna say,
What's going on there is that in several instances, Trump has set himself up to be paid by the taxpayer. He's claiming that he's been personally injured for tax liabilities, also claiming that he was wrongfully sued. He's set up a whole task force to prosecute what he sees as unjust prosecutions. Okay, so he's already, I believe, and I'm actually not even in my state right now. I'm away and trying to enjoy myself a little bit. But what he's trying to do is he's just trying to get a payout from taxpayers for what he claims are injuries.
Well, did the federal government agency fail? Do they have some liability
Well,
in them?
isn't that something to be?
But I just asked you a yes or no question.
Let me answer it. The answer is, if he has a claim against the U.S. government, that he should file a lawsuit and he should prove it and let a jury decide whether.
Doing.
Wait, let me finish, please. It's only going to take me 30 more seconds. If he has a claim for anything against any company or the U.S. government, he should file a lawsuit and he should have it prosecuted and he should prove it and let a jury decide. And only then should he get a recovery for it. That's
No, but because other people were listening, I don't want them to just run away with the coffee analogy, because I don't know why people are saying that. How come you don't use like a more realistic one? Like if let's say walk-in clinic, the nurse, what are they called? A doctor, nurse, they leak patient records, right? Like me, and then they get criminally charged, that employee. So you're saying the hospital, I can't sue them for failing to protect the privacy data? Because why are we using this whole coffee example? Like, let's make it real. Can I sue the hospital as the employee?
Somebody else brought the coffee. That's why I spoke to the coffee example.
But then you should have corrected him and say, let's use a real example, and let's use a hospital employee and a hospital.
I was laying out a few doctors.
Because I think I can sue the hospital and the hospital employee.
Hey, shut up.
I was
If
just
the hospital.
Wait. Predictor, you gotta chill out, man. You have to.
If the hospital hired a third-party contractor to handle their medical records, and then that third-party contractor leaked said medical records, then the third-party contractor is the one responsible for it, not the hospital. Yes, you can sue both. At the end of the day, the third-party contractor is going to be the ones that ends up paying.
Depends on who's at fault. You're absolutely right.
But then can you say with your chest that the IRS had safeguards and that they did everything to protect the security data of Trump? You can say that? Because that's going to be Trump's argument, and that's where Trump's going to win. So what are you talking about? You guys are ashamed for blaming on Charles Littlejohn, bro. I have to look him up.
Really quick. See, what you just said, he's going to claim that. And that's my point, is that he purports to have claims. But what's been proven? What's been filed? What is the cause of action? Has it been proven? This is all allegations, right? What's been proven before jury? What I'm saying, like, you're saying these things that he's got this cause of action, but he's alleging, he's making these allegations, but as far as I've seen, nobody's shown any proof of anything against any defendant.
Well, just like he did the BBC, Trump has more important things to do. This is just one of Trump's piggy banks. He can, if he thinks again, like if he remembers it, oh, okay, I got some money there. Let's go back to that. But Trump got a lot of important things to do apart from just this. This is just one of his, maybe when he golfs, he'll think about this one and then he'll go on with the case.
So do you think he's entitled to something?
Absolutely. Just like
why?
Your taxes.
Think he's entitled to something? What is?
Because what if your taxes were leaked? Because if your taxes were leaked, I have a heart. I will care. I would say hell no. Because even if I don't know you, I don't want that to happen to me. That's scary, and also that's unfair, and that's a lot of power they have. So
do you think that you should have to prove if somebody's wronged you? Do you think you should have to prove it? Okay, all right.
Hold on. Biden's DOJ already proved it. The contractor's in fucking jail, as far as I know.
Yeah, but poor little Charles, it won't be just him. Poor guy.
Wait a minute.
He took the fall for everything. Nah, let's go after everyone. Let's go after the IRS. Let's go.
The 1099.
Oh, let's go. I'm with you.
The contract was put forward towards the government, correct? The contract was put forward towards the government, right? So the 1099 company had all the information. Where did they get that information from? Somebody from the IRS. So who leaked that
You guys
information?
are guessing on
They
everything.
didn't. Hold on. They didn't
the IRS
leak
or
that.
what?
The government didn't leak that information to that
That was
company.
me.
Obviously, they had to give it to that company in order for them to
How
do
did they
their
get
job.
Then how did they get the information then? How did they get that information?
Because the
That
government
was
gave
ACS.
that information to the company, so
okay,
that
so
government.
the government. Okay,
Hold
so
on,
you can't
but
sue the
that
government.
company
Okay,
couldn't
got
do
it.
their job without it.
Right.
It'd be
So
impossible for them to do their job without that information. The one that leaked the information publicly is the company. Therefore, the responsibility is on them, which is why the guy's in fucking jail.
well, the government should have leaked out information in the first place. It's confidentiality law, and we have
But
that.
they can
the
give
president.
it to a contractor in order for that contractor to do
No,
their
they
job.
cannot. No, they cannot.
Yes, they can. They do it all the
No,
time.
they cannot. No, they
It's
cannot.
hilarious
That's
to hear you guys
if you leak it
talking
out.
about. It's what's funny to me is I'm sitting here listening to you guys argue back and forth about who's responsible for what, but we haven't proved that anybody's done anything wrong.
Well, yeah, we did. Somebody
Yeah,
wouldn't be in
well-
jail.
What? I'm sorry, but
How did we
where
get
was?
here then? How did we get here without something being leaked?
Okay,
we get
so we're
Nothing was
he's
leaked.
claiming that something's leaked, but have we proven that something was leaked,
Yes,
and by
Little John
who?
is
Yes.
in jail. Yes,
So
Little
The
John
guy,
is
the
in jail.
contractor's in jail.
The legal
Okay.
aftermath, the fallout from Little John's actions extended into the civil courts. Donald Trump filed a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the IRS for failing to protect his private data. The culminated, I can hate that word, in a massive settlement. Thank you. In a massive settlement where the Department of Justice established an anti-weaponization compensation fund worth nearly $1.8 billion for affected taxpayers in exchange for Trump dropping the litigation.
So
You guys mind if I slide in here for a sec? So you guys, what you fail to realize here, and what Tennis has repeatedly tried to point out, is he has a claim against the government, a rightful claim. If your information gets leaked by a subcontractor, it is the government's responsibility, because even if they contract out to a contractor, there are processes that go around hiring a subcontractor employee. So, like, you have to go through fingerprinting, background checks, and all that to become a subcontractor of a contractor on a federal government. The contractor would assume responsibility, and so it would flow back uphill to DOJ or IRS, which would be the cognizant agency that issued the contract. So he does have a right and a claim against DOJ and the IRS. However, he has to prove the right and claim. So he sued under Revenue Code Section 7431, which allows for statutory damages of $1,000 per unauthorized disclosure. So here's where the fuzzy math comes in. They're saying basically anyone who saw it secondary or tertiary after it was released, they're saying 1,000 times an estimated amount of people who saw it got to the $10 billion, which is laughable math at best. But in order to actually win $10 billion against the DOJ or IRS, he's going to have to show quantifiable economic damages to that extent. Because the statutory is like a penalty, right? You have to show like actual cause and effect of $10 billion of damages. So he wasn't going to be able to cross that threshold. But the main problem and why the suit had a snowball's chance in hell of winning is the collusion problem. So in this instance, he's suing the DOJ, which he is the head of. So he's both the plaintiff and defendant. So that's why he withdrew the lawsuit before the DOJ had even responded to it. Okay, they hadn't even responded to it, so he was allowed to use a procedural mechanism to withdraw the suit, just like I could if I came after any of you guys for a civil offense. I could go to the court, judge at any time, say I want to drop the suit. That's what he did, and then he did a back hallway deal for this the fund that they started. That'll be clawed back as soon as the Congress flips, if it flips. And unfortunately, that sucks because a lot of people, mainly sycophants, are going to get awarded from that fund, and Congress does have the authority to claw back all that money. So if these people go out and spend that money and can't cough it back up, should it be pulled and clawed back in, because it's determined this fund's illegal because it's Congress's right to appropriate the funds. These people are going to have liens and garnishments to keep them destitute the rest of their life. There, my plane's landed.
Yeah, that's spot on.
Something you forgot to mention is even though
President
Trump
has
wants
final
to
say-so, though,
his
too.
own DOJ, Trump likes to win, and let's just say Trump won't overclaim. And like I said, Trump likes to win, and you forgot to mention that. So you're acting like Trump's gonna go after a lot here. Like for what matters for him is winning, and he's won twice. He's undefeated when it goes to running elections.
Well, it's
the third
unlikely
one is
that
controversial.
the settlement
So
agreement
he's not gonna
will actually hold
overclaim,
up.
and if the glove fits, you must acquit.
Well, El Predictor, it's unlikely that this contract will actually stand the test of time. So lots of like DOJ and IRS have the right to enter into a settlement contract, right?
Well,
But
you
if you
don't know
look
Trump's
back,
lawyer. You don't know Mark Levin. You don't know Trump's religion now. It's different now. Different rules now. Let's go.
Okay, so the basics of contract law hold true. They're actually more stringent when the federal government enters into a contract with someone because it's public funds, right? So the issue here is the main thing that they're going to argue to nullify the contract after the White House flips, right? Is they're going to say it wasn't an arm's length transaction. That's basic contract law 101. And there was no exchange of consideration. So Trump's going to claim that he gave up his claim of $10 billion in consideration for the IRS and DOJ not prosecuting these open cases or investigating them again, basically closing them all down. Well, unfortunately, he doesn't have a claim that's demonstrable. So he hasn't given up any consideration. So this settlement agreement that's in place, as soon as the White House turns and Congress flips, it's going to be null and void. And then the DOJ and IRS will open up all the prosecutions against him again. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah, but he gets to sign an apology letter to himself.
Right.
Let's see what happens. And when we come back, me and Go Army, let's see what excuse you guys have. Let's see.
Oh, I already told him, came up here and said, listen, Trump, out of Trump's endorsements, he's 37-0 last night. So this guy's talking about they're going to switch the House. The House is going to talk. It looks like there's a red sea coming. I don't know. It looks like everybody's motivated on the Republican side. So I would be worried about that.
Everyone that voted on either side was a Republican. I don't understand what you don't get here. It was a Republican fucking primary.
And the
Trump
turnouts
endorsed
and the turnouts were really low too, just so you know.
Let them discourage. See, they're trying to discourage everything. It's a tough time to be a Democrat right now. It's not good.
I mean, we're not trying to discourage y'all, but we would like you to see the light at some point. I mean, it's gotten awfully boring on TikTok because most MAGA has woken up. It's just you guys left.
AIPAC had to spend $15 million to beat the least Republican in the House.
Democrats take AIPAC too. I don't know what's your point there.
Wins a win. I don't care. Wins a win.
You don't call out Cory
Democrats.
Booker. You don't do none of this. I don't know why you.
I don't know how
you guys
Democrats.
have these arguments, and then that's why you guys lose me. Call out the
I don't know
Democrats
how
as well.
Democrats taking AIPAC money is a response when all I said was that AIPAC had to spend $15 million to beat the least Republican in the House.
Yeah, nothing new. AIPAC's been in our government from both sides.
Well, no shit. But that's not the point. The point is, it cost you the most it's ever cost you in a House race ever to beat the least Republican ever.
Yeah, get used to it. That's how
Do you think
the
they
market
care?
works. That's how the
Yeah,
market
I told
works.
him that. I said, this is how it works
Exactly.
nowadays.
These people, like, do you think an NFL quarterback made the same salary in 2004 as of right now? Why do you think these quarterbacks make $200 million, and then a quarterback back in the 90s makes way less than that?
That's
these
not the
AIPAC
point.
These seats are gonna just keep on rising, keep on bidding.
Sure, but there was
The money talks.
There was 37 races around the country at the same time, and you had to spend the most money to beat the least Republican ever. Think about that for a second.
I mean, you guys technically lost you guys technically lost this game when you had to go to the it's both sides argument. I mean, as soon as you have to say we're not that bad because you're bad too, you've lost the plot.
Yeah, no, we're definitely not doing that. Definitely not.
Someone up here just said it's both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, even if that's true, it doesn't mean anything in this case because we're only talking about a Republican primary. It isn't even fucking relevant.
Yeah, but
Sorry
it just
about your
shows
voice,
that
Steve.
Trump supporters got out to get back their Trump supported candidates, man. Like
A
everybody,
minority
Trump
of Trump
voters are
supporters.
motivated.
They didn't because the turnout sucked.
And it feels really good. Hold on, it feels really good and vindicated because like the past like 2 years, year and a half, all we've heard about is like ever since Trump won, it's like is a tsunami coming, and like you could see the Democrats weren't motivated at all. Like in all the elections that's been going on, it's the MAGA people that are motivated right now.
You're right.
Yeah, dude, like,
Democrats were
whatever-
not motivated to get out and vote in Republican primaries. You're
Yeah,
right.
well,
You guys have
whatever-
won.
Said that.
Great,
You said
great
that.
job, great job, Republicans. You spent $20 million to beat the guy that stood up for conservative values more than you do.
That's
And
like
then
money.
it
People
was
make that
it
in
was
a day,
against the
bro. That's
war
nothing.
that's costing you money.
Hey, I
Yeah,
got a
whatever-
question, Steve.
whatever
Sorry,
50-something
R.I.P.
left,
Massey. Just real quick, R.I.P. Massey. That sucked. He lost. Like I do like Massey, but like, do you think in any way, shape, or form this is going to sway libertarians to maybe rethink their party alignment so strongly to the Republicans? Or are you guys still going to keep throwing it in with them?
I don't know if that'll change anything, but I think you might see Massey run with Andy Bashir. Crazy, I know, but I could see it. They're buddy.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. If you guys could please tap the screen, share the live, do the Daily Heart Me, and also follow Mojo, follow the panelists, give the panelists, give Mojo. He has a gift goal up top. And at the same time, at 30,000, we're gonna swap panelists for the liberals. So if you guys are a liberal and you want to get onto the queue, please tap the screen. We'll swap that out and get in queue, please. And I'll make sure that you're heard. Thank you.
And whoever's in Florida, vote James Fish back, please.
In Florida, that's funny you say that.
Fish
A
back.
free state of Florida where we have soon to be no property taxes and we have no state income tax. So, and coincidentally, everybody's moving here. So,
Are you really going to endorse that? I'm going to endorse Ed Hale in Maryland. We got to get this Westmore out, get this bridge built, a major throughway of Maryland, and Westmore has just failed on so many levels. Ed Hale's going to get it done.
I think it's hilarious that you're praising Florida for the things Florida has done, all things that Massey would have supported, but yet railing against the fact that you beat Massey last night and it's such a big accomplishment. That's kind of funny to me. Seems kind of antithetical to your own argument, doesn't it?
I'm sorry. Say that again. What is Massey from Florida? I thought he was from Kentucky. He's representative from Kentucky.
He is from Kentucky, but you're praising Florida for no state income tax and lower taxes, all of the mainstays that Massey fought for. Yet, while simultaneously praising the fact that you guys beat Massey last night, seems kind of antithetical to your own argument, doesn't it?
I mean, we're not a monolith.
This drives me crazy.
We're not a monolith,
Damn
you know.
it, this drives me crazy. Antithetical.
So
I don't think they're doing that property tax thing in Florida. Have you heard differently, Go Army?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they voted on it in the House, or it's going to. It's like in those stages.
So he said something about it yesterday. It would require a constitutional amendment, so 60%. But where are you guys going to fund your budget from?
I don't know. I'm a worker. That's for them to figure out. I know there's a surplus of people. So basically, I know how they're going to do it. There's so many people that are moving here, and so many taxes that are being collected now. So it offsets it, right? We're in a surplus. We're in a surplus in the state of Florida, and actually, they give bonuses to things like teachers and firefighters, and because we say. Yeah, we say, hey, we know you're coming from these states with these crazy policies, and it's hard to thrive, and you need a fresh change, fresh, weather, fresh environment, and you come to Florida with your family, and you don't pay these crazy taxes, and you vote this way, and it's all is good. So,
Hell yeah, that's
we've seen the results of it last night.
Property taxes account for nearly 35% of all your combined state local tax revenue across all of Florida. So how are you going to replace 35% of your funding? Through sales tax, meals tax, Uber tax?
Well, sales tax, probably,
Netflix
there's a lot more
tax.
sales going on.
And also, there's rumors of legalizing the wacky tobacco, and also there's going to be a sin tax. You should look that up in Florida. Sin tax.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
So cigarettes, alcohol, that sort of thing.
And also women doing online content, and also men, but it's mostly women.
Yes, see, these are all things like people in America used to be anonymously anonymously say that's a great idea. We all agree that's what it is to be American. Now it's just we're all just individuals. This is promote this kind of stuff. It's just weird.
You do realize that?
Yeah, you guys
No
Americans.
Americans have ever rallied around you taxing the fuck out of the things that they like. Ever. That's never been a thing. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Take away my treats, please. It's funny.
I could just move to Florida if you want to send for rich people in person. You want to do that?
Well, I live in
Where you guys live?
Anybody acting all puritanical against shit like pornography is they're doing that. They're watching that shit on the low.
Banned it in Florida. You can't even go to some websites and say
I
Florida.
bet your hard drive's full of hardcore shit, dude.
It's not. I swear, I don't have any interest in that, bro. And I don't want. I want to go. Bro, listen to. When I look at that, when you talk about it and you say things like that, it's just disgusting, dude. It's it's just perverted. It's those women are being exploited. There's no positives coming out of it, right? Besides your quick pleasure. It's all about it's all negative. People are exploiting it. Women are being treated very badly, very badly.
Making
It's just
millions
it's
of
sad.
dollars in a day sounds extremely.
You should advocate for unionization of
Man, you brought me up for the right topic.
Just
Welcome, Hale.
unionization.
Oh, wait, hold on, Shaker. We have
protected.
everybody. We have a new panelist on the topic. Yes, thank you.
I don't see why either side would support this. If you're on the left wing, you would be against this for women's rights, and also the same similar things as to why you'd be against it on the right, which would be what it does to your brain in terms of how you view women and SMECs. The vast majority of popular SMECtual content is violent and degrading. If you think this doesn't affect how men view women when they're watching it every single day from the time they're 13, I don't, know how to argue with you against that. This is kind of just there's been multiple studies on what corn does to your brain, but regardless of what it does to your brain and its dopamine sensors or whatever, this is something that is inherently harmful to everyone involved. I have no idea why we would.
What? The Republicans are against this, dude. Everything you just said is the Republican perspective.
I'm not a Republican, but I don't know what what's your
Everything
point?
you just said, what's bad about it is why us Republicans want the sin tax. So what are you saying?
I'm for the sin tax. I'm for Fishback. I don't.
But you're saying it's bad for everyone?
No, not the sin tax. Corn.
The party of small government arguing for more taxes. I love it.
No, we're not the party of small government anymore, dude.
Well,
that
you're
shit
not,
didn't
hell,
start
they are.
until 50 years ago, and it's ending now.
You're not hell, but they
gone.
are, and they're arguing for more taxes and government surveillance. It's amazing.
Okay, well, this dude's got a fucking porcupine with the libertarian flag in his profile pic. This is not a representation of conservatism whatsoever. Another point that was made was something about no one's ever rallied around this historically. What the fuck are you talking about? We had blasphemy laws. We had laws for what you could wear in public. I still remember my grandma telling
We're
me
not
about
talking
how
about
they
laws. We're talking about
couldn't show
taxes.
Elvis.
We're talking about taxes. When have Americans ever rallied around you
Okay.
taxing the products
So
they
you'd
want?
be for making it just illegal.
No, I would be for neither. I don't give a shit if people smoke
Okay,
cigarettes.
so then what was the point in your argumentation? If you wouldn't be for making it illegal and you're saying, hey, in the
Because
past it wasn't a tax, it was a law, then what's the point in bringing that up?
His point was that Republicans were rallying around the sin tax for taxing cigarettes and alcohol and things higher than that. And I said, at no point in American history have people ever rallied around taxing their luxuries at higher rates.
They just rallied around making it illegal, which you disagree with. So what the fuck is your point?
But that wasn't his point. His point was that they're rallying around taxing it more. Which
you're giving like a
is
false
absurd. It's never happened.
representation, though. If you're saying in the past,
I'm arguing against his claim.
They didn't. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. It's still a bad representation. You're giving like a propaganda message, essentially, because in the past they didn't care for it so much that they didn't even want to tax it higher. They just wanted it to be fucking illegal.
I thought we lived in the land of the free, by the way. So I think the only can you not interrupt me because I've literally watched
I'd be all right
two
with
gentlemen
banning it illegal forever.
Again, if
Stop.
you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. If it doesn't work in your marriage, don't have it in there. Okay, if you don't want your kids to watch it, put parental controls on it, okay? That's your job, right? I do that for my child. But the thing is, most women that do this in the United States, also do this for an income. So more likely they're going to do it, illegally. And, that's the thing at the end of the day. If you don't like it, don't do it. You don't like drinking, don't do it. You don't like smoking cigarettes, great, then don't do it. But why are you dictating what other people do? And this is coming from somebody I don't watch pornography. I don't really. I expect my husband, to also. We both agreed that that's not in our relationship, right? Okay, that's how y'all should be. But if you want to, it should be allowed. The only reason that it shouldn't be allowed is if we are trafficking people. And guess what? In the United States, there's a big trafficking problem right now. And guess what? We're not doing anything about it. And it involves someone at the very top. So if you are so worried about that, maybe start there.
We already tried prohibition. All we did was create the largest illegal industry ever.
Prohibition worked, by the way.
Works
it
in
didn't
Florida.
work at all.
It works in Florida right now.
It did. You can statistically look at this. Prohibition only failed because of lack of federal enforcement because we were in a depression, right?
It failed because
it decreased alcohol consumption by 4,000%, and by the end of it, when it was failing and the criminal, underworld took over, it still lowered the percentage by about, I think, 0.3 when you look at out of 100,000. So
by creating the largest criminal enterprises ever.
Hey, guess what we can do? We can arrest criminal enterprises with a expanded federal government, right?
Also,
China does it. If I can
that works
address
out
her
so well
argumentation,
in the war on
it
drugs.
does. Look at China. Yeah, it does work out great.
And
so,
all the people that are saying, by the way, all the people saying, by the way, that you cannot watch pornography in certain states, you actually can, and there's a lot of ways around it. For example, Donnie's best friend owns X, right? You can get on X right now in every single state and watch pornography. Every single state.
Yeah, these social media companies should be heavily regulated by the federal government. But regardless of that, if I could respond to your claim, why is it any of your business if I beat the shit out of my wife?
Because
doesn't affect
you're harming another person.
If you don't want
to,
corn harms people. Yeah, corn harms people. So do rugs.
Positive about corn. What's a positive?
Hold on.
An
I wanted
orgasm?
let me continue. Hold on. Let me just continue with this.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
Sister. So can you answer my question?
Again, that you are physically harming somebody else. If you have consensual role play where you maybe like give your wife a little chokey, I don't really give a rat's ass. Okay, I'm down with that.
Okay.
But again, if it's not consensual, that's the problem. Just like I said with pornography, because you wanted to bring up that it's if you're a feminist or whatever, then you should be against this. No, if a woman wants to choose to get on a website where she decides to sell her stuff, right? I have absolutely no problem with that. That is a freedom. That is a choice, okay? As long as it doesn't involve underage people and it's consensual, I am okay with that. And again, I don't welcome this into my life. But I choose actively not to use it, right?
Okay.
It's a choice.
Corn does directly harm people, and specifically within the
That's a
United
choice.
States, it doesn't matter.
It should be unionized by women.
No,
I'm down with that.
I
I'm
mean
literally
that'd be
down with
better
that.
than what it is now, but
There's so many
no.
things that we do that like harm ourselves, okay? I like a glass of wine sometimes at dinner. Is that the best thing for me? No, but again, that's a choice, okay? I'm choosing to actively do that. If you are choosing to watch pornography and you want to possibly have the effects, some people also don't want to get married, by the way, and they just want to sit at home and then have that just for themselves. I'm fine with that, okay? I think it's weird that like people like are worried about what's going on in other people's bedrooms. If you don't want them in your relationship, make sure you set those boundaries. If you don't want your children to have access to it, then make sure you set those boundaries. Point blank, period. We live in the United States. I'm all about freedom, okay? I know some of y'all aren't. Even stuff that's said online that I don't agree with, I get that, you know, unfortunately we have amendments and then you can say stupid stuff.
Yeah, see, the problem with this is that it is causing direct harm, and you can say it's consensual or something like that. But we actually are a collective, okay? This individualist bullshit has gotta go. It's been like the downfall of America.
It only created the greatest economy on the planet.
I don't care about the economy. When you have a collective that 70% of it is self-harming, that is not good. Would you say that
Who gets to decide what's harmful?
against people?
Who gets to decide what's harmful?
Me.
No, fuck you.
So,
sorry, you just said the collective.
You
just said the collective. So no, you as an individual
It was
don't
a
get
joke.
to decide.
It was a joke.
Okay.
The collective doesn't need to make decisions for the benefit of the collective. I don't know what that talking point is. Sister, should I be allowed to?
Are you saying that the
cut
collective
myself-
should make
Yeah, no, you're not going to get
decisions?
past
Whoa,
that.
whoa,
I'm
whoa.
sorry.
Whoa.
Yeah, this doesn't matter because if it's just you deciding, then you can fuck straight the hell off.
It was a joke. It's
and
not.
my
just me
biggest-
It's
deciding.
not a
That was
joke. It's not a joke. You don't want to allow people to vote on it.
And
It's not
my
a joke.
biggest
Yeah,
You
that's
do
why I
want to control
responded.
every.
That's why I.
You do want to. It's not a
I
joke.
don't.
You do. It's not a joke. You
Well, it
do
is
want
up
to
to him.
control everybody.
He's a
it's
voter.
up to him not
I
to watch
don't.
it. It's up to him not to watch it. It's up to him not to have it in
I'll
his
let you
marriage.
guys-
Like over and over again. Like it's really weird that you're trying to dictate and like you preach a lot of things also, Hale, that you actively do not practice. So I think it's even weirder that you want to tell people like what they can and can't do when you have a lot to say about shit you don't follow.
I don't
Hale,
know
can
what
I
you're
ask you a
referring to
question?
specifically. No, I'm going to ask her my question. Should I be allowed to take a knife and rip it down my arm?
I don't know. I just think you're talking an awful lot for
Messy.
someone who can't
Should I
successfully
be
complete a
able to
grocery
take a
trip by
knife and
himself.
rip it down
I
my
gave your
arm?
powers back, Messy, didn't I?
Sister,
I'm sorry, what?
yeah.
Yes, I have them.
You did.
Okay.
Sister, should I be able to take a knife and rip it
Nobody's
down my
fucking.
arm?
God damn it!
This
I
is
fucking
weird.
hate that you center yourself in the whole fucking. Every conversation you center yourself.
I just
Yeah,
dog
hell,
people so
you need
quickly.
no,
and then
no.
it's
Hell,
like,
hell.
Yeah,
You
it's
just
kinda
admitted
odd.
on live yesterday that you can't successfully complete a shopping trip in the grocery store by yourself. You need to uncenter yourself a little bit and let the adults talk a little more, please.
That's actually
Wouldn't it
really
be disturbing?
being
disturbing.
ableist
Aren't you about to have a
is kind
child?
of super weird. Yes, I am. So can you answer my question?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Can
Oh,
you answer my
go
question?
Army. You
What
won't
is
like
so
it. He's
crazy
not
is-
married. Go Army. He's not married, and he had a child out of wedlock. You won't like that.
I don't like it either.
Well, then what are you doing?
What do you mean? Then what am I doing? I can't
why aren't you
take
getting
back
married
a
then?
He was
kid. I'm
sinning,
not gonna get
sister.
an AB
He was
because we're not
sinning.
If he
married.
gets married
Why?
after.
That's why I'm asking. Why aren't you doing that?
Can you answer my
preach
question
that.
instead of pivoting?
No, because your question is
It's honestly
ridiculous.
none of our business.
Why is my question ridiculous?
Oh, go Army! Don't say none of your business when you're up in everybody's business
Oh,
and
sister,
you
you
make
put your
it
business
well
out there for
known.
everybody. You go straight to your bedroom, like, and what y'all
Yeah.
watch and stuff. Like, I
So
don't
why
talk
can
about.
why can I not harm
I
myself
wish I
with
could go
this?
to her
About what
It's
I
bedroom with
sexual
her.
and I
about
want
what I
to.
watch, I made it very clear that I don't have pornography in my
Yeah,
relationship.
that's great,
So, and
sister.
you're
Why can't I harm myself
Why not?
if I
Why not? It's
want
so
to?
great.
I mean, actually, you can. They just put you on a 72-hour hold, and then you go right back to doing what you.
that's very true.
Yeah, well,
example,
it's
Steve.
illegal to.
You get jealous
Yeah,
of your
so
man
wait,
watching
so
something
why am I
I
losing
don't think he
freedom?
watches it either.
Why am I losing my rights? I lose my Second Amendment right, and my bodily autonomy is taken away from me.
Second Amendment right
It's
has
much
nothing
more
to do with
longer than 72 hours, by the way. If you actually
would
do what I
know.
said, but I would know, yeah. Does anyone have anything besides personal attacks, or are we just admitting defeat this early?
I'm not
No,
admitting
I'm
defeat.
just
I
not
think it's
arguing with
weird.
someone who can't go to Food Line by themselves and leave with everything they went there for.
I can't
I
believe
can't
you
go to
guys.
Food Line. I can dog the shit out of you on politics.
Yeah, I still can't.
I'm sure you can.
I still can't believe
you couldn't
guys.
even spell
Hey,
I
Mojo
IC.
still can't.
talking.
What the fuck?
Sorry,
Hang
go
on,
ahead,
Mojo
Mojo.
speaking. Shut the fuck up.
I still can't believe that you guys let him center himself. Why the fuck do you always just talk to him?
So easy, Mojo.
Because he's interesting, Mojo. He's cooking.
You also need to
He's
you need
not.
to control
He's a little
optics.
fucking child. You need to shut the fuck up.
You guys are
Child.
spamming the mute too
Shut
fast.
the fuck up.
How old is
Shut
he?
up,
How old
dude.
is he?
We don't even
I don't care.
Who gives a fuck?
Mojo, how would you recommend like uncentering him, because he'll consistently just talk in that monotone, unmedicated voice, and it's hard to have conversations around someone who's entering into the space.
It's not. You just simply address fucking Go Army or some shit.
Okay.
It's
What's
the most hilarious part is that someone who makes every argument self-centered to then turn around and argue for collectivism. It's just kind of fucking weird.
I didn't make any argument.
How the fuck did you just fucking bring it back into the goddamn conversation? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Sister, the reason why you don't like have it in your relationship, your man doesn't watch it, and you're probably not attracted to a person that would at this point in your life and so forth. For all the same reasons that it would probably be a better idea for everybody in society, for all people taking part of it, people that are benefiting, because at the end of the day, there's more than just making a dollar. And
no,
these are people, right? So what we should do is just ban it. We should get rid of it.
Hold on, my daughter just came down. I'm not going to have this conversation in front of her. Hold on.
You think? You want to abolish corn?
Yeah, I think so. At this point, I think that would be better at this point for everything in society to just outright, completely ban it across all.
Just ban
So can
everything that doesn't benefit the collective.
What's
Everything.
the
Jokes on you, some people can.
Based take.
What's the punishment for getting caught? I don't know, videotaping you and your wife having sex.
That's a good point.
Well, you can do that if that's what you're into, but there's no reason that you need to go around showing other people that.
What if I want to show somebody else?
What
The
if
other
that's
people
a
pay
kid?
for it.
Showing somebody else.
Yeah.
It's
What about the people- what about the people-
What are you going to throw me in jail for doing that? Sharing it with my neighbors, with my best friends?
This is
Probably
such
not
a
to that
facetious
extent, but
argument, like
what would happen is once it's outlawed, and the rare instances that do pop up, coupled up with the law and so forth, you'd be so ashamed, like it would be, and society would just shame you to the point where it's the law.
It won't be a rare occasion that pops up. It'll be a multi-billion-dollar underground industry
of
And
people
then-
showing their wife getting screwed.
Wait, this is actually
That's
this
gonna
is
be a
actually
common.
true. This is actually true. This is a libertarian win here, because if you take it away from everybody, there will be a black market. You know damn well there will be a black market, which means it's still going to exist. You're not going to be able to stop it. And as a matter of fact, you create a demand for it even more than existed before that.
I'm an underground. I'm an underground.
Yeah, that's not. It's not.
I'm an
2000
underground
anymore.
corn supplier to a friend in Tennessee because it's banned there.
Humans are naturally rebellious. Humans are going to
Well,
rebel no matter
I'll
what.
pray for you, Messi.
Right?
Please don't.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
what is also
What do you think like
natural
fucking
is
punk rock came
humans
from and all that shit?
imposing hierarchy upon those who are rebellious.
Well,
That's the whole
also a
point.
thing.
This black
Yeah,
market
people that are subjugated
argumentation.
violently rebel. So
Also,
Yeah,
a good thing that I feel
it's
like
before
hasn't
they
been
don't
brought
actually.
up yet. Hale, quiet down, please. Another thing that hasn't brought up yet is, wouldn't they have to surveil you? Like, they would have to watch
Yes.
what you're looking at online. Like, I
Yes.
also, not only do I believe in freedom of speech, I don't want people to be up in all of my business, right? And I thought that's what Republicans were very much all about.
No, we passed the Patriot Act like 20
Lordy
fucking years
Jesus.
ago. Obviously.
Are you guys gonna want a camera in every toilet and a camera on the ceiling of every bathroom so they can see what you're looking at?
I do want cameras almost everywhere. Yeah.
Well, and also
sounds like a
I don't
kink.
care.
Sounds like a kink, honestly.
Voyeur. I hear they make some porn categories like that.
So just to be clear, people are
red
for
meat-
abolishing
red meat
72-hour
is
holds.
way more harmful than
Right.
porn, for sure. For
We
sure.
we should be limiting the
it's very
amount of
clear
red meat
that
people intake. Yeah.
It's very clear that rugs are much more harmful to people than cream corn is, and yet also much easier to ban because it is a physically traded substance as opposed to a digitally traded substance, and yet you still can't win that fucking war. It's still a loss.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, watch.
Are
Watch. Go look at the Philippines. Go look at every other.
Are people fent leaning in China? Like,
Wait,
where
Go
they
Army. Have
produce
you never?
most of the fent?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hal.
No, don't. Go on.
Go Army. Have you ever watched it before?
For sure. Before, yeah, for sure. Long time ago, for sure.
Yeah, long time. So when you're a lot younger, that's kind of.
Not but like years ago.
And when does it
Yesterday.
When does it become just a quick question also, when does it become where it's not acceptable anymore? Because as somebody who my husband deploys a lot, right, I might send him some risky pictures because we are apart often, and I like to keep it spicy. I like to keep our relationship spicy. So would that be considered illegal? But it's just for my husband.
No, ma'am. You guys
I'm
are
sending
doing
it. I'm transporting it.
Yeah, you guys are doing
It's
the
a man
equivalent. This is actually even worse than bringing up, incest or something in an AB debate. That's essentially what you're doing right now. What I'm talking
where's
about
the
is
line?
the
Tony,
mass
hey, Tony,
banning.
quick
Yeah, I'll
question.
give you the line. It's super simple. It's not that complicated. Okay, so you ban the sale of any pornographic content, and you also just ban these companies completely outright.
Right. Hey Tony,
so my
have
husband slides
you
me a
ever
50.
watched it?
Websites
and
too.
you make it
Websites.
illegal.
Good, go ahead. If you're going to bring somebody else up, go ahead. I got nothing else.
No, I'm
The
just
moral of
asking
the
you.
story
I'm
is he's
asking
just
you. Have you ever watched it?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, I'm a guy.
Okay,
Every guy's
Steve from
watched
State
it.
Farm.
That's a yes.
I know.
I guarantee
Steve from
you every man has, right?
Every man has. Give me a
Steve
break.
from State Farm.
Have you, Messi? Have
Yes,
you?
I prefer
What
girl
message?
on girl when I do though.
That's hot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
What'd you want to ask me?
have you watched? Have you
A
partaken?
long time ago, yeah.
A long time ago.
I don't want to make it. I'm not going to make it creepy. Get out of here.
I mean, I did 2 hours ago.
That's okay. And again, it should be a choice, right? As long as this is all consensual, no one's being trafficked, we should be totally hey, this is America, freedom. If you guys don't like freedom, I'm going to take a line from the Republicans. See you later.
I'm good.
It's interesting what Hale brought up, that they wouldn't just the sale of it. So what we've seen in black markets, right? For instance, DC, when the Mary Chain wasn't legal, you would purchase a sticker and get the flower for free. So I think we just see a bunch of stickers being sold.
The moral of the story is Hale just
99% of it's on your phone or the internet. What are you, black market?
Yeah, when even the state bans have been extremely effective.
Yeah, Florida.
Mojo, can I tell
people
a
say
funny
go
story?
get a VPN.
They're not.
Yeah,
I was going to say they're not
works
effective at all.
They
Mojo,
are
can I
because
tell a funny
people are
story?
forced to go and spend $100 a year on
About
NordVPN
corn?
if they want to access it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
hold on.
Kat.
Hold on.
You can just
Hold on.
free market solved the
Hold
problem.
on. Fuck. Go ahead, Missy.
Okay, so before I moved to Indiana, I had a house in Tennessee, and my grandmother would come clean for me, and my grandfather would mow the yard. And they were there one day when I was at work, and she wanted to turn the TV on. Well, I forgot to take out the DVD. So when she turned it on, it was
Brown chicken, brown cow.
just a full-on orgy
Oh, no,
in my big
Granny.
screen, a flat screen in the living room.
Granny down, granny down.
Moral of the story is Hale just hates people making money off of it because it's much easier to implement authoritarianism and control poor people.
Dude, it's like Beetlejuice. You gotta stop
Bro,
saying his name.
what? I was
Don't call her
actually
Granny, it's Nana.
What the hell? What about the people that make a living off of doing that?
perspective
What
I'm
do you say?
coming at it from all. That's kind of weird that you immediately think of like economics in this conversation. The vast majority of people doing this are not making money.
Are you serious?
They're not
making money off it.
Dude, OnlyFans is a multi-billion-dollar industry. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
thank
what
you for reminding me. I got to
percentage
retake a
of
picture of my license.
OF users are millionaires?
To put your
Most
license on that
Americans
site,
aren't.
Nessie.
I don't think most Americans are millionaires. But I think there's a lot of people that can like pay their bills with it, and I'm totally fine with that. Like as long as you're not being like graphic, like pop off queen, like use what you
Do
got.
you agree with me selling? Okay,
Hang on.
there's
Go Army was
like
trying to ask
3
me something.
questions that have been dodged completely. It's embarrassing.
What were you going to ask? Go Army.
You said you have to put your license in to get access to that website.
No, to sign up for it.
Yikes! Yikes!
Well,
Is that
to
what
make-
you do?
To make sure
I don't
you
because they
are
denied
of
me
age.
because it was blurry. I was rejected.
Shouldn't that be a good thing? We're like making sure people are of age to like be on that site, right?
It's funny though because these corporations, the law wasn't, hey, we're banning you. The law was if you want to operate in the state, you have to age verify. And they said, no, we refuse to do that. So we're just going to self-ban from your state. Which is I wonder why they would do that. Why would they not just apply an age verification? Their excuse was it compromises privacy, but they have tons of premium subscribers that they have their information. Is their privacy compromised? I don't understand. That's a bit weird. But, the question that I was going to pose earlier is, your response to my Blade question. So you're for getting rid of 72-hour holds on people that hurt themselves?
No, just you.
No,
I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how we get back to a Puritan world. How do we go back to what we had before the Revolutionary War? We've got people like Go Army here that wants to move us all the way back pre-Revolutionary War. I mean, do you want to take away women's rights to, I don't know, have bank accounts and shit too?
Go Army. That's
I wouldn't want to take away bank accounts for women, but I would just hope the society would eventually turn into where women don't need a bank account. They can just share one with their husband. There's no need for his bank account, her bank account,
Yeah, but what if a woman is single?
Backwards ass motherfucker.
I was going to say, that's basically how it is now, other than for single people.
If you get divorced or something, for sure, your husband passes away or something, for sure.
If you get divorced? Wait, what if you're single?
I mean, there'll be some circumstance. I mean, it's not as objective like black and white. That easy.
Are you saying that you want to force women to get married at fucking 16 or 18 or some shit?
16 or nothing like that. No way. I mean, not force nobody to get married. I would like women to get married at a younger age, ideally, for sure. For sure.
I wouldn't force it, but it'd be sure awesome if they did get married at 16.
Army.
Jesus Christ.
Go Army. Go
obviously
Army.
over 18, everything.
Go Army. Can you listen to me for a second?
I'll say 16.
I used to be given a written check on Wednesdays for $125 to go to the bank to get cash, to go to the grocery store with a toddler, to be sure that I only had put $125 worth of food in my cart because that's what I had. Because I wasn't allowed to have be on the bank account or have one. And I
What?
didn't have
How
a job
come?
because I was a stay-at-home mom.
Well, how come you? Well, how come?
Because that's what I was told I had to do.
Well, see that this is a whole different. See, you're mixing the things. You didn't have a good part. I mean, I don't know you. I'm not tagging personally, not like that, because I've been divorced too. We know that, and been remarried. But my first life.
So you don't agree with that?
No, yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's
I mean,
kind of the same thing that you're
but-
saying that you want the government to do, and that's how the society
you
would
just
be.
picked a bad partner, Messy. Like a good man
No,
that
he's
really,
actually
really
not
loved you would just
he's
be
not a
like,
terrible
"Here's my
person.
card to everything."
We both had our
Like,
flaws, but that's at the time that's how he
For sure.
wanted to budget
He
money.
was bad enough to divorce.
yeah, I mean, I get it. That's why you guys are divorced.
Like,
Like, I understand. Like,
I think it's kind of funny that like everything you guys like accuse like Islam of being, you guys are literally fucking advocating for the same shit.
I don't accuse.
It's
When
like
the fuck do you hear me accusing Islam of shit?
Well, not you, not you. I'm talking more about like Go Army and shit like that. It's like everything.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know nothing about no Islam. I've been in the middle of
They basically want the Christian equivalent of Sharia.
Seriously.
No, it's got nothing to do. No, that's not true. That's not true. But maybe
That
a
is
little
true.
bit.
I mean, wouldn't you not believe in divorce?
Maybe a little bit.
I just own it, Army.
What's
you know
that?
you do. I said,
This
just own it.
recruit
You know you
difficulty
do.
attempt is hilarious.
You guys are like, why didn't we think of Sharia first? We could have been.
I just
doing
know
this
you
for
guys can't take a
centuries.
joke, so I don't want to. What's that?
I mean, you were just like, I wouldn't force 16-year-olds, but man, it sure would be nice if they got married younger. Come on, man.
That's not what I said. You keep repeating that, like focused on that. Do you like 16?
It's the
for some
second
reason?
time I've repeated what you said.
That was me.
I said 18
16.
multiple
He said
times.
18.
I said, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you came back
You-
and said
okay,
18
everyone,
after
here's
I
the thing.
said what
Everyone,
you
here's the
said.
thing.
I read between the lines.
Okay, Dad. Listen, my grandpa and grandmother, not necessarily them, but pretty much their generation amongst all the old people in America you talk to, of like that really old generation, they all have these crazy love stories where they fell in love young and they stayed together 59,000 years together and had 1,900 grandkids, and I see today, and like they had to like court around the women in high school, and it was like a big, like they had to like prove themselves, right? So that was like a one relationship forever. So and that's when they were younger, like 18, 19. You fast forward to today, women by the age of 18, 17, 16, they're already with multiple men and things like that. Not all, but that's kind of like the society we live in. It's very
What in the
like
Handmaid's Tale
sexually
is this
perverted,
shit?
things like that. So it's like, no, I'd much rather have the more base, like go back, like for sure. I'd rather have people fall in love again and be like one family and love each other and in a perfect, like that. I look back on art and I love that. Like,
So go Army. Let's analyze that for a sec. You said your grandparents, and it makes sense. Like my grandma, she was like, "What do you mean you're dating one person? You should be dating a lot, courting lots of girls." So it's a different time. But when your grandparents did that, your grandmother could not get a bank account. You could support a family of 4 on one income and send your kids to college and take vacations. So, like, if you want to return to that, one, you would have to strike down some rights for women, but two, you'd also have to get on board with the party that is pushing for more income equality, right? To actually drive up the economic earning potential of the masses.
Wait.
So you're aligned with the like banning women's rights, but it doesn't matter if we live in a world where you need 2-income household to raise a family of 4 and send them to college when
Yeah,
grandparents could do
this is
it
the
on one.
craziest reach ever. You either
That wasn't
agree with
addressed
the
to you at all,
proposition.
Hell.
I know you're trying to play on recruit, but
Okay, Taylor, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 25, and I voted for Harris.
Okay. And Hush Puppy, I don't even know if you're here. I don't even know if you know you're on the panel.
Yeah, I actually didn't really mean to join, so I can go. I don't know how to like.
Okay, I can drop you back down. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Everybody left now. Now who's microwaving? Stargazer, do you know you're on the panel?
Oh shoot, no. But
That's funny. Everybody left, then everybody left.
Sorry, I had requested up earlier because I wanted to ask Hale a question. I don't know. I prompted Messy to ask you, but I don't know if she did. I was wondering what actually turns you on, Hale.
Whoa. You know, I discuss my sexual desires with people that I'm friends with and stuff. I'm pretty prude though, so you'd have to get me either off my meds or in a goofy mood where I'd be saying something like that on a TikTok panel.
Right,
Also,
no,
I feel very
respect
weird
that.
telling you because
Absolutely, and I
you remind me of
respect that
my
100%.
grandmother, but
Right, and I probably am your mother's age, so it's not a problem. But I guess what I'm getting at is, do you use anything to get yourself stimulated that maybe could be controlled or stopped?
no.
Okay.
I don't know what you
Well, like you want to stop
specifically mean
pornography.
by that.
You want to stop pornography, and
Oh,
that.
you're asking if I watch corn? No.
No, I'm not asking you that because I don't believe you do. But there might be other things that you do or use that could stimulate you and possibly be outlawed at some point.
And does it have
I
to
think
do with doo-doo?
she's oh, come on. You stole that from me, Mojo.
She said doo-doo.
Like, is there anything you do? Like, do you knuckle punch your chocolate starfish while not watching corn?
I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do.
It's a sexual thing.
No, I don't. I don't know what any of that meant.
Oh, sweet summer child.
What the fuck?
And I've watched lots of corn, and I still don't know what that means. But
So, so you've watched it, but now you want to outlaw it? How fair is that to the young boy coming up now and wants to see some titties or something? You know, I mean, that's not fair.
would you say the same about cigarettes?
Yeah. Tobacco's been around for
You want
thousands of
13-year-olds to be able to smoke cigarettes?
No, I think they should be
Okay, that's what I
18 or
meant.
16 if they go to war, 18 if they don't.
Okay.
For
Well,
cigarettes.
they raised right when I turned 21. They raised it to 21.
Oh, did
And that's
they?
fine with me. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think it should be raised. I don't want. It's a harmful substance that children
I don't
get
know why
addicted to
anybody.
very early.
I don't know why anybody would want to put themselves into their own slavery. It doesn't make any sense to me that anybody would want to put themselves in a position where they're being controlled by somebody else. That doesn't.
Right, exactly.
What do you mean?
What if masturbation
substance,
became outlawed?
Mojo?
Huh?
Corn
A
literally does the
substance
same
or a
thing.
person?
Corn
I mean a
literally does the
person.
same thing.
I mean, a
What if-
I
person.
don't. What are you talking about?
What if
guys
masturbation
wanna-
became
you guys
outlawed
want-
because what you're doing is killing sperm when you do that?
No, no. You're also saving your prostate,
You'll go blind too.
right? Right, Stargazer, you're saving your prostate.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about a person putting
Yes.
your lives in the hands of another person, where that you have no control over your own body, and some other person gets to make decisions for you.
Like
Sounds awfully libertarian of you, Mojo.
No,
No,
it's
he's
just
against
normal.
it, actually.
Bros-
I'm sorry.
bros
It's just,
for
I'm
bodily
sorry.
autonomy,
I'm sorry.
therefore libertarian.
Hello. I'm sorry, but yeah, controlling your own body is probably just generally normal for most human beings. Most human beings aren't going to want to live in authoritarian states.
I disagree. I think most people would rather live in authoritarian, where things are more like controlled for them, and things are just easy, and they don't have these like all this crazy stuff. Like it would be much simpler. And
If we wanted to live in an authoritarian state, we would have never fought the Revolutionary War.
I mean, the only people that think that way, and this isn't a dig at you, is dumb people.
Silliest take of all time.
The only
We wouldn't
people
have
that
put-
have a problem managing the world around them is dumb people. Dumb people want to be told what to do. Smart people don't. That's not a dig at you, Army. I'm just saying.
Great argument, man.
And
Thank you,
anyway, I'd
Hal.
like to see some statistics.
Go mind your
from that.
chocolate starfish, please.
Do you believe in IQ, by the way? Do you think it's a?
Okay, I also
No,
want to
it's
know.
fake.
I
didn't think
I
you
want to
did.
know.
Yeah.
I want to know. I want to know. Go Army. Do you also want to ban like lawnmower porn?
I would be okay with saying, hey, this is me, this generation. We would be okay with like across banning it, like actual
I
corn
said
across everything.
I said lawnmower.
Nah. This is the way I connect with the youth. I do sick edits and stuff. So, you know what I'm saying?
That sounds really
Sick
gross.
at it, bro.
Wow, how
That
old are
sounds
you?
really gross overall. This
How
is
old are
the
you,
way you
Army?
connect with the youth is to show them your lawnmower. What the
Well,
fuck?
unlike you guys,
This is
no,
another
just unlike you
problem
guys.
with
You guys wouldn't
porn
understand
is
this. I'm actually a
how
leader in
it's
the community.
sexualized everything.
Yeah, I'm a leader in the community, and we, you know, what young men need these days is somebody that's actually a leader in the community that follows the rules and is
You
a
mean
good
like
person,
a pastor
and
in
they
a
can look up
Catholic
to.
church? You mean like a pastor in a Catholic church?
Well, I don't think there are pastors in the Catholic Church. I think
Whatever the
there's,
fuck they're
like,
called.
Oh, that was so based.
You
Bro
know,
took his joke and flushed it down the toilet.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about the Catholic Church. To be honest, I've only been there a couple times, and I don't like to bash them. So I don't know. Some good, some bad. It's like anything else, you know.
Yeah, I know. You. It's only if it's Christian, it's okay. I get it. Noel, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to just ask Go Army if he thinks that part of like setting, being a good role model for young men, and is also talking about like healthy habits in terms of healthy sexual habits, which might include, like masturbating and things like that. Because I think that the individuals who don't do that and don't practice healthy habits actually contribute detrimentally to like instances of DV and inappropriate consent relationships with their female counterparts.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about that kind of stuff with children, like the youth, like 13, 14-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? That's for something between their parents and for them to figure out. This is more like sports, things like that, extra, things outside the school. And I have no. What do you want me to do? Talk to them about that? Like, that's creepy stuff, bro. That's weird. Like, it's more like.
Sure, I guess I should rephrase it in saying, like, don't you think it is important let's say parents, do you think it's important for parents to talk about healthy sexual habits, or they get it from the school system? Because I don't think we talk about healthy habits like that, and I think we do end up with individuals who display maladaptive behaviors that might include DV, SA, those types of things, because they're not taught healthy sexual habits.
Well, healthy sexual habits is like subjective. That's like what you may think is healthy, may another person may. And I think most people, up until recent times, like you can't just sit there and pleasure yourself. It's a sin. Like God's watching. Like you're pleasured for a very quick moment, and then you're back to feeling worse before you did it. So it's like that's just if you're seeking this world, the pleasures of this world. Then it's like, if that's all you want, if you're about pleasures in this world, then sure. But to talk to young men, like healthy habits is to don't do it. Don't have schmecks at all. Save that for a person that you really care about, you really love. And it's a special thing that you guys can share. And if she doesn't agree with that, then she doesn't love you. You know what I'm saying? And and I just tell them, like, you'll be far better off in life if you do that than don't,
How did preaching
Wait, hold
nothing
on.
but
Steve. Stargazer, go ahead.
Army, self pleasure is not a sin. It doesn't say that anywhere in the Bible.
Sure, but as we know, it's very destructive. It's worse than schmugs. It's a very addictive, very like self-destructing, just for quick pleasure. So it'd be best to just save that for marriage. Like save that for a woman that you can share that special experience with. Don't just sit there all day. Like that's not healthy.
What's the okay? Give me the statistics on people that become addicted to it and do it, to a point of severe. I mean, I don't agree.
Stargazer, we're people. We're humans. We're easily addicted to everything that's pleasurable. Like that doesn't mean it's always good, right? Or healthy.
Cupcakes and donuts. Should we cut out cupcakes and donuts and all sweets?
Yeah, I don't think a
that can be
donut,
addictive.
eating a donut's the same.
That could be addictive too.
Yeah, we should restrict. Everyone should have a card that has all their information and their social credit score, and they should only
And
be
they should
allowed
only
to
be
buy
allowed
a
to
Is a
certain amount
social
of
credit score.
alcohol and donuts per month. Yeah,
What the fuck is a social credit score?
you already.
Except
if you don't know
I
what that is,
control
brother.
what
I
your
don't.
quota is, and it's unlimited, so we can move on. You're welcome, y'all. I'm keeping cupcakes and donuts.
You're twisted, Go Army. I'm sorry, but you are twisted.
That Stargazer, you know it's correct. Your grandfather wasn't like that, sitting around fornicating and having kids. Like that's degenerate. They were about working all day and coming home to their wife. That's the way when people used to be happy and stuff like that. Like
I'm sorry,
not
but my
this
grandfather.
like
I'm sorry,
sicko
but
like I got to find
my
pleasure everywhere I
grandfather
can
was
find
an
it.
alcoholic. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, unfortunately, those people went through some real hard times. Like today, if anything like happened like that, they'd be too busy fornicating and worried about when they can get off and their next bit instead of actually taking care of.
Army, why do you think that whole generation are called the baby boomers?
Right.
Well,
the largest population ever.
For sure.
Yeah,
But they also
did they happen to be fornicating?
Ooh, not that.
Again, sorry.
Did they happen to be fornicating?
Probably not. You don't have time to be fornicating when you're like actually
Oh my
risking
fucking
your
God! How do you
life or
think
death.
women get pregnant? You dipshit!
Come
Where
home,
does the baby come
They
from?
made love. Yeah, they made love to these women. They made love to these women. A lot of these people were all still married till today. Recently. And it's like that's very respectful and our tradition. That's America to me. And now it's just like, oh, you should just sit there and it's okay to pleasure yourself in your room all day. Like,
Yeah,
like
they
that's insane.
didn't have time. They didn't have time to jerk off because they were too busy participating in a prohibition economy. Granddaddy ran whiskey in a big black Dodge, Copperhead Road.
Right.
Who fucking raised y'all that you grew up in a household where you were just flicking your bean in your room all day?
That's what you. I just assume that because everything is like a schmexual reference or anything to you guys. That's the number one thing on your mind.
I think
You're literally talking about outlawing masturbation and corn and talking
nobody
about
said
sitting
that.
in your
Nobody
room
said that.
pleasuring yourself all day. This is a reflection of y'all, not us.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe in that. I'd stay away from that. I keep people busy all day. You don't have time to do that.
I think you might have an issue that you're covering up for.
All right, there's not any debate here, dude.
It's ridiculous. This is. It's.
Oh, Hell had to leave.
Oh, he was just gonna misspeak again. I was gonna make him look like an asshole for misspelling something. He was trying to lord over other people from his IQ.
He just, if he's not the center of attention, he doesn't like being in the room.
Yeah.
Just like Donovan.
How can you simultaneously advocate for being the center of attention and advocate for collectivism at the same time? It's just fucking weird.
Wait, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't advocate for collectivism.
That was his entire argument while he was up here.
He's a monarchist, and he wants basically a feudal system.
That is collectivism, is it not?
No.
In a way, it is. It's one
it's
person
not.
controlling the collective.
No. The rest of them are not collectives, and they are not treated the same. They're not treated as a collective. They are treated as individual slaves or property. I don't know, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that have no individual rights because they're treated as a collective. I understand it's not collectivism in the same form. I get it, but my point is, how can you be, self-serving to the point of wanting to be the center of attention, and at the same time be advocating for everyone to be a collective, where no one has any rights to be anything with any individual liberty at all? It doesn't fucking make sense.
Wait, then even according to your definition, He's advocating for the exact same thing that he's saying. If you think
Which
that
is
a
what?
feudal system is a collective, and you think that a monarch is a controlling factor, then he is arguing exactly for the thing that you say that he shouldn't be arguing for.
I guess I don't understand how.
You said, how can you be a collectivist but want to control everybody? He wants a
No, I
monarch
said
that can.
how can you be an individualist and think everything revolves around you, but want a collective to where you're a nobody?
Okay, so once again, he believes that everything revolves around the monarch, and you label a feudal system as a collective body where the monarch gets to control everybody. That's the way you view it, and that's the way he's talking.
Unless you are the monarch, nothing revolves around you then.
Yeah.
So he's wants to be the monarch, I guess? I mean, I guess I don't understand.
He says he doesn't, but I imagine that he does. He's the one who wants to make the decisions on what can be seen and not seen and had and not had. Right? He's in here. He's the one in here saying we need to ban porn.
It's so ironic that someone that can't successfully complete a grocery store trip thinks that they're going to be the monarch.
He says he doesn't want to be the monarch, but he's the one who wants to make decisions for everybody. So I don't know how that could possibly be true either.
Do you think there's a greater good for society? You should just like people just do whatever they want. Like at the end of the day, it's going to be chaos.
I think we do form societies, and I think we do accept the fact that society is going to have to control a certain portion of your rights, because society defines your rights as well. So, sure, yeah, your government's going to say that you can't murder somebody else, as it should be. But if you're not harming somebody else, then the government shouldn't be doing shit.
Yeah, my rights come from my creator.
No, your rights come from government. You go walk up to a bear and say, God gave me the right to be alive, and the bear's going to swat you in the face.
Exactly. I have the ability. God gave me the ability to take that bear out. Like,
no. Well, God gave the ability for the bear to take you out.
According to the documents as they're written, your creator gave you the right to life, liberty, and property, and then your government gave you all of the other rights that protect those three. That's the system that it's supposed to be.
Yeah, except property. Does God give you property? Really? Where's my God-given property? I want some fucking God-given property. What the fuck?
That's how it's stated in the Declaration of Independence.
40 acres of a mule, baby.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which we later translated to property.
Yeah, because happiness is undefinable. Yes, it's a translation from John Locke's Second Treatise on Government. I get it. CS, you came back.
CS. Sorry I didn't say hello when I came in the room.
She missed her favorite topic.
Ooh, nice
mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. What did I miss?
Mute.
I'm not muted. What did I miss?
Sex, masturbation, porn.
Why is that my favorite topic?
I don't know.
You're not a part of it. Go Army doesn't mean.
No, it was more about women owning bank accounts and so forth.
Okay. What's
there? we have figured out that Go Army wants all women to be married off when they're 18, forced to be married.
And Hale said 16.
You said
16. Hale was good with 16.
And we don't know for sure, but we're pretty sure that Hale likes to finger tap his O-ring instead of watching corn.
All right. So wait, Go Army. All right. Reset. Go Army. So when do you think it would be appropriate for a woman to make a decision on like who and how she should be married to somebody?
She don't get to make that decision. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's up to her.
Oh, good. I'm glad we agree. So, I don't know. I wasn't here before, so I'm not like trying to be like.
Well, but here's the issue, though. Yes, here's what you're forgetting. It's not that simple. Back when my grandfather, when this country was traditional and it was beautiful and all these things were going on, and what happened is one income could you buy all these things, go on vacation for your children, blah 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 blah. Okay, back then, they got married young. And the society, you couldn't just wait around till you're older and never get married and so forth. You couldn't make it. And most people got married young, fell in love, and the relationships were beautiful, and they're married to this day, and blah 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 blah. And nowadays, women that's just not how it is today. Women have multiple partners, things like that, etc.
Yeah.
At a very young age.
Do you think that there's some?
Yeah, because we disbanded the gold standard and everything went to shit.
Stop, Steve. This is my argument. So, Gawarmi, do you think that there's some sort of parallel between like women gaining rights and gaining their own bank accounts and having the freedom and having a place in the workforce that allows them to pick and choose what they want to do with their lives? That there's some
Absolutely.
sort of parallel to what's happening.
Like probably feminism, communism, that way. If
Do you think people getting to choose their own rights or getting to have their own rights, or like again, just one basic little thing, having the right to own property, do you think that's communism?
No, my great grandmothers, they can have property left to them, exactly like things like that. That's fine, and women can have bank accounts. That's fine as well. But the norm in society, why would a woman even want a bank account? Why would you want a bank account? You don't want to deal with all that. You want to just play with your kids all day, raise these beautiful little babies, and drive your little fancy new sports, things like that. So it's like.
Go Army, I think you're just trolling me. I think you're just trolling me at this point.
Can I ask something, CS?
And back then it was like a new washing machine and new things like this.
Exactly the antithetical to what I believe in. And if a woman wants to do that, I'm not going to shame her for that. However, we should have the choice. And again, it comes back to the fact that you think women should act one way, you think that we should behave one way, you think our life's purpose is one way, when you have no idea because you don't live in our skin. So I'm very confused as to why you've come to this conclusion without very factual evidence.
Can I ask something real quick? This might highlight it for them. Go Army. So your grandparents, our grandparents, mine are a little bit older than yours, I'm assuming. If they were still with us, but back in their day, there was approximately like 60% higher rate of like marriages going till the end. Would you argue that? I think those are the right stats.
Marriages lasted a lot longer back then.
Yeah, 60% higher marriage success rate. I'm just making up the term.
Yeah, it's higher, for sure.
You know what else was 60% higher back then?
No, I don't know.
Domestic violence.
Oh, well, I can control what happens in every household, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, so that's what happens when you take away women's rights and they don't have an outlet to report abuse and they just get married young. It's illegal. It's always been illegal in our country.
It wasn't at one point, though.
Because today we're trying to go forward. You're never going to get rid of that.
Okay, yeah, but it was legal.
We're trying to go back.
Yeah, you're trying to go back.
Forward.
Sorry.
Forward to backwards.
I'm trying to help Go Army understand, except for all the men keep interrupting. So that's cool. Go Army, you understand that it was legal for a woman to get raped by her husband until a certain period of time, and that was pretty recent?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It was. I'll look up the date specifically because it would be shocking to you.
Have any impact on?
And also, so when women are saying like, "Hey, we're trying to get ahead," right? We're trying to be a part of society where we can contribute and where we do contribute, and all we want is equality. And people say, "Oh, fucking feminist! Oh my fucking god!" No, what we're asking for is now we're serving the same role in employment, in jobs, in corporate offices, yet we're getting paid, I think it's 80% on the dollar. So we also have to be the primary caregiver of the children. We also have to be maybe close to equal or the breadwinner for our family, because men don't hold as many jobs or like high paying jobs as we do, because women are now allowed to be in the workforce. So it's very interesting to me that you make this assumption that we're now feminists when we're just asking for you to respect our time, what we bring to the table, and I don't know what the big issue is.
Sure. You've been severely brainwashed, and unfortunately, I hate, not personally, but feminism. You've been taught that the most successful thing in life is it's not good enough anymore. When I go around and pick any female out or any mother out, and I ask them, "What is your greatest accomplishment in life?" They say, "My kids." What is the thing you love the most in life? My husband. Okay, those are the two most important things to them. So when and it's been brainwashed ever since, like, the government's purposely try to split apart the family nucleus and try to make everybody individuals in this country, because it's easier to control people that way instead of having a big family network. They can. So what's happened now is they've purposely taught you, saying, hey, it's not good enough to raise a bunch of kids anymore and live a life where you've loved your husband your whole life, you took care of everything, and you raised a bunch of kids. It's not good enough anymore. You need to go out to the career, and you need to make that money.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we now have at least some rights in this country to understand that what you're saying is complete bullshit, and you are the one that has been brainwashed. You're the one that's been brainwashed to believe that you are the superior sex, that the patriarchy is the rule.
Yes, let me continue.
We know that women are better in leadership. We know when there's women in leadership, or at least a diverse leadership, corporate and the top corporate companies perform better. So you're absolutely incorrect. What you want is to maintain control. And I'm sorry that you feel threatened by my presence, because I can do that. So it is what it is. I don't think we'll agree on it, but I think that you're the one that's brainwashed. And so I'm sorry, you can't evolve.
Hey, CS, do you know what the highest satisfaction subgroup is in unmarried adults? Single women without children. Because they tend to build these networks that are extra familiar, a lot better than married men. Generally, the subgroup of unmarried men is one of the lower satisfaction groups. And if you look at married women with children versus married men with children, the satisfaction markers for the man are his immediate family, and for the married woman, it's like their network of friends. So women generally tend, in older age, are more resilient and have a higher satisfaction level if they remain childless and unmarried compared to men. Just thought I'd throw out that tidbit for you. Definitely not GDP. No, it's not. It's from studies.
What studies you get that from? Yeah, I want to look it up.
Look it up for you. You can just put in the Google food what I just said, and it'll take you to a plethora of studies.
I'm gonna use chat.
Yes, I will.
I'm gonna give us the key dates, but go ahead. Did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Yes. Listen, you've Stargazer. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Gormy. I'll go after you.
So you wanted to say that so you've just been taught like a career is more reward. This life is very short. CS. And the best thing you can do, the most rewarding thing you can do, is spend time with your family that you love and the time that you get with them. So when you say, oh, well, women are better at corporations, you've been taught to say, hey, no, you need to go accomplish more than that right there. And you say, well, we're leaders and this and too. Well, of course, you step into a household, you are the leader of the household. You have to get all the kids in check. You have to get their food morning, night, and their lunches for school. You have to get them ready for school. You have to do all these things. You're the leader of the house, right? But that doesn't mean you're lesser. It means you're equal with different roles. Do you understand that? The man has to go out and provide and give all that stuff.
So
do you understand that?
The thing is, Go Army, is that we now get to choose. And so what the product of that choice is for us is threatening to you. And I'm sorry that you feel threatened. But now myself, my partners, have to contend with the fact that I have options. And so I think that I can be there objectively, and I can meet you and I can say, like, listen, I know that this is probably not ideal for you because you've been brainwashed into the patriarchy, but I'm valuable in the workforce and I am also valuable in my home as well. So where do we meet in the middle? And where the middle is equality, and where the middle is what you find feminist, what is actually just giving us a voice, giving us a change.
You're hurting children doing that. You're hurting children staying away from them, not being in that. To successfully, not saying it's always 100% successful, but the best chance of success for a child to grow up and be successful in the atmosphere is at home amongst a mother that is nurturing and always there versus, hey, honey, let's get ready at 7 a.m. Let's drive to the daycare, drop you off. I'll pick you up at 4 p.m. And all during the day, all during the week, it's somebody else raising your child. I'm not saying that they won't be successful or anything like that. I've had to do that with raising children. But now that she can stay at home, it's far greater. But that comes to the role. I have to step up. So that is a very still rewarding. You guys don't think that's rewarding anymore, and that's being held back.
No, I think that's incredibly rewarding. Like, hear me. I think that's incredibly rewarding. I'm just wondering why you think that a man is not capable of doing that role. Like, are men?
Because you won't look at a man. A wife won't respect a man.
I let you go on. But why do you think that a man is not capable of fulfilling that role? Is he just inadequate?
You won't get respected the same. You won't, because a man is not adequate. Yes, you're correct. A man is not nurturing and by nature.
A man is not adequate enough.
Yeah, they're not nurturing.
To be that versatile, to go from corporate, to go to mom, to go to scheduling.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good thing.
Doctor's appointments. Listen, I have lots of friends. I talk to lots of women, and I understand how it is. I do not have children myself, but you cannot tell me that my life is not fulfilled. And again, I will say, do you want to know what happens when my sister, I will quote unquote, lets her children down? They call me. They call me and they ask me.
You're the cool aunt, though, CS. Come on.
There's nothing wrong with direction. Hold on one second, Stargazer.
Sorry.
They ask me for direction. And also at the same time, I fulfill a very, very big corporate life. And then I also can oscillate between caretaker of them. And if I choose to have children at one point in my life, that's cool too. I can do that as well. I can do all those things. I'm finding it very inadequate that a male can only do one of those things. And so I would like you to answer for that. Why can't you oscillate between the things that I can do?
Oh, they can. And a lot of men do now. You're seeing it more and more and more. But the problem is, though, biologically, the way we're made, the way we're produced, and the way we grow up is that we're not nurturing. Men aren't nurturing. When situations happen, they're logical about the way they decide. Hey, I have a child at home. She has a poopy diaper. Men are logical as in like, I have to get it done as quick as possible, blah, blah, blah. Women would approach the situation, honey, I don't want you to be in that poopy diaper. It's not good for, blah, 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 right? So they would rush over and change the diapers. Two different mentalities.
So why are men doctors? Why are men nurses? Why are men,
to be around women, honestly.
You don't think men, wait, hold on. You don't think men should be doctors?
I'm not saying that. Nurses more, I would say nurses. That's for nurses. But doctors for sure. They should be doctors that,
Why doctors? Because it takes a certain amount of empathy to actually want to help a person, right? That feeling, that emotion.
For sure. Obviously. Of course.
Well, I'm just confused because at home they can't put the Band-Aid on. They can't change the diaper, right? They gotta hand that off to the wife because that's just too fucking much for a man. But somehow they make good doctors. How is that?
But because if you're a doctor and you're a woman in America, let's be honest, you can afford things that make your life much more easier and the children be much more successful and juggle being a doctor versus your average standard middle class family.
Yeah, but shouldn't women
nannies,
be doctors
things like that?
Shouldn't women be doctors?
Somebody else raising them. Sorry.
Wait, shouldn't women be doctors?
Yeah, some should. Some should.
All of them should. I mean, according to your analysis. Wait, I have another question. What about a man who doesn't want kids? Are they like weird?
something about doctors.
Not weird. I strongly disagree with them, but I mean, it's a big world we live in, so I don't bash them or anything like that, but I strongly disagree with them. I strongly do.
All right, can I just mention one thing? I'm sorry, Mojo, just on this topic. It says research. This is by the JAMA Internal Medicine. They found that repeatedly patients treated by women physicians often have slightly better than average outcomes on some measures, but the reasons are probably more about practice patterns and communication style more than biological sex itself. So what this is saying is basically, like, objectively, women spend more time with patients. They have more guidelines and this is the explanation of why. More patient-centered communication, longer appointment times on average, more preventive care on emphasis, and then it's a large and widely discussed study published in the Internal Medicine found that hospitalized Medicare patients treated by female internists had slightly lower mortality rates and slightly lower readmission rates. So women are doing a fabulous job in medicine as well. This is just a small study. I can probably expand on this, and it would probably release a lot more if we get into like gynecology and such, but I'm just going to go on a generalization.
Kind of proving him right, though.
How?
Well, if his argument is that women are more nurturing in their nature, then that would de facto make them better doctors, right?
That's what I said.
No, that's not his argument.
Well, no, that was my argument that I made.
Right. No, I was talking about you. I was saying she was proving Mojo right.
Oh, yeah.
I want to prove Mojo right. I think Mojo is in the right.
You're not going to understand this, yes, because you probably don't have children. But if you have a child that's coming up in like second grade or third grade or something like that, ideally you don't want a 45-year-old male with no kids teaching a bunch of class full of 8-year-olds or 6-year-olds, right? 7-year-olds.
Why not? If he's educated on the subject, why not?
I mean, why not in some aspects? But ideally, you would want like a mother that had some kids and they've grown up and went off to high school and graduated. And now they're returning back to the workplace and they're naturally nurturing. That's usually what you have and what you want.
No, I don't know what you missed. And like, listen, I'm not.
It would be weird if it was not weird.
Super personal. I'm not trying to make this super personal, but I think you missed something in like. Maybe being nurtured, but like you don't have to find that in your education. Education is education. Nurturing is nurturing. Nursing, sure, you can find an aspect.
They're 6-year-olds, CS.
What was that? I'm sorry.
They're 6-year-olds, like 6 and 7-year-olds. Like like it's very young.
Yeah,
like you're basically their parent for X amount of hours.
You have to find education in that, and you have to find the proper education. So you have to find people who understand even that 6 and 7-year-old in an intellectual level. I think it's important to find that emotionally, but that's where the home comes in as well. To regulate themselves, to understand who they are and what their triggers are, and to be a safe space to understand like how you show up as a human being and how you deal with the things that like emotionally feel very struggling. We are all humans. We all get that thing, that pit in our stomach. But what do you do with that thing in the pit in your stomach? Do you react or do you hold? And those are things that should be taught at home. And that's not a teacher's job. So
I know that hiring somebody. How do I know that hiring somebody?
I'm sorry, what?
How do you know that hiring somebody? How do you see that pit in their stomach?
I'm not in hiring in.
You're hiring an elementary school teacher, right?
They have to have the qualifications. I mean, go Army, you're lumping women all in one category with no nuance. We're all supposed to be the same, be nurturing, have children, love the children, do housekeeping, cook for you guys. Like, that is a role, but that is not all that a woman is. Just like a man is not just his paycheck. It's sad that you really look upon
relationships
this way.
Sorry.
Sorry. No, allergies are tough. So I've been listening to you guys for about an hour, and you're married, right?
Right.
So again, if your wife came to you and said, honey, I really want to do this, you're just going to tell her no?
What? Do what?
Pursue an education, a higher education, a different degree, or going back to work, or whatever it is she decides she wants.
Like going back to work? Absolutely. Like, what about all the kids? Who's going to pick them up from practice? Who's going to pick them
Well,
up
why
from
can't
competitions?
you?
Who's going to pick them up from school? Because I'm working to afford this lifestyle to give these kids live in a nice area,
So is
have
she.
other nice kids to play with. It's not like, come on.
No, I mean, my husband was really great. He realized quick enough that, as he said, he had a job, I had a career. So we were lucky we earned around the same amount of money. But the thing is, he never told me, don't work. I need you here at home to nurture me and make my sandwich. He was more than capable of making his own sandwich. So what happens?
Well, he had a job. You had the career. Well, he can't support you on a job. I get it.
When I say he had a job, I mean, the man was earning $250,000 a year before bonuses. So he just knew that was a job. And I went on to manage global teams and travel the world and had a great opportunity to do that. And he was really proud of me, just like I was of him. I don't get where you're coming from.
I guess there's a small percentage of men like him. Yeah, there's a small percentage of men like him that
Well,
like
here's
their
another-
wife gone and always working and things like that, and not non-traditional things and stuff. I get it. I get it.
What happens if you pass away and she is now the single provider for the home, but hasn't been working for 7 years because she's taking care of the kids?
Yeah, well, that's why you get things like a life insurance policy.
I know, but you're
you
going
have
to earn.
insurance. You have things like that, right? You leave behind a retirement. You have leave behind GI, like veteran benefits,
You're
like
32.
all kind of stuff.
You're 32.
Yes, I'm
And
32.
you pass away. So how much, retirement do you have saved? How much, I think the average, and maybe you can help me, CS, I think you can do 3 or 5 times your salary, which, let's say if you're earning $200K, that's what, $1 million to raise kids on and college? You would earn more of that in a lifetime. Sorry, my husband just called me.
No worries. What did you want me to look up? Average salary between men and women? It's 80% on the dollar is the last that I had checked.
I just think that, I think you're trying to lump women into a traditional role and saying we're all alike and our hopes and dreams are just this, without realizing we can be more than just a mom and a wife. We're a sister. We could be a mother. We could be a friend, a best friend, an aunt. Do you know what I mean? These are different roles.
You have to get different accounts and put your money in accounts so it grows substantially. Like I have 4 529 plans for my kids, and they one of them has 100,000 for college. I know it's not a lot, but split it by.
How long did it take you to put that in?
Get that
16.
Trump account.
And I got it when she was little.
Let me ask you something. What happened?
That should get you through most schools in the country. I don't know what you mean, not a lot.
Bobby, those are big gifts to Mojo. Thank you for that.
I just
think yes, thank you,
Go
Bobby.
Army.
That's so weird. I can't see him as well now. Thank you.
What happens, Go Army, if your wife, because you're married, gets a really debilitating disease where she can't keep up in the house, or prep those lunches, or pick up your? What's your play?
I would move in a in-law, like a mother-in-law or my parents, something like that.
So you would move your family, and your wife into your parents' house, so your mom could take the place of your wife?
No, there's many options. If she can't take care of herself, and I can only take care of her when I'm there. My mother, I have a very close relationship with my parents. They live 12 houses down from me through a path through the woods. I can literally the kids go back and forth. They literally would come back and forth and help. Like I would do.
Family's important.
You know what I'm saying?
And I have family that would do the same. God forbid, what happens if this occurs to your wife after your parents have left us?
And what if there's a bunch of single people that have no family anymore, like what we have to do that? You know what I'm saying? You see where it's a problem.
Yeah. So you're the hypothetical. You know, in your world, it works because your parents are close, right? But what if both people in the marriage don't have living parents? What if you move to a new city and your state's away? How does your worldview stand up against my hypothetical of your wife getting a debilitating disease where now you have to be daddy and mommy?
That's a great question. What would you do?
So, in your instance, you've got family close, but there's lots of people who move states away from their support network, build a new one, of course. But how does your worldview stand up in the instance of your wife getting a debilitating illness, and you have to step up and be dad and mom? How do you handle that? Is your wife no longer of any value to you? What about would you stay married? Because I think what we do know in today's age is that if a husband gets cancer versus a wife getting cancer, the wife is much more likely to stay than the husband.
Can we see that study?
Yeah, you can look it up. I'm working. I'm actually playing capitalism right now, so I'm not going to pull it up. But yeah, if you doubt me, you can go look it up.
I played SimCity when I was a little too.
Okay.
I love that game.
You think I'm playing SimCity? That's adorable.
Or even if
be funny.
Sorry, Mojo. Even if what happens if you become disabled? You're going to just tell me the most you can get, I think, is 80% of your salary.
Right, he's already on 100% disability, just so you know.
I'm talking about business, build capital, stuff like that. So,
Oh, you're breaking up for me.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
I just think your lifestyle doesn't fit the reality of the world today. And your party doesn't support that either.
Okay, I want to be clear, just so you know, I'm pretty sure that he gets 100% disability from the military already.
Isn't that only $4,200 a month though?
I have no idea how much it is. I have
It's not a lot.
idea. But he's working as well, so.
Rose, it's going to depend on your rank when you get out.
It could be anybody get out. E1, E2. What if a private goes overseas and gets hit or something like that?
So you're saying the exiting rank doesn't have any bearing on how much 100% disability an enlisted person or officer gets?
Well, there's people that get 100% out of basic training, bro. That's why a lot of people, when you say, how could you attack another veteran? And how could y'all say that? This is quite a few people that from basic training get 100%, man.
He just said it changes the amount you get paid out for 100%, I think, right? Based on salary? That's what I was understanding. Did I miss that?
He's talking about retirement. Well, yeah, if you get out 10 years, retire at 10 years versus retire at 23 years. This is VA disability payment. If you're 100% permanently forever, the VA will say, hey, this dude's 100% and it's never going to get better. Anything's never going to change because, a lot of ailments are like that. So, they do it. So you're good. You can go work forever.
Are you saying that everybody that gets 100% gets the exact same amount of money?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
No,
and it's true.
Baseline pay, but it's effective. Many kids, every kid's
$70 something. You're married, your spouse, you get it. If your spouse needs like aid, if your parents live with you and need aid, if your children are in college, 18 to 21, you get a different amount on top. You get, if your thing doesn't get up, there's special pays like that, or like $100 and something extra a month and things like all that kind of stuff. So
From what I'm
it's
seeing,
hard.
you learn something new every day. So I just learned something today. E1 through O10 gets the same base rate regardless of rank. It's influenced by other factors like dependence, severe disabilities, and state of residence.
Well, you can come up. I don't know if any of this stuff.
I'm talking just for disability, by the way.
Yeah, that's disability. So everyone gets the same base disability amount, regardless of rank. It's influenced by, like what you said, your dependence, the disability you have, the severity of it, like your state, that sort of thing.
The big question you want to ask is mental health and PTSD. Can you get better over time? Should you get that disability? Should you be qualified to get it forever? Things like that. There's a lot of questions. And when you see Republicans say, oh, they're trying to take benefits away and get less and things like that, there's a lot of people that are riding the system and like doing crazy stuff like that.
Did you guys
Like,
know
basically-
the trans individuals actually qualify, some of them, for disability?
But are you allowed to work on 100% VA disability?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Absolutely. Two different ways. You can only make the poverty level, or you're just rated that for life. So you're permanently and totally, which you see the little, I'm 100% disabled all over.
So you can only work at like a minimum wage job? Even then, I don't even know if minimum wage would.
No, he's
qualify.
permanently disabled. He's permanently 100% disabled. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, you can work full time if you're 0 to 100%. The exception being a TDI, which is total disability individual unemployability benefit. So that gets you, I guess, more disability payment, but.
No, that's like, hey, we're going to pay you at 100% because you're saying, hey, I can't work a normal job, whatever. People like, I'm always getting fired, things like that. So they'll pay you at 100% if you're like 70%. There's qualifications. But you can also be 100% from like your back. You've had back surgery or knee surgery and you can never walk again the same. It's never going to get the same. So they'll deem you 100% for that. You know what I'm saying? So you'll, et cetera, et cetera. So you can go work. Why can't you work at a desk the rest of your life and make a bunch of money? You know?
Yeah, so you can be 100% disabled, but not necessarily be the status of TDIU.
Yeah. That's like people saying, hey, my disability is preventing me from working a full-time job, but at the same time, I can still like make a little bit of money and they'll pay you at 100%, etc. Yeah, that's the two different ways.
So I'm guessing someone with a TDIU gets paid more disability than someone without. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm curious too, like if what you're saying is true, that it doesn't matter whether you're out of boot camp or whether you're serving active duty or not active duty, but like deployed, you get the same amount of money as a baseline for that kind of a I just think that there seems to be some kind of I don't know. I just think that like it doesn't make sense to me how you could put in, say, 4 years or whatever and only make $4,000 off of 100% disability. Even though,
Vince, think of it like this. There's unfortunately situations that are bad situations for the females that happen to them, fresh in basic training. Should they not be compensated the rest of their life? So there are people fall off of, vehicles and they're hurt the rest of their lives and they can never serve in any capacity. So there's things like that you learn, but people can't say my drill sergeant was mean or I signed up as a combat role and like, holy moly, they got me sleeping out here in the woods for 4 days. Like this is, I'll never be the same. That's where it's, and the VA will just be like, okay, whatever.
Right, but that's why you have. Sorry, Vince, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
That's why you have different degrees of disability. The percentage matters. The percentage is what factors in the payment. You can't say you're 70% disabled, but you get 100% disability payment. That's not how it works. If you're 100% disabled, the payment is so high because they are considering you unable to hold down a full-time job and be paid by a W-2 1099 standard.
Yeah, like to me, I
TDIU,
think
that's one way for sure, for sure.
That's the
I just don't
only
understand.
way. That is the only way.
No, it's not. It's not. So if I fall off a vehicle and my leg gets caught up in a track, and let's say I lose my leg, and week 2 of basic training, and the Army said, sorry, here's 100% disability the rest of your life. What should I just sit around and not be able to get a job? No, I can go work a full-time job in corporate America with a prosthetic leg, and you can still do it. So there's 2 different ways. Now, if something happens, like I see something happen to somebody and I'm affected mentally, and they affect it, say, hey, I can't sleep, can't eat, things like that because of it, so I can't hold down full-time a job, they're not going to pay you at 100% unless they deem you unemployed. So it's 2 separate, total different things.
But you just said the first time, you just said the person is not working or is working. That is not how it works. That's why the ratings are different. It all factors in. So your time in service, your time after service.
Yeah, like to me, I just think that like
my bad. You're right.
I just think that like when I hear 100% disability, like I to me, it's like, okay, yeah, your leg got caught up in a vehicle or whatever. Sure, you should be compensated to some degree or another on that, right? But I think that like the idea that you would get a 100% disability rating, to me, that would imply then that like you are physically unable to do anything. I mean, that's kind of also, by the way, to be clear, that's kind of also the argument that gets made by a lot of conservatives when it comes to governmental programs as well. We hear like, oh, well, you might be fully disabled, but you should.
Yeah, that's totally different, Vince. That's totally different because the criteria to get disability in America. Because here's another thing you don't know: if you get 100% with the VA or 100%, you can walk down to the Social Security office and file for Social Security disability on top of that. But Social Security disability, you might want to get an attorney. It's not just based on your record. You're going to have to, explain. It's really hard.
Do a bunch of times in order to actually qualify.
It's like impossible. Like it's so to say, but
right.
It's like impossible. Right?
I cannot even get Social Security insurance for my son who is disabled enough to not be allowed in special education school at a regular school anymore. It's incredibly hard. I can't work a full-time job, but also my son requires full-time care, and I still cannot get enough medical records to get him Social Security insurance. So you can't just walk down to an office, as you suggested, and get Social Security insurance. That's not how it works.
Right,
okay,
but
well, if I'm 100% disabled with the VA, it's a lot easier to plead the case down to Social Security disability. And yes, you are allowed. It's nothing against that.
I don't think you understand what 100% disability is even. And I'm not.
I mean, no offense, ma'am. No offense, but I think it's pretty clear you're not sure what you're talking about. And,
you just said I was right 3 seconds ago. Was anyone else here?
You can claim you're right all you want. Generally, when you're talking to somebody, they say, "No, I'm right. I'm right. I'm right." Generally, that means they're wrong, right?
Okay.
Army. She's saying that you said she was right.
I'm also curious too. Wait, are we? I want to be very clear because I'm going to say this in probably the least offensive possible way I can. Are you suggesting then that, and I don't know if it's your case or not, that if you're 100% disabled at the VA, that you can also get additional governmental benefits by going down and getting Social Security or whatever it may be, Medicare or whatever it's called?
Disability?
Medicaid, I don't know which one.
Not like Social Security disability, like the government sends you a check every month for being disabled.
Yeah, like are you saying that you can do that? Because I feel like if you can, that seems
100%, brother, you can do that.
And wait, do you do that? I'm trying to be as generous.
No, absolutely not. That's extremely hard, dude. That's like you really got to be like you basically have to doctor verify things like when you apply for it.
But if you get a lawyer and go down there with a lawyer, right, and you just keep trying, you have a lot of time, right? If you're not working, you have time to do it. So then you get paid. You get backdate pay from the first time you went there to apply for it and got denied or got told to get more information. You get back paid. So you get paid from the first time you went. For each month or whatever it comes week, the check that they total it up and they give you pay from that day.
That is only if you go in front of a judge and you actually have the judge order them to back pay you. It's not a guarantee. It's not like you just walk into some place and you say, "Hey, I'm disabled."
Judges have to order back pay. That's not true at all.
No, they don't.
No, that's not true at all.
They don't.
What's not
I don't
true? What
know.
I
Go
just
Army.
said?
You sound like you know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. Go Army sounds like he knows, like, or not knows, but like he seems to talk about. So I'm just, to me, the idea that you can get 100% disability, still work, receive an obscene amount of money from the federal government, and then on top of it get more disability from the federal government. Like that to me, like sounds like what Republicans and
Well,
conservatives cry
so
about.
Yeah, that's like
no.
double
So
dipping. I
Vince,
don't know
like
if
if
that's true.
you
Let me go check.
No, Vince. So, like, if you're working on top of 100%, it's going to be very hard for you to go down to Social Security disability, and when you apply for it, them like give it to you, right? Because that's not just like the VA. The VA has no interest if you can work or not. That's not what it's about. Are you the same person? Are you the same physically, mentally that you left the Army when you went in? And if it's not, then they compensate you for that. So it's disability through the government is more like, man, I can't mow my yard. And you have to have a doctor like say, hey, this dude can only take 220 steps, and, et cetera, all these bulletin
Well,
point
but that's
things.
okay.
But you could, yeah.
The whole idea of like the military though is to strip you down and to make sure that you were no longer the same person you did come in as.
She's
So
right.
like
She's
that
right.
whole
You can, in fact, get both.
that's insane. That needs to be okay. If there's anything that I'm sitting here like saying, if you're 100% disabled and you're getting that obscene amount of money from the VA, you should not be allowed to. I'm sorry, maybe it's a hot take. I don't know if it is, but I don't think that. I think to me that you should not be able to get like Social Security disability.
Well, you're not thinking of the people that actually it's for and needed, right?
Well, if you're able
thinking
to,
of a dude driving around in his disabled veteran license plate in his truck, like claiming Social Security disability.
You just
That's
said
not
you
the
could
people,
work.
right?
Wait. You just said you can work at a desk at 100% disability. You can make, like, I work at a freaking desk if I had 100% disability doing an accounting job, making $80,000 to $100,000 a year on top of another $4,000 or whatever on a base, not even just base, $4,000 a month plus Social Security disability. I think that is obscenely incorrect. I think that is insane.
Here's my brother. Let me give you my brother. He gets retirement pay for 23 years in the military. On top of that, he gets 100% disability from the VA. On top of that, he's the health in charge of, in some county in Tennessee, he's like the health director for the county and gets paid from that. And so, that's like when they say, hey, veterans, basically when y'all say 2020 project, they wanted to get rid of him getting the disability, 100% disability and all the retirement pay at the same time, right? That's what they were trying to get rid of. Cause that's a newer thing. That's only like within the 15 years or so. So.
Brother, it sounds like, to me, it sounds like whenever I hear Republicans make this argument about why we ought to get rid of certain SNAP benefits or Medicaid benefits or Social Security benefits or whatever other governmental benefits there are, they paint this image of somebody who's just like scamming the system, going and working while they're on disability and everything else, or like the infamous where there's like a placard on their on the window and they're like, well, why are they walking into the store? They are unironically the same people they complain about. And that's to me why I'm a little bit frustrated in this conversation is like, that to me needs to be fixed. Like the idea that you can go in, I know I'm repeating myself at this point, but it's just like you can get 100% disability. Like that's just wild to me. Retirement is one thing. I can accept the retirement thing. You did your time. And I think it'd be even better if you'd have a scaled system. Like it's not to say that you can't get, 100% disability, but I think that if you've only been in boot camp versus actually being deployed, I think there's a bit of a difference there that you should have a difference in scale of pay in that regard. I don't know. I just think that like, it's just baffling to me.
Well, I mean, you're not thinking of the whole picture. What if Bubba takes me in the shower against my will and, I'm never the same again. I'm mentally distraught the rest of my life, right? Should the Army pay me 100%?
Wait, can that happen to anybody, anywhere, anytime, for any reason?
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah,
okay, if it can, then all those people deserve to get pay from the government too, right?
No, because it generally happens from people that are in the military, like against other military people.
I'm sorry, it happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying it's like two soldiers involved, and then the one soldier wants to happen, and the soldier and sue the, like it'll go against them.
Yeah. So what you're saying is the government should cover anybody that's been sexually assaulted.
They do.
They don't. They
Go
don't.
Army.
Pretty sure they do a lot.
No, they don't.
But if a woman will share their stories, the ones or whatever, they get 100% for that, for sure.
No, I'm talking about in the normal world. What makes you think that military should be any fucking better off than anybody else? I don't get it. If somebody's sexually assaulted outside the military, they should get the same thing that you get.
No, this would be like in the military, Mojo. Like not saying exactly.
I understand. I'm saying outside the military. Everybody should get the same thing that you're getting. Yeah.
You're employed. You're at the job site. You're on working.
So, same could happen for somebody outside the workplace too. Outside of the military, I don't get why you think the government should give you money and not somebody else for the exact same thing.
Because that affects women like the rest of their lives forever. They're never the same, and it's hard.
I agree. I fucking agree. And they deserve to be paid by the government for it.
They should get paid. Yeah, they should get money. They're in the military.
Yeah, whether they're in the military or not.
That's ridiculous. Come on. How did everybody in the world to be like, hey, these people were like serving in the military. They trusted the military. They trusted all this to do this. And they were, blah, blah, blah in their workplace. This isn't just like they're strolling down the street and.
You understand
what was their first day on the job
right now?
So, like this whole thing smells like I've seen
he's
this.
Absolutely scamming the taxpayers. Absolutely.
I'm trying to be generous as much as I can.
He's sitting there eating potato chips, for Christ's sake. Talking about this.
Like, that's what I'm saying to me is like when I've seen this before. And listen, think what you may of Caleb Hammer, I get it, but like he's had a few veterans that have come on there, and like to me, it's just the sheer amount of like, I'll put it as best as I can and politely as I can. The scamming that goes on at the VA is just obnoxious. Like, and it really irks me that there are certainly individuals in the military that deserve 100% disability, right? Those who say got, boom boomed by a roadside boom boom, right? Like who are now like a quadruple amputee. Like that person obviously will probably never work a day in their life. And then you've got people that are like, oh, the drill sergeant yelled at me really mean. Like, it hurt my feelings and I got 100% disability. Or you say the right words to the VA and they give you, like, they chalk it up to you. And then on top of it, I think it's even more egregious. And I'm going to say it as frank as I can, disgusting, that you then go in, get as much as you can, and $4,000 for the 100% disability, and go, that's not enough. I'm going to take more from the government from social service disability. That is insane to me. Like
you're not getting it. You're not getting it. If you go down to Social Security disability, you can't work. Two things can't be true. You can't. I'm talking about working. You can get retirement, work, and get VA compensation. Really, what it is, and that's something separate from going down to. If I go down to the Social Security disability office to get a fourth thing, you really can't because they're gonna be like, you're working. Clearly.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got. I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry, guys. Hey, guys. I'm only like triple dipping. I'm not quadruple. I'm just triple dip. Like, do you hear yourself? Like, okay. I'm like $4,000 plus retirement plus 100% disability. I want to be very clear on that. 100% disability, and you're getting your retirement, and you're going to be working, so you could be making upwards of $10,000 to $12,000 a month if you have a good enough desk job with the 100% disability, and like. That to me is the idea of a government leech. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. It's a government leech. That's what it feels like.
Wow. Them people served in the military for a long time, bro.
But why do you think that you are superior to like human beings getting human rights like healthcare? Because you are for socialism. So, you are for military socialism. You're just not for everyone else getting benefits.
I went to a WAR as a veteran and served in that WA, receiving multiple roadside bombs. So a roadside
okay, great.
Big boom.
I've seen people that have seen much worse.
Why should I not?
Where did you do that? I did not, but I was married to a man.
Why would you get the same stuff?
I don't get benefits. I was married to a man for 15 years that was in Afghanistan. He was written about in the New York Times. His battalion saw more casualties in Afghanistan than any other. And I have seen him struggle to get benefits. He blew up his shoulder. He was in multiple IEDs. He had, severe TDI or TBI.
If that was true, it wouldn't be very hard at all.
No, it is not. You have to have a very long history of medical records. And even if you have the ability to work, they do not give you 100% disability. It does not happen. They don't just hand it out to people because they say, hey, I fell off of a rope on my at basic training. They don't. They do not give it to you unless you are unable to work, and that is why the amount is so high.
Hey, Madam said a good point in chat. Hey, Army, Madam said a good point. You said you went and served in a WAR. Where was that declaration?
There are multiple people on here, bro. Trust me, I'm a legit combat veteran. Awards. I'll show my license plate. I appreciate that, Vince.
You didn't listen to the word I said, did you? I said, where was an actual formal declaration of war made? Because by Republican standards, it's not a war unless there was a formal declaration made. So where did you say?
My apologies. I'm a little worked up. I don't know. My apologies.
You're good. I said I'm trying to be as generous as I can, but
I'm just trying to make it sense to you, Vince. Vince, like I'm trying to make you understand. Like if you go down to, and I get the topic is boring, but if you go down to Social Security Disability Office, that's truly like you can't. You like if they drove by and saw you mowing your yard, you get like in trouble, right? It's legit. Goes by all that. This is VA is more of a compensation. Like, hey. You like I explained, like you got hurt before you got out, blah 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 blah. You're different before you got out, so they're giving you 100%. You can go work. You can go work, like I explained. You can go work,
and that's a problem.
They don't give you 100%. Go Army. They don't give you 100% for that. My brother also deployed to Afghanistan. He took his life just over 2 years ago because of the PTSD he endured in Afghanistan in 2 combat tours. He did not have 100% disability. He was hospitalized.
I don't know. That's not, they don't just go around giving it to everybody. You have to apply for it.
I know that's the point I'm trying to make.
And if you have that severe
they don't
PTSD,
just go around
it's very
giving
easy
it
to
to
show
everyone.
that and they do it. Improve.
Can I get in for a second? I was the one that commented about Caleb Hammer in the comments.
Exactly.
He's abrasive for sure, but I was a military spouse for 20 plus years. My now ex of 30 years, it didn't take any disability. And there are people on disability that get more than him after serving 24 years. And when you see cases like on Caleb Hammer, they're crazy. Like there's a guy that is getting disability that never was in the military. He went in to become an officer, went to school for 2 years, claimed emotional, problems. And boom, he's getting money for the rest of his life. If you just go watch some of the Caleb Hammer military clips, you think you're angry now, you will be really angry.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can say what you may of Caleb Hammer. Like, listen, I get it. He's a very controversial character. But, like, I've seen some of the people that he's had on with those, like you're talking about.
Yes.
And that's why it irritates me when I hear, like, somebody saying, oh, I'm getting 100% disability and I got the freedom to go work. Like, no, to me, if I hear that you got 100% disability, you're, like, I'm going to say this in the most polite way possible, your ass should be on the, like, sofa where, like, you're unable to work. And like that's like, and that you should probably get more. Arguably, you should probably get more than $4,000 in that case.
And $4,000. Hold on. So $4,000 a month. That's what you expect. That's what you expect to live on. Like you expect these people just like you're not allowed to work
more. He just said you should get more. How do you not?
I said I said if you're into the point. Like if you're to the point where you have 100% disability, and in my eyes, 100% disability means you cannot work. You are essentially only able to barely move around your house.
See, that's why you're wrong.
Then you should probably
why you're wrong. You're looking at it like the same as disability. It's a compensation. It's a compensation.
Don't make me agree with Go Army, please, Vince. I'm 100% P&T, buddy. I got my rating back in March. So your disability is not. It's terrible nomenclature is all it is. It's your reduction in quality of life due to injuries you sustained in the service of your country, it doesn't mean you can't work. It's not the same as disability as you're thinking. VA disability compensation is compensating you for exposure to burn pits, foot injuries. You do a lot of physical things. You're carrying, rucks with 150 pounds, banging up your joints, your knees. You might be, my buddy's spine is messed up from working in a refueler as a boom operator, laying on his stomach for hours with his neck crooked a certain way. He can run an ultra marathon, but he should still get compensated for getting out of bed with pain every day.
But
it's
these,
not saying.
I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm not.
You did say.
I'm not,
you
I'm
did
not
say,
saying
Vince. You did.
But,
you shouldn't be able to get off the couch.
There's an abuse of the system. We went from 1% disability to people are getting 5% of the budget now for disability. There are people out there that coach people how to get more, or, there's people earning money from coaching people how to get more disability. Just like any system, there is an abuse of the system. And
Wait till
they find out about
Brad, I want to be very clear because I thought I made it clear enough, but I will make it even more clear. I said for those that are getting 100% disability, that they should be essentially like where they are unable to really do much of anything. Now, I am not saying that at 60% or 70% or whatever it may be, that there shouldn't be some form of compensation there. Rather, and then I even have a further issue with, like, I think the injuries that you have, which that probably goes to the percentage to some degree, also plays into that. I have an issue even more so where those who are receiving 100% disability are double or triple dipping into other governmental benefits. I think those who are that don't meet that criteria that I laid out and are triple dipping, I think there's a serious problem with that. I'm sorry, I just do. I think that if you stubbed your toe, I think if you stubbed your toe wrong, or had your foot rolled over in the military and you get 100% disability off that, I think there's something considerably wrong with going in and triple dipping when you can be sitting at your desk.
It's not even. It's just. But it's not.
You guys are piggybacking off each other here.
It doesn't even have to be service. Like, you can be in the service, and they tell you record everything, and you could go out on a run, a personal run, hurt yourself, and then they use that later for disability. I'm not saying. I'm again with Vince saying there are people that really need it, that were injured severely in the military. But there are people that are abusing it big time. CS. You got background.
Sorry.
All right. So it's okay. So there's a couple things, Vince. One is if somebody runs over your foot, you're not going to get 100%. If you lose an entire limb, you're going to get 30%. That's not how the VA math works. You're just not informed on the topic. So I think you should probably tone it down a little bit. I'm 100%. I can run 3 miles a day. I have foot pain every day. I have a lot of things. I don't need to go into my own personal story, but there are people that have serious disorders, and one of the ways they look at the compensation is what percent of your day is impacted by a thing. How are you limited from future opportunities? Is it something that you're experiencing, and it's in the pursuit of your country? Acting like there's some pie that if I take 100% that someone else can't is wild, because we have tax cuts for people buying private jets. Okay, I don't think that there's a problem with somebody who gets.
I didn't know this is zero sum. I could be against both. Wait, what? I'm against the tax breaks for private jets. I'm also against the people that are scamming the system.
This is going too far. Hold on. I have a question, Brad. Are you okay if the government sets it up to require all corporations to do the exact same thing? Quality of life. If you've worked there 20 years and you have a carpal tunnel that they have to pay you for that, or whatever it is, doesn't matter.
You mean well, they sort of do. They have workman's comp is one thing, and that there is disability compensation. It's a little different, but the difference is is you have diminished potential future opportunities as well based on in service of your country.
Yeah,
and
I
you're
know. I'm
exposed
asking
to
about
things-
corporations. Should the government also force that on corporations?
I don't think it's the worst thing.
Okay, just
but I also want to say, like, going out for a run on your own, if you're only running at work, you're probably going to fail your physical fitness test. So if you are forced to maintain a lifestyle that requires you to run and stay fit, when you're doing those things, you're always on the clock because there is no overtime pay. So there is an expectation that you meet a standard period. So there is, if you're running and you roll your ankle and you're out running in your own neighborhood, fuck yeah, you should get compensated for that. If you know, because other people don't have to run for their job, you know?
Well,
Brad, you need to Brad, you need to watch some Caleb Hammer clips and listen. You're basing it on what you personally went through. But I'm telling you, it would make you angry. There was one guy that literally never joined the military, and he was where you go for 2 years and you go to school and they pay for it and you're supposed to go into the service. Then he claimed, you know, oh, I can't, you know, I have, you know, I'm stressed out, whatever, mental. And they're paying him the rest of his life. There's a cook that never even most of these people never even did a tour overseas. Couple years in the military, it pisses me off because they go in a couple years in the military, don't go anywhere, then they claim, oh, I've got PST, you know, I've got sleep apnea, I got whatever, and they're making more in disability than my former husband that was in for 2 decades. Like, it's just crazy.
But you guys are getting things wrong. Like,
it's not wrong. There are people abusing the system.
Please let me finish. There's a couple things, right? There's not a lot of civilian jobs where you're going to get a JP8 bath like you would if you're somebody who works in fuels on a flight line with fighter jets, and they're doing hot swaps and they're exposed to jet engine noise in a way that is atypical to a lot of people. There are risks associated with field trainings and exercises. You do not have to get hurt in Europe or in some other country in order to be hurt while in service of your country. You are constantly preparing for war. So one, that is a really foul assessment. When you are exposed to hazards, more so is when you're overseas. That's when I had a lot of burn pit exposure for years, because you have to burn your trash. You can't call waste management to come and pick it up, right? You're exposed to a lot of hazards. You're exposed to different vaccines. I had to take malaria, vaccines, and gives you crazy dreams and all sorts of weird shit, right? Like, most people don't have to do a lot of the things that the military does. They don't have to carry a pack running. They're not dragging people in training. I had 2 people in full battle rattle and I'm dragging 1 in each arm, right? Like, do you think that that's not taxing on your body? What about people that are jumping out of airplanes in the airborne? Like,
Brad, I don't think any of us are disagreeing that there are risks associated with the military. I think that there is a skilled system. I think that there should be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and then 100% disability. My issue is with the scale. That's what I'm saying. I listen, I get that there are inherent risks. And I think I don't want to speak for Six, but I feel like that's kind of what we're trying to get at, though, is that it's rather the scale that feels tilted and jaded. And that we have, and even if, like, I could probably sit here and as I've discussed this, I could probably see an argument to be made that people ought to be able to work at 100% disability to a certain extent. I would still say, though, that I have an issue with double dipping. That I do have an issue with.
Why do I have to work? Wait, I don't understand. Like, so it's
why do I have to work?
Your quality of life is diminished.
I don't think you're listening. I don't think.
No.
You weren't listening.
I think
Let me say one other thing. Only 5 to 6% of all veterans get 100%. You guys are 5 to 6%.
Yeah, I know, it's not very much.
It's a weird focus.
But hold on, Vince. Why? If I did 20 years in the military, should I be denied my retirement? Do I get denied disability because of that as well? Compensation on top of that as well. Why? I did 20 years. I earned it. Compensation, something happened to me. I earned that. And now I choose to go work. What's wrong with that? Like
retirement's different than disability, and if you work 19 years and 10 months, you don't get it. So
yes, you do.
No, you don't.
You can retire at 10 years. There's all kind of different things.
You cannot retire at 10 years.
Please say the other part, right? Calling it disability is part of what the confusion around this is.
Yeah, it is. I agree to that.
It's for basic. You don't get workman's comp while you're in. You get damaged, you get dinged up, you get beat up, you get exposed to things, and medical professionals are dealing with it. Now, there are companies that help you, and they're getting a cut of whatever you may get. But at the end of the day, there's VSOs that are absolutely free that you can utilize that work, through the VA, that are just advocates for you, that you go to a bunch of appointments. Doctors do evaluations, they add up your ratings, and you end up with a percentage. And there's not a lot you can do about it.
I just think that everybody that works in the United States of America should get the same fucking benefit. That's what I think.
I think. Hey, Mojo. I don't know. I think the other thing too is that when you're saying, well, they're not even working, they're not even doing this, right? There are service connected, non-service connected, and
I never said that they're not working. I don't know where.
No, not you. I'm not talking.
Okay.
There are people, like when you said, well, there was somebody in a 2-year program. So in like a 2-year program to be like a doctor, you go to like some really toned down version of training for officer training. And then you are doing drill every so often, and you have to still maintain a physical standard on it. There is potential for you, without ever going fully on active duty, while you're in med school. Your agreement is, we'll pay for your med school, you do this. So there's it's complicated is what I'm trying to say. So when we take things out of context, I want to be careful. I'm sure there are people that appear to be very undeserving that slip through the system. But I think the fraud rate, if you look it up for the VA, is pretty low. And I think if you were to compare that to a similar system, like where people are injured on the job and they're claiming, whatever, they get, I imagine the fraud is much higher. That's the thing, is the fraud in government always tends to be lower than the fraud outside of government, but everyone acts like it's the opposite.
Well, I'm just waiting for them to crack down on it, because at some point they're gonna. It has gone up and up and up. And for us, we have TRICARE, and we used to have TRICARE Prime, TRICARE Standard. Then they made a rule when Obama was in there and Congress passed it, where we have to live within a certain amount of proximity to a to any base, to get TRICARE Prime. And we have a primary care that we have to drive an hour to keep TRICARE Prime. So they did that for cost saving ways. So I don't know why they're not evaluating and cracking down on people. There are people that deserve it. There are people that need it, but it has just gone up and up and up. And if there's no stopping point, there has to be a point where they're like, this is too much of the budget. Let's look. I mean, they should be looking at it either way, because there's always every system is flawed. And there are people taking advantage. I just hate to break it to you, but there are people more than you think taking advantage.
No, you don't know what I think, for one, but two, I would say that you're wrong from one.
Well, you made it clear.
No, I said that the fraud is lower than like workman's comp. But here's one thing I want to say though, is that why you're wrong. You're saying, well, it keeps going up and up and up. Perhaps we should factor that into our decision matrix when we're deciding to put troops in harm's way and be in perpetual war for 20 years. People are going to come back broken, damaged, and traumatized. And we as citizens are going to pay that fucking bill. That is what we are signing up for. And so to say it's going up and up and up, we should cut benefits. Maybe we should stop fighting so many fucking wars, or be more diligent when we're selecting when to use our military.
No, I'm not gonna convince you that just Caleb Hammer has had. I would venture to say half the people that came on It was
It's not a big representation, Six. Like, just because you saw some on a TikTok creator, a couple cases, it's not like anywhere close to what's really going on. Like, it's just,
I can just give you empirical data. So the VA completed about 3 million claims for compensation in the year of 2025. They suggested that they believe the number of fraud incidences in those cases was less than 17,000. So you can argue that 17,000 is a large number, but when you compare it to the number of 3 million, it represents less than 0.5%.
What's up, Steven? Long time no
What's up? So again, 17,000 sounds like a lot until you're comparing it to millions, and then it's a pretty minuscule number. Again, less than 1%. It's like 0.5%. It's a pretty small amount of people. So that would suggest that 99.5% of all VA claims are legitimate.
The issue is you can get some money and go to these certain kind of doctors. There's a whole industry of it, and they can just like look at your records and write up a letter. It's what's called a nexus letter and sign off on it for money, and then they can sit it in with your claim and say, "No, well, you know."
That nexus letter still gets reviewed by VA individuals.
Yeah,
nexus letter is simply an educated opinion from a medical professional.
Yeah, it's like the most important evidence, so it has more weight than just like a buddy statement or a
the VA still gets to make the decision of if that's legitimate or not.
And my husband had to get literally. My husband could have brought in as many letters as he wanted to. The VA still had to look at him, like the doctors of the VA still did.
Like I've got 100% have multiple nexus letters. I've been denied having nexus letters.
The cost factor, though, that is driving like it up, I thought it was good, was where the VA changed it so you could go to the public hospitals and you didn't have to go to the VA, right? Like, and it sounded good because they're like, oh, if you live far away, it makes it easier and all that stuff. That has skyrocketed, and if you look, that has been where all the money is going. Is that these for-profit hospitals, instead of expanding the VA hospitals and the VA infrastructure to match the size it needed and creating a better socialized system that doesn't have profit built in, they went ahead and just, in like the insurance companies lobbied to get this open. They cracked open that nut. And so to say that we're spending too much, that's why. That and endless wars. Those are your two.
Disagree with you, Brad. Are you talking about like community care system and all that?
I'm talking about, I can't remember the name of is it the CARES Act where it allowed you to then go, okay, so they...
Mission Act,
yeah. But they opened it up, right? And those are for-profit places that are getting huge swaths of money. And what they should have done is expanded the VA system, which doesn't have profit and is more efficient and cost-effective for the government to do. The insurance companies are the ones who lobbied to have it go that way. They've been trying to get into the VA system for decades.
I would argue though that the problem you run into is typically like with the Mission Act is like you would see veterans that lived like 72 miles from a VA center, and that like their program was like a satellite clinic that was open like between the hours of 7 and 3 every day. But if they had an emergency, the only way to be seen and have it taken care of was to go into a VA facility. And so now you can just walk into an ER and bill that to the VA, and the VA will eat that cost. And so,
but you always could walk into an ER. That was never
this came through the Missions Act where they're covering like you can go into urgent cares, you can go to local ERs and have those all covered via the VA versus like you accruing a bill and then trying to, you just call the VA and say, I was in the ER last night. And they're like, all right, cool. No worries. We'll take care of it.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying like the way that I have 100% coverage from the VA. And I still maintain TRICARE as well. Cause it's just easier to have both, and it's like less than $1,000 a year. So, but at the end of the day, like I could walk in about anywhere and the VA would reimburse, but the VA is to see you for things that the VA acknowledged, are covered. Sure. And exclusively, unless you're 100%, then you get full coverage, right?
And then the choice program, all it did was, again, it expanded like specialization care. I agree with you. The VA could expand their programs, but it basically said like, hey, we're 4 months out, but there is a local ear, nose, and throat specialist that's 15 minutes from your house, and they have availability next month. Would you like to go see them instead? And it's like, yeah.
To a point, in certain situations, it may make sense, right? And I just think that the idea, though, was when they opened it up and the costs have gone up because it's too. I think they're allowing too much latitude. And
I agree, but like to even qualify for community care, you have to be more than 30 days out. And then you have to have a 40-mile radius requirement. Like there are specific like thresholds, and I would argue that it's just not logistically viable to like, you can make a VA hospital bigger, but if the veteran still lives 40 to 50 miles away and wait times are over 30 days, I just don't see how a bigger hospital helps them at all.
You can build satellite clinics is one thing. You can actually expand and actually have a VA doc embedded somewhere, dual-hatted. You can get creative with it. But I also think a 30-day wait for a specialist is not abhorrent. Like, I think that most people who don't have government insurance would agree that if you need to see a specialist for a non-emergency, sometimes you wait 30 days, sometimes you wait 6 weeks. That's not like crazy.
Well, I think it's not crazy in socialized healthcare, but it should be much easier. Like, I shouldn't be waiting on the VA to be like, hey, I understand that you're like bleeding in the back of your throat. That's an ear, nose, and throat thing. We'll get you a specialist 28 days from now.
No. I mean, I would say that it depends on the immersion of it, but many people wait for 6 weeks or longer to see specialists. I had a cyst in my brain and I had to go see a specialist and I waited 2 months.
Through the VA or through private healthcare?
Private healthcare. And this was when I was in my early 20s. And when they find, like when doctors diagnose things, they tend to be able to diagnose the urgency, and the treatment might come from a specialist. They might say, okay, yeah, like you're not going to die. It's not going to get significantly worse or harm you to wait, 60 days to see, an expert. But in socialized medicine, when you said that, there's kind of an irony there is that socialized medicine in a lot of countries, you can walk in and get the initial care a hell of a lot faster than you can in a non-socialized medicine. So the availability
initial care, like very basic medical. Typically in social healthcare systems, the specializations are much further out. Like we have friends on this app that their son needed to see like an autism specialist, and it was an 18-month out appointment. And so that's like someone who specializes in something that's waiting a year and a half for that, those vital resources that would be very beneficial to like young childhood development. And so specialization, granted, it typically is longer due to the available individuals, but you see places like Canada and some of the like Scandinavian countries, like some of their specialist wait times are 6 or 8 months.
I'd say the same for autism in general. In America, too, it's hard to get in to see doctors who specialize in neurodivergent population.
You but ran everybody off, Stephen. Do you like have bad breath or something? Get up by the pedal, everybody goes away.
I've said this before, and I think there's a confusion because of the way they named it. Like, I just think that sometimes the way you name something can defeat it or create an opinion you're battling against, and calling it the word disability and disability compensation, it should just be like...
compensation is a great word for it. Disability is a terrible word for it.
Yeah. So I have limitations, like, which is crazy. I can go out and run. I don't know. I ran 3 miles this morning, right? I lift weights. I do all the things. If I stand in place in shoes without special inserts in it for about 15 minutes, my heels start to feel like I have nails in them. So that would eliminate me from doing many jobs that you couldn't do, right? So getting compensated, and that happened from 7 years of fucking around with my feet in the military. And so I would say as an example, like, I can work, but whether or not I work when I'm getting compensated for damages incurred is nobody's fucking business. Like, I can choose to work or not work. Who cares?
Yeah, it's like, I had 2 spinal surgeries by the time I was 30. I have rods and pins in my spine at a 30-year-old. And so it's like, I'm not disabled. Like, I can probably outrun you today. But I also have rods and pins in my back that I have to like there are days where I'm like, let me go find a walker. It just depends.
My buddy did an ultra. He did a race that was, basically as many laps within a certain time. He got through 52 miles. He was a boom operator who laid on his stomach for hours when refueling a plane, and his head facing up. And so his spine and where his neck is damaged and fused. I just don't think that if you get 100% rating that it means you're an invalid is kind of it's a bad take.
I think a lot of people just don't know. It's like, I came in completely healthy and I left not completely healthy. And so that's what the compensation for that time is. It's like, you're being compensated for what we did wrong to you.
Yeah, I totally agree that it should be more called compensation instead of disability. Because I mean, I have a friend was a Marine. He was also in the era where you guys had like the faulty earplugs and stuff. So now he only has like, I think maybe 50% in one ear and 25% in the other ear. So he's still able to work, but he's got, I think, like 75% disability, or quote unquote veteran disability. But I mean, it's all because they gave him faulty equipment.
And there's
Well,
risks.
I still want to know, Stephen. I want to know what you feel about this. So I know you understand. You feel this way about military veterans. Do you feel this way about all corporations? Should we require all corporations to offer the same benefits?
Like disability compensation for like private organizations.
Yeah.
I don't think the government should enforce private entities. I think there's a key difference. Well, because when you come in the military, you sign documentation that you're aware that you're surrendering yourself to lack thereof the military. Like you surrender yourself away, and so the military just basically says like, "Hey, we fucking chewed you up and spit you out, and so what we can do for you is give you some education benefits and maybe compensate you."
Yeah, I get it. You sign stuff like that when you go work at a corporation too. I don't understand why you shouldn't force corporations to offer the same benefits.
I mean, corporations
and you made that
the
choice. On top of that, I mean, you made that choice.
I made choice. I agree. I mean, yeah. So I think what we have is like workers' comp, and then obviously like capabilities. But I don't know that that's required now. I don't know if there's a lifetime.
I don't think there is. I don't think there is. I'm just asking you if you think we should. If you're okay with doing it with the military, why can't we force corporations to do the same thing?
Well, because I think one, it's voluntary of the military. The military chose to. The military can hypothetically say "fuck" or kick rocks, and you could argue that they would be justified too. That you knew what you were doing and you sought documentation for it. But using the government to force corporations, I think, is an odd stance. And so, if the government says, "Hey, we're gonna compensate you," I don't think they should step in and force everyone to do it. That's the military's. It's more so. It's more so like a benefits package for the military. It's like if we fuck you up, we'll cover it.
Yeah, so we can do the same thing. I mean, if we require businesses to do certain things to have employees, we can certainly add this to the things that they have to do. It's not unusual to require businesses to abide by a certain amount of OSHA rules or whatever they are.
Sure,
we can certainly do this as well.
Yeah, I just don't know if fitting like lifetime compensation is something I want the government to force corporations to do.
But you want the taxpayers to pay you, though.
I didn't say that. I don't think I've ever.
I bridge the gap a little bit. I think it's different is because what we're asked to do is we don't follow OSHA. We take risks. We deal with things that we're being asked to do things that your normal person would be illegal to be told to do at their workplace.
Like, yeah, OSHA doesn't step in and say like, "Hey, that doesn't look safe. I'm going to need you guys to put fall protection on." And it's like, no, you're safeguarding individuals in a private like sector. They're safeguarded by the government. That's what like OSHA exists for, is to protect people from damages from corporations.
Sure, and they're going to do the same thing in the military. They're going to try and make everything as safe as they possibly can, even though they can't make everything safe, obviously.
You can't make war safe.
The same. Yeah, a corporation is going to be the same thing too. Somebody's going to end up falling in a fucking vat of acid or whatever and turn into fucking Joker. I don't know, but the fact is that those OSHA rules aren't always going to stand up, and those protections aren't always going to work, and people are going to get hurt at corporations. And I think they should get the same benefits that the taxpayers are paying for military.
Well, so and one of the other inherent differences is, and I can be corrected on this, but you can sue private like organizations for wrongdoing. I can't sue the Army for the ruck march that it made me do that blew my back out in 2014.
Right. That's correct.
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it just works like that. Like if I'm told to do something in the military and I get damaged doing it, I can't sue the government for it.
Are you telling me that nobody ever sues the government from the military?
I'm telling you, in that scenario that I just said, you could not sue the government.
What can you sue the government for?
Violation of civil rights. Apparently, your tax is getting exposed by a contractor.
Yeah, like I got struck by lightning. I can't like.
It's part of the deal to get people to be in the military too. Is they're going to go, we're going to throw you in like. that's what I'm saying is like a place that meets no standard. You're getting crazy dust exposure. You're burning your trash. You're, like chemical exposure is higher, like just kind of all of it. And a business, they couldn't put you in that situation without risking lawsuits, and there is no lawsuits coming the other way around.
Okay, so then we can do the same thing they do in the military. You can sue for medical malpractice in the military, but we could do the same thing with these compensation packages. You are no longer allowed to sue corporations as well.
I think the other thing is, like, if I do my VA every year, it's like $48,000 a year for the rest of my life. If I live another 30 years, whatever we'll say 50K is for 30 years. What does that come out to? I'm not a big brain. 1.5. And so, like, if, like you said, if I fell into a vetted asset at like a local construction supply company, I would more than likely sue for about 10 to 20 million on every penny of it. And so I would just say that even the best compensation that I will get from the government is going to be about 10 to 20% or 20 times less than what people burn themselves at McDonald's and sue for 100 million. So,
well, then corporations should love this.
They should love this?
Yeah.
Well, does it just because the government forces them does not mean like you're going to say the government's going to put a cap on how much you can be sued for?
No, I'm saying you get rid of the lawsuits and give compensation packages instead. You just turn it around and do the exact same thing that they're doing with the military for individual corporations.
Yeah, but so if the government steps in, they're going to say, hey, no matter how bad you're hurt, we're going to put a cap on it because the government caps, like the VA caps.
I know, so corporations should love that.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so now you're saying the government's going to allow people to be sue corporations and pay them for
I'm saying you can't sue the corporation.
You can't sue the corporation?
Yes.
No, he's saying you can't. He said basically make it the same way that you have to go through a system and it has a cap of $4,000 a month. And I think what you would do that's a little different by doing that, Mojo, and why this would be really, really terrible would be they would start doing the cost benefit analysis of having you do crazy risky shit and go, well, only 10% of people are actually going to get hurt. And we're going to make X number of dollars by putting humans in this unnecessary harm's way for profit. And I think the difference is the military is not doing it for profit. We're doing it for national defense.
And I guess the question is who gets to do the vetting process? Is it the government for the corporations, or is it the corporation gets to build out their own vetting process? Because that's how it currently works for the VA. You're going to them and you're like, you fucked me up. And they're like, we'll see about that. We'll look through your paperwork and see if we actually fucked you up or not. Like my 100% journey was a decade-long process. Like it was a 10-year from front to back process.
No, I'm fully stupid. I added up with my VA percentages. I was 520%.
Yeah, I agree. My math is something like 310%, but it took me 10 fucking years to get to the point that I got to like 6 months ago.
Oh, I got mine instantly when I got out. So nailed it first try. I didn't expect, because it's all relative. You think, well, I'm just getting older or this, that, and the other. And there's a whole lot of medical data that said I'm pretty fucking beat up. So, and it's not for hurt feelings. Mine's a lot of physical stuff. So,
okay. So for future reference, you guys, you having that conversation I just had with you and answering the questions that I was asking should probably be where you guys go to defend it as well. So, obviously you want to call it compensation rather than, disability. Obviously that's a better route to go. But you did convince me that that people in private organizations should be able to sue rather than have to go through that whole process to be able to get compensation as well.
Yeah, I wish McDonald's was responsible for me getting struck by lightning, because I would be living on a very large ranch somewhere and none of you would know who I am, because I would sue the absolute dog fuck out of McDonald's.
But
if you ever wanted to use a hypothetical or comparison or something, I think that's probably a good comparison if you ever run into this conversation again.
Unfortunately, I got struck by lightning in the Army and they laughed at me. So they were like,
they would just give you a nickname and press. But I think one of the large differences is you can't collect VA compensation until after you leave the military. So if I got hurt, which I had muscular knee injuries in basic training, ended up on crutches, could hardly walk, whatever, powered through, and I graduated with honors, which David Goggins didn't, just putting that out there.
I don't know what that is, okay.
he's never mind. But anyway,
is that who they were talking about earlier?
He's the who's going to carry the boats, and he's a weirdo. But at the end of the day, for 20 years, I actually was already injured and I was collecting $0. I just continued to work my job, and then when I got out of the military, that's when I could start getting compensated. So if you get injured in the working for a company, because people switch jobs and shit all the time, they can instantly collect that. So the military kind of gets a deal where I deferred any payments or any compensation until I was 100% out of the military.
That all sounds pretty shitty.
Yeah, and so what's crazy is like I'm 100% disabled. And it's weird too. Like, and this was one of the things that came up is like during our lightning strikes, we were like medically evacuated and taken to hospitals. I don't have a dime of compensation. It's not even like in my medical records that I was struck by lightning, even though I was admitted for 3 days. I guess technically I could go dig it up somewhere, but it's like I got struck by lightning, was hospitalized, spent 3 days on EKGs and having my blood drawn every 4 hours, and it's just one of those things. They're like, that's crazy. And I'm like, yeah, it's nowhere in my medical documents. And they're like, yeah, that's cool. All right, cool. Sounds good. So it's all.
I just think the biggest flaw, like the Caleb Hammer thing, right? Like there are people that can probably convince a mental health, practitioner that they are experiencing things that there is really no way to test for. That's an unfortunate truth of mental health. They could say that they're having horrible dreams or ideations or whatever else. And so your option is, do you compensate those people or do you deny it for everybody and say, well, there's no physical proof that you have PTSD from experiencing these things? Or do you have people who are not in the military, who are just doctors, who are scrutinizing, well, what was your experience that caused the PTSD, right? I don't know. I imagine there's a group of people that if they spent 6 months confined in a submarine would form some sort of PTSD, and other people would be fine. So it is all relative. So that's kind of a hard reality of compensating people for the mental aspects of the military.
I think another issue with Caleb Hammer is he could run 30 episodes a day of positive VA fraud cases for a year and still wouldn't hit all the cases. And that sounds like such a ridiculous fucking thing until you understand that the VA processes about 3.5 million claims a year. And it's really not fraud. Like it's less than 0.5% of fraud. It's just Caleb Hammer is realizing, just like all people in social media, is like, holy shit, this gets a lot of views. And so he's like, get me another one. Caleb Hammer's hit like 10 or 15 of these cases, and it's really not it's not as rampant as people think it is.
But they took my medical records and they handed them over to a bunch of doctors in an organized fashion, and then the VA said, okay, you have this, right? Go get x-rays, get an MRI, get this done, right? And then the VA docs went, oh yeah, no shit, you do have this, right? That's how it works. There's not a whole lot for me to do to game that system in that regard. The only thing is like the mental health thing, I think you could potentially game. But other than
the mental health is the mental health is typically the one most abused. Like Brad's saying, is because like when I did my spine, so I have rods and pins in my neck and lower back, and so when they did this, they sent me to a chiropractor who was treating me for like pain. And then he wrote what's called a nexus letter, which is basically, for lack of better words, a professional opinion letter. And he said, hey man, you're 27 years old. I typically don't see 27-year-olds with rods and pins in their spines. It is my opinion that the only place you could have gotten this from was the military. And you take and submit that, and the military sends that to another doctor, and it goes to another doctor, and it goes to another doctor. And you need 2 out of the 3 to agree. And if they all agree, then they assess how bad it is. Is it a 10% injury, or is it a 30% injury? Is it a 50% injury? And they start making decisions on how bad your injury actually is once they accept responsibility for it. And sometimes they can say it's 0. They can be like, yes, we 100% caused your X, Y, and Z injury. We just don't think it warrants you any type of payment because it's not that bad. And then after all that, you're like, cool, that's where I'm at.
Well, how do you feel about Medicare fraud, Stephen?
I think Medicare fraud 100% exists. I think just like the VA, the problem is how do you deal with it? Because I think the thing is everyone's like aware there's fraud. Because like I grew up in the system, like I was a dirt poor kid, grew up on stamps and everything else. I've seen like fraud on like the welfare state. It exists, but how do you fix it without hindering someone else? Like I'm sure Brad is in a group and like on Facebook or something. It's like, a veterans VA navigational group where people are like, hey, did you have to submit this document when you filled out your packet? And then there's someone in there like, what words do I say to get more money? And you're like, God, bro, are you fucking kidding me? Like, there's people in there that say that shit out loud.
So the Medicaid thing, Mojo, I looked into this the other day. Medicaid fraud, because I was arguing with libertarians. Because
Steven's a libertarian. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I was arguing with libertarians, and it was Galt and some other, and they were going on about fraud, right? And I was saying no. I said socialized medicine has reduced fraud, and if you look, Medicaid has I think it's less than 6 to 7%, whereas fraud in the public sector is 10 to 20%. And then I looked at the end. They kept bringing up the UK. NHS has 0.7% fraud. And I said, so if you went full nationalized, you would actually reduce fraud because your hospital is not going to, the government doesn't defraud the government. So if you make everything the government, the fraud goes away. And if there is no commercial sector to try to scam the government, or it's minimized, or the interactions are more managed, that's how you get down to less than 1%, which the NHS does. What that translates to in dollars per year, we spend 1.1 trillion or something like that. If you were to remove 6%, you're removing $60 billion is what we could recover by nationalizing the system and removing the public sector just from fraud, savings alone.
Yeah, and so I think, my thing with this is I think the best improvements have been made in the VA is the more they actually go private. Because I think the shortcomings on the VA are their social aspect. Because like we were talking about earlier, they typically have the inability to reach individuals who don't live within very close proximity to them. Their system is typically overburdened with people who understand that it's free to walk into the ER, the VA will cover this. And so you get people that are oh, I got a little cough. And it's yeah, this is the emergency room. And it's call your primary care doctor that we provide for you. And they're yeah, I did. And they told me they could get me an appointment in 2 weeks. So I just came to the emergency room. And you're okay. And so, I think community care and the Mission Act have been probably the more successful parts of the VA of the last, say, decade. And most of those have been adding private entities to the VA system.
The other thing I would throw out there, the other thing I was going to throw out there for Medicaid particularly is to reduce the fraud is to increase the reimbursement rates for Medicaid providers. I bill for Medicaid when I do mental health services, and I get about 70% of what private insurances pay. And in the mental health space, often when there is fraud, it's that they're billing excessive hours. I think obviously it's a con for money, but if you increase the reimbursement rates for people who are billing to Medicaid, you'll probably have a better chance of individuals not necessarily doing nefarious things.
That happens a lot with what you were talking about with just showing up in an emergency room with Medicare as well. Medicare, Medicaid, a lot of elderly people get lonely. And they end up showing up at the emergency rooms with some I don't know, ghost pain or something like that, just so they can hang out and talk to some people. I've talked to nurses that.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's pretty common. Yeah, pretty common thing where you just get people that are almost repeat offenders for their ingrown toenail, and they're you keep cutting it too deep on purpose because you get to come hang out with people. And so yeah, I mean, there's an issue. And I mean, I think my biggest thing with government programs, especially a kid who grew up in say we'll say it's food stamps or something, is they don't improve the conditions of the individuals accessing them. And so it's kind of why we say you shouldn't feed the alligators in the park, is because they become very dependent on being fed by the park individuals. And they're no longer doing what they're supposed to do naturally. And so my whole thing has been, if you're going to have a socialized system that like keeps people from hitting rock bottom and feeding themselves, let's also improve the quality of life so that hopefully you don't come back 6 months from now or a year from now or 18 months from now, like when you leave the program. And whether that's through, I don't give a shit, dietary training or through educational skills training that can rise you out of whatever economic situation you got into that put you here. Understanding that you have like elderly people who will always be in the system, but they have a pretty short time frame spent in most of those systems.
Stephen, do you know what percentage of people on food stamps actually work?
It's a pretty large percentage.
Who are working, right? It's 70%. So
yeah, it's a pretty large percentage.
It's basically, I think it's a kind of a, don't feed the alligators. Like solving hunger is improving somebody's quality of life. But I think the real
I agree.
Employers not compensating workers, and especially when you got companies like Walmart raking in billions of dollars a year who pay their workers so little that they actually are still qualifying for government assistance, is a crime.
Sure, all that can be argued when you start arguing the private corporations. But I think my issue again on the government aspect of it is that if you're going to access those government entities, then the government should be at least doing the due diligence of like, are we like, I don't know what you want to call it, financial literacy training. Like we had to do this shit like you had to do this shit when you were in the Army, and so did I. Like we had financial literacy because they were like, hey, you don't make a lot of fucking money. Make good financial decisions. You have to go sit in like your introduction to every new base is a 10-hour like financial literacy class because you're having access to government paychecks and X, Y, and Z. And so I think that's the same concept of like, hey, if you're going to access, say, food stamps, let's at least make a requirement to get access to food stamps, 5 to 10 hours of whatever government's fucking financial literacy class that the VA puts on or whatever.
No, you're right, man. And Mojo, I don't know if you're aware of this. Like one of the reasons I really think that the military is an example of an actual socialist system completely is you do have financial counselors, you have legal counselors, you have medical coverage, you have a housing office that evaluates leases to make sure you're not getting screwed. They approve conditions so that people could get on a list as viable rentals for military members and people that'll look into things for you. You have like this giant support network that no matter where you come from and what your family background is, they don't have to have like that dad that can help you know all this stuff. Like I took out my troops to go buy a car because they were going to get screwed on financing and buying a warranty and all other shit, So it's like a full system that is an equalizer for people who don't have a support system. And I think it's understated.
That's interesting because like when I was in, and I might have been in before you, Brad, or the other guy, but so many people in the military get taken advantage of, or there's a lot of predatory bullshit, like with car dealerships and things like that, because they have such easy access to your money if you fuck up, Like it's easy to dock a military member's paycheck if they do something wrong. So
I think the worst system was like the locals hate you because you drive up cost for housing because they know every rental agency within 30 miles of a military installation knows to the literal penny of what your BAH paycheck is. Yeah. And that is magically what all the apartments go for in the area. Is down to the literal fucking penny of what your BAH is. They're like, oh, you're an E3? We have apartments for $17.98.23. And you're like, that's crazy. That's what the VA pays me, or that's what the government pays me for BAH. And they're like, perfect.
But what I'm getting at though is that the full like breadth of services, that if you came from somewhere and you don't have like a positive father or mother who are educated in finances or legal matters, you can get all those things.
Sure, and that's kind of been my thing. The government brings you in and they're like, we're going to at least teach, like you said, we're going to teach you kids from broken homes and all these other things that led you here, hopefully into a better path, that you're better individuals when you leave here. And okay, that's financial literacy and legal literacy and like you said, a housing office and people to review your contracts that you may enter in and like, hey, let's have someone look at these documents before you sign for a 28% APR.
So why then, if we have a very large funded Department of Education, why has that not been a thing where that should be just a mandatory thing for seniors or juniors or whatever else, you know?
The Department of Education is designed to create individuals to go into a labor force.
Well, but it also is encouraging. Like I would argue, like I do agree, people need to learn financial literacy more. But I also do believe that a lot of the things that, or like the, how our society is structured, to where if everybody was well educated about it, which I'm not saying that. I think we should be. I think that's a good thing. But if you did, that would be detrimental to the economy. You would massively decrease the velocity of money. Less people are going to spend. They're going to save more. And it also, I think, especially now with this AI cliff that's coming up, which I think that most people don't get it or don't realize. I think most people think oh, it's ChatGPT or Grok, and they're talking about it like a chatbot. I don't think people understand what is really going to happen and how much of a different sort of a thing. And also, I really do feel like in the future, there's going to be a bifurcation of classes to where it's the people that owned a home 2022, 2023 that have the 3.5 or less percentage interest rate and already had some money, and everybody else that didn't. So younger or poor people are going to be fucked.
Talented.
I don't disagree.
You are a talented individual, GW. I don't understand how we can be talking about Medicaid, Medicare, disability from the military, and then all of a sudden now you're talking about AI. What the fuck?
What I'm saying is that no matter what the amount of financial literacy you know, if your wages are perpetually decreasing in value.
I'm just saying that you twisted that shit around so fucking much.
No, I'm sorry. It was more. I wasn't trying to change I wasn't trying to change the conversation. I was just saying that, for some people,
care that you did. I'm just impressed with your talent there. That was
well. I think what's interesting is I agree with you in a sense, but not to get back to the military, but literacy, at least, I think literacy improves a lot of conditions for individuals because you at least now are equipped with the most basic foundational understanding of what you actually need to go survive. I think a lot of people feel like $15 an hour is a lot of money, but it's not when you start assessing what you need to pay for, say a 20-year-old. And so when you have the literacy and at least the common knowledge, again, there's no foundational understanding for a lot of people. And so 15 sounds like a lot until they're like, oh shit. Well, 15 plus taxes is 13, and then 13 times 40, and they start doing the math, and they're like, fuck. And so at least the literacy, when somebody, a corporation says, we can give you $16 an hour, and you're like, hey, to be able to make ends meet, I'm going to need at least 20 an hour to work here.
Right.
And so that literacy sets them up at least to have a foundational understanding. That's one thing the government did really well when they kicked us out of the Army, is they were like, hey, with the housing that we provide, and your paychecks that we provide, you guys are actually equivalent to about $65,000 to $70,000 a year income earner. If you leave us and think that $40K a year is going to make it, you're going to be very sad in 3 months. You need to go out into the real world and find a job that pays $60,000, $70K a year to continue the lifestyle in which you're used to. And it's oh shit, okay. I at least know an aiming point now. I know I can't settle for $21 an hour because that doesn't equal $70,000.
So there's a couple of things, and this is what I was pointing out what the government does well, which is, and I agree, we should expand services to cover the full breadth of things, especially when tied to, if the government's giving you money for a shortfall, I think they should be giving you the additional support to help break a cycle. But the other part is, so they should be giving you the financial advice. But to that point, GW, you're saying, why isn't it required? Well, that's a states' rights thing, is because the DOE never set curriculum. States can choose to make that. And my son's high school does have a financial literacy class and personal finances. So the states can absolutely do that.
Okay.
But I
didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know. But
yeah, I think, because technically, if you look at our Department of Education was heavily influenced by the manufacturing industry in which the United States was designed for, basically 60 years ago. And so they were just there to create good factory workers. And that education system hasn't inherently made leaps and bounds. And so you have a system that's hey, I'm here to produce really good people who can be in a building for 8 to 10 hours a day and take instruction and be productive and like produce a product. And that's just not what our current.
It's antiquated, is what you're saying, right? Because it's probably like the old food pyramid in a way, because they still, I feel like, encourage everybody to go to college no matter what. And you got a lot of kids that they should.
1,000%. But the Department of Education does not, the things you're saying they do, like, I don't think you have an idea what they did. They basically provided access to education for people with special needs, and they would run nationwide studies to find out, like, hey, when you teach this math concept this way, it's received better by the students than teaching it this way. They didn't establish curriculum. They didn't, and they actually provided loans and facilitated the student loans, but also for blue collar. Like, if you want to go to trade school, you absolutely could. Department of Education had loans available for that too. So
yeah,
I think it's a misfire to aim at the Department of Education. There was no valid reason to tear it apart.
Well, I think the Department of Education
did they actually tear it apart, or was that another Trump promise that didn't come into fruition? Did they really, or no?
The DOE is really good for about 60% of the population. The top 20% that excels, and the bottom 20% that like fall through, they're just flabbergasted. Again, they're great at producing a large volume of individuals who will just like fit the mold of what they go out to.
What do you think the Department of Education does? Because you're completely wrong.
Well, no, again, I think the Department of Education is a broad government industry to be like, hey, we have education standards, we have these policies of No Child Left Behind. Like, we have things to where, like, we just push people out. Again, the government's not inherently good at catching the bottom 20% or creating the best system for the top 20%. And it's typically why you see, like, high achievers are moved out of the system into some type of specialized care, because they're like, hey, what we've created is good for 21 to what is that, 79%. Like, we're covering the middle meat and potatoes people. That's what our system is designed for. Granted, there's a lot of individual influence from different states having like slightly altered versions of, like, you know, their own idea of education. I agree that the DOE isn't writing people's like day-to-day activities from day in, day out, but to have a large government bureaucracy, and that's where I'm comfortable being like, let the state pick and choose. Like, I think Iowa is inherently designed.
They do, man.
But they have they have to, at least the DOE has influence at the end of the day from a national level, from a federal office point of view. And it's my opinion that Iowa is best equipped for like what Iowa understands, and vice versa with like West Virginia and certain other states. And so I think they can identify themselves much better than bureaucracy.
I'm so confused. You say bureaucracy, right? But like, the DOE doesn't do what you're saying they do. They have no
Great.
role.
So I guess it's easy. Why do we need a DOE that has something like 8,000 employees then? If they're very much non-existent and they have very little influence, why do you need an 8,000 employee?
Why don't you let them?
That's what
it sounds like.
No, you don't know what they do, so you don't regard it as valuable. But you should learn what they do and then determine.
Okay, so educate me. We've had these conversations before, Brad. I think I'm inherently aware, but go ahead.
So if you have a rural school that has 150, 200 students, right, and then somebody moves in with a quadriplegic child and the building doesn't have an elevator, for instance, right, they will help fit the classrooms, or potentially you can get a grant to pay for that elevator so that special needs kid has access. Prior to the Department of Education coming around, that was like an entire forgotten swath of American citizens whose kids weren't afforded the ability to get education in public schools. That is a large part of what they do.
I don't think most people would have a problem with that. I don't have an issue with that.
They got rid of it anyway.
I think that's inherently a Health and Human Services requirement. I think HHS is what's better equipped for that. Americans with Disabilities, I think that's like a purview of HHS.
What about
like enshrining individuals with disabilities in education, ensuring that like individuals with disabilities are being properly cared for within the education system?
But what about like something like an IEP, like an individualized education plan, which is a protector, and it gives, you know, like specific learning goals and is enforceable, and it must be reviewed annually. Don't you think that that's better managed on a federal level where the consistency could be there?
I think that state level is better equipped, smaller microscope.
There's another one that, like, this is an overlapping example where I find it weird that we want to get rid of the DOE. And like, I do want a national standard so that a high school diploma in Mississippi means the same as one in Connecticut, right? because when you're competing for college, people were worried about transgender athletes and stopping their kid from getting a scholarship, but they're wholly unbothered by the fact that you can have a 4.7 GPA in Mississippi, in which if you were to equate them on a standardized test would be a 3.0 in Connecticut, right? Like, so they want to have some sort of baseline so that your high school diploma means the same thing, because you are competing across the entire country, usually for higher education.
Do you extend that to, hang on, do you extend that to college then as well, or no?
Isn't that why we use like SATs and
because if you don't, and I don't know, like if you don't recognize that there's been a massive bar lowered, and I could say it's anecdotally. I know the next. Well, show me the stats on it. The colleges, especially with the online stuff, I think there's a place for online degrees and things like that. But there are certain things where it's like, come on now, like you can't replicate that through online. And no, I'm not talking about like keg parties and sexual experiences. I mean more like you can't be online on a computer terminal and like replicate like doing a presentation in a 300 person auditorium or things like that. And so when people are able to get the same degree from the same college, colleges have turned into it's really just about money. It's as many people as they can possibly pass through there, both private and public. And this is a lot. It's not every college, of course, but the majority of them now are offering online degrees that just does not translate into the same level of education or preparedness into the workplace. And I've seen it myself. It's like crazy, and it's been nuts. And maybe this is just me being like, okay, well now I'm the old guy or something, But I'm sure there's.
I think like when we talk about like the DOE enshrining like someone's grants and giving them, making sure that like education is accessible for all people. I completely understand that. And I feel the same way. I just think that you have like HHS. And so like, if you're an adult that's disabled, you would reach out to like Health and Human Services. They're the ones that would be like your reach out to. And I just don't think like the DOE, like I feel like that is better equipped at HHS than the DOE. And so I look at the same thing with like the ATF. I don't think the ATF does enough paperwork outside. Like the ATF doesn't even process their own pew paperwork. They go to the FBI for it. And so I'm like, if the FBI is running your background checks, what are you here for? They're like, oh, well, tobacco. It's like you do like 1,000 cases a year in tobacco. That doesn't justify you having
explosives and a bunch of other things.
$190 million. They do they do those. They do some other things. When you start looking at like how big they are versus how much they do, it's like, I think we could just move the firearms to the FBI and just delete the ATF.
So for special ed though, like how do we ensure that all the same standards are consistent throughout the states if we remove those federal protections? Wouldn't you worry that it'd cause unequal access to some of the basic services that the federal protections provide?
Well, no, I think it still stays federal. I think it just goes into Health and Human Services. Like I think Health and Human Services is I can be corrected at any point. I think Health and Human Services is already the one that deals with adults with disabilities, and so I don't see why you would have like children with disabilities being covered over DOE and adults with disabilities being covered by HHS. I think it should just all be like part of the HHS system.
What's the point of consolidating though? I mean, you're still going to have to hire people. You're still going to have to pay the same amount of money to those people.
Well, so consolidation is awesome because you can shrink budgets and move money into places that it works more effectively.
How do you shrink budgets?
Well, because if you said, hey, DOE does a really small, like DOE pays out what, like 3% of funds that is received from states for education. And so it has a pretty small payout to states. And then if we say, hey, HHS, to make sure that kids with disabilities are being taken care of, we can slide over 150, 200 employees from the Department of Education that will continue to cover what they have been doing just under a new leadership at the HHS.
Yeah, I understand.
And
so how do you save money? How do you save money?
By reducing redundancies.
There's no redundancy.
Yeah, reducing redundancies.
Well,
I would argue there is.
You need the same amount of employees. You need the same amount of employees. You need the same amount of management. You need the same amount of legislation. everything's going to be the same. You're just calling it something else.
You don't need to say
the reason we split these things up is because it does make it more efficient when you actually are just worried about education and you're not worried about all the other bullshit that goes with HHS.
Well, the people would still be worried about education. Again, you would have 200 employees covering education. They just would be doing it under new. Like we've seen this with like the creation of Department of Homeland Security. Like the Coast Guard is no longer the Coast Guard; it's still the Coast Guard, just with new leadership.
It didn't save any money. It didn't
actually got a larger budget. Well, it depends. I mean, the Coast Guard actually got more. But
you're cutting up.
Something like the Department of Education, you can most certainly save money because you don't need 7,000 employees. I think you can hire, say, 200 employees, like 4 for every state, to deal with the federal connection between states and the federal level. I think you could have a massively reduced Department of Education that is like 800 employees versus like 6,000.
That's just wrong.
That's ridiculous. They spend like over $10 billion a year. 25% of their budget goes back to states. $10 billion a year, and you want 4 employees per state, 200 people to manage $10 billion in grant approval and payouts. Like, there are people.
Well, I think the money should be
quick. I get to finish my sentence, please. There are people who evaluate manpower within these agencies on a regular basis. From the outside looking in, we are just a bunch of people who don't know the full breadth of what they do. They do a lot with student loans and many other things. They are evaluated for manpower. So to say they have too many people without any specific examples is not accurate.
They would still be under the umbrella of the HHS, you know. It wouldn't just be like simply 200 people. We'd say that they would still have oversight.
Why do we have departments
probably
at all?
more controls.
Why do we have departments at all? Why don't we just make one big executive branch and that's it? Under all the same fucking management system.
Yeah. Well, there's still going to be checks and balances, right? I mean, that's just going to be
that doesn't answer my
within
question.
the system.
That doesn't answer my question.
Look, okay, aren't you the one that wants to like federalize everything, like move things from the state to the federal government?
If this is more efficient, why don't we just put everything under the same fucking organization?
Yeah, why don't you?
Well, I agree. I think consolidation is
yeah. So we're saying that things under a higher like umbrella, like HHS, all right, could solve for this DOE. I mean, when they're like providing grant money, all of these things, and some of the points that he brought up. This is
Steven's already said this. So you're just repeating shit now.
So it's
and
fine.
You still haven't answered my question. And you still haven't answered my question. You still haven't answered my question.
I think it goes back and forth though. Is that if you're saying DOE,
it just wouldn't be a redundancy, right? We're just trying to reduce redundancies.
But if DOE falls under HHS because they deal with special needs children and they deal with special needs adults at HHS, but DOE also deals with billions and billions of dollars of student loans. So now you want to cut that up and throw that. Now you have a disjointed network. I mean, like it was
talking about like FAFSA. I think FAFSA should go under like the IRS. It's federal. It's federal and it's money. I don't think that like that again. I can start consolidating the DOE pretty quickly.
Or the Treasury.
A Treasury Department.
The Treasury or
taking federal loans.
There's plenty of places where it can be consolidated.
But HHS only works with individuals with disabilities through like a medical framework, not an educational thing. And so I don't know how we'd view that as being
the people in education that have those disabilities. That's also going to be medical. I mean, really can't.
I think it becomes more efficient because you get the individuals into HHS at a much younger time period. You get them in much earlier in life. And so if you're an adult now and you're wheelchair bound, you call like Health and Human Services to help you like get like a grant for like a ramp inside of your home. And so I think you can approach these individuals at a much younger age and be like, hey, we do have an 11-year-old that's a triple amputee or born with this congenitive disease, and we can get them in the system at a much earlier age and provide them with the appropriate means and resources. Education would be the early
none
part.
of this makes any sense at all. None of it all.
It does. You just shrink an agency by like 80% and take care of the core.
They're
needs.
also already in the system. They're also already in the system if they're getting Medicaid services or they're on waiting lists or they're part of their insurance or they're getting SSDI. So like they're already in the system, but it just seems like we're convoluting, education and medical access because we think the bureaucracy is the problem. But for this marginalized group, like they need additional supports, and it's a pretty complex system to just consolidate, I think.
Well, I think you're convoluting it by like separating things that necessarily should be like under one umbrella.
I see my primary care for like an annual stuff, but I see a dermatologist for a skin problem. I don't go to my primary care for a skin problem.
Well, sure, but like as we said,
they have
adults,
like a department of skincare. Like
adults would see HHS for like something like a disability. Like if you were like an American with disabilities, like the HHS would be the industry that you reach out to for like grants. Brad's saying that like Department of Education does that for children. I'm just simply saying that if HHS handles it for adults, there's no reason they can't handle it for children. The program doesn't have to go anywhere. It just needs to be in the right lane. It's like following your recipes for cookies under like meats. It's just in the wrong spot.
Messi has had her hand up patiently for a while.
Have we moved to medical to healthcare now, or are we still in education?
I think it's healthcare and education kind of rolled in together. Like just
and Stephen, you're on board and okay with the dismantling of what they're doing to the Department of Education?
I think moving things into their appropriate location doesn't bother me a bit. Like reorganizing, restructuring, shrinking, streamlining a department doesn't bother me a bit.
Yeah. So they had 4,133 employees when Trump began his second term. And then very soon after they eliminated 2,000, or it went down to 2,183. So there were 4,100. They laid off 1,300. Voluntary resignations about 600. So they have about 2,000 people working there now. The staff that were let go so the biggest cuts hit the Office for Civil Rights, which that's very important. Federal Student Aid, that's very important. Office of Post-Secondary Education, I feel that's important. And the Institution of Education Sciences. Those laid off worked in the Civil Rights Enforcement, the Student Aid Oversight, and Education Research. And with those cuts, it's already really hard to get your child an IEP. Those still get funded through the federal funding. But even before they did this, it was still very hard to get your child on one of those and having enough aides to help the children that they did have on them. And this is only going to make it worse. My neighbor is the Title I, whatever it is, for the elementary school. And they've lost a lot of people. And it's hurting kids.
I think the IEPs are probably understated importance too, because the further along that you can develop somebody educationally, the less dependent that they may be later in life on government services, and more independent they may be. And so investing when they're young can definitely save you money when they're older.
I want to throw out a few numbers here. First of all, HHS decreased the number of employees when Doge was around from 82,000 to 62,000. So they lost 10,000 employees were laid off, and 10,000 employees took the deferred resignation program or early retirement. Now they have currently 72,000 employees, and they are hiring another 12,000 employees. So by the time this is all said and done, they're going to end up adding 2,000 new staff members to HHS. So when you say that DOE has actually cut 2,000 jobs, what do you know? HHS is adding 2,000 jobs. Tell me how you fucking saved any goddamn money.
Well, I think budget would come in. What's the budget of the DOEs? It's something.
The budget is exactly the same as the budget is exactly the same as last year because Congress didn't change the budget for the DOE. So whatever money is going to the DOE is now going to the HHS via the DOE. So somebody has to sit there and write a check from the DOE to the fucking HHS to hire these new employees that are over there doing the job that the DOE should be doing. This is idiocy.
Well, hold on. That's not first and foremost. That's not what's happening today. Like
That is exactly what's happening today.
Well, no, HHS isn't handling IEPs. This is what I think would be the best scenario because people like Brad bring up the concern that children with disabilities would be failed if the DOE goes away, and I agree. I just think it would be better placed at Health and Human Services.
Plus, this is like more of
I just got home.
being
It was a
inept
pleasure to
and
talk to
having
you.
shit as execution. I mean, ideally, it would be the case that they just get rid of the department, right? Like, you guys are just lucky that Trump is a leftist.
You're an idiot.
So
That being said, wait, hold on a sec. Did Stephen already leave? Yeah, he did. Shit.
He said he-
Wait,
do
Messi,
give
do you
easy-
remember? He was like the first person on my first panel, wasn't he?
Mhm.
I think he was the very first person.
He was
actually
he was
joined
little
my panel.
fish.
Yeah, that's right.
Men with fish.
And,
Men with
and
fish.
then there was a fallout, and then there was a divide, and then he went on to talk shit. I told you he talked shit. He called me a snitch. Came after me for a while. It was I remember the history too.
I mean, that
You
is
got
snitching, isn't it?
Meth- So CS, you got stitches. You claimed it was
Yeah.
from a dog dragging you down a flight of stairs. Really weird, unbelievable story. Could it have been from snitching?
CS and dogs, man, they just don't mix.
No, I love dogs. Oh my god, don't
No,
say that.
they're not good for you. Really bad for your health.
The Department of Education's
How do
budget.
I separate my online dating profiles from like no kids and no dogs? Because it's just not working out well for me.
Go ahead.
I do want to.
You need a dog.
So
God bless you.
I listened.
Sorry,
I
Pat.
listened to him. Okay, doke.
No, I'm trying to give you the floor, pal. I was trying to get everybody else. To shut up.
I want to give Easy some props because I listened to him on Kmart's live and on Goose's live, and I want to say, good job, big dog. You fucking cooked both of those panels, you and Galt together.
Appreciate it, bro. Thanks.
I can't imagine Easy ever cooking anybody about anything. Either him nor Galt. What the fuck?
It was a mega panel, so all you have to do is point out that they don't believe in anything, and that they both made very convincing arguments of why that entire panel just sucked.
I do want to say though, if Harris was elected, Massey probably still would have got reelected for the nomination. The whole, and also we wouldn't be in a war in Iran, and the world would be magically better.
It would be. We wouldn't have the tariffs. We wouldn't have. We would have
Well,
relationships with our allies.
I mean,
happened.
Freedom, democracy, all of this shit is not worth anything if you're not willing to fight for it. And I mean, I've been telling people you're just being sore losers. I mean, Massey lost. It is what it is. See what happens after this. I gotta go. Wife's home. Bless. Take care.
Bye.
I did find it. It was funny. Like the leopards ate their faces. Was they voted for Trump, who was endorsed by the libertarians, and their favorite libertarian gets chased out by Trump, and they'll continue to vote for, because I think most libertarians are basically just people with commitment issues who are MAGA. But
yeah, I went off at Steve from State Farm.
I think that district is going to be very interesting in the general, though. Not saying that there's going to be a Democrat win it, but like I'm very curious to see like what the spread's going to be. Yeah.
I think the libertarians have political blue balls, and that's why they're so fucking angry.
Donovan just got blocked by Tumblr. That's funny.
for smoke in the chat. Nice. I don't know. I just think it's interesting, and I actually say we should start running panels on why the libertarians lost the last election, because they like to talk about why the Democrats lost the last election. So It is ironic.
Dude, I'm still on the train that, like, the libertarians would be the easiest to pull over to the socialist train. You just have to convince them that they are capable of making friends. Like, that's the bottom line that you gotta...
Did you say make friends?
Yeah. You just have to convince a libertarian that, like, friends exist, and they would become socialist.
No one wants to be their friends.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, because they don't want to have friends. They're mean.
Well, they want to run. They want to get rid of all the government, and then they want people to do everything by contract. But there's no guarantee that you can read or write because they got rid of public education. It feels like a scam.
You know, I just I think I said this to CS and Mojo earlier today. Common ground, finding common ground at this point where we are today. If we can agree, I mean, we have states that are trying to do the unalivement penalty for having AB, yet P3DOs get off in like 2 years for doing it. Like, they don't, it's never been about the kids. Never. And if we can't have common ground on the fact that so many people are getting away, right? Literally through the files are getting away with crimes on children and women and men and boys. And I don't get it.
Do you believe in capital punishment, Missy? Just a question.
Have you seen Law Abiding Citizen? The movie with Gerard Butler?
No.
If it has to do with children, then I believe in torture.
Well, I mean, do you think, like, just capital punishment, though? Do you think that...
Not only for if they have hurt a child, then yes, I would like them to be cut up in tiny little bitty pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we differ in that in a little bit. I don't think that the government should have the ability to unalive its citizens.
But I mean, like, I agree with that too. But I'm not saying the government would do it. I would do it before they had a chance if someone hurt my children. So
I think there's also this giant issue that needs to be brought up, which is that we are currently surrounded Cuba and are not allowing anything. We're doing what Israel did in Palestine. They can't get goods in and out. They can't get fuel, and people are getting hurt from it, from the actions of America. And it's weird is because we get told all this times that these socialist systems are continually going to fail, but we need to help them. We need to go in there and twist the screws on a system that was going to fail so on its own. And so they issued the arrest. Well, I don't know if it's an arrest warrant or the verdict on the 94-year-old. Was it Raul or Raul? Yeah, Raul Castro.
Raul Castro.
For something he did in 1996, right? It's the same Venezuelan playbook. And I think that here we go again with another expansionist war. And I don't think it's getting enough attention. And it's weird, but we're literally hurting the people. Like, they don't have fuel to run ventilators, to move food from the farms to the cities, to refrigerate meat and produce. People are going hungry. There's reporters on the ground there that are saying, like, we're literally causing terrible harm to the citizens there. And why? Why are we doing
that? Well, and the talking point is just like, well, they should have, like, thought about this. Like, it's their own fault that they're poor and this, that, and the other. Like, where the fuck are they supposed to get oil from? Like, they're an island nation. There's not oil there. Where are they fucking supposed to get it from?
They should have done what we did. We got it from Venezuela, and now gas is much cheap. Oh, wait, no. It might have gone up. It might have gone up.
Bingo.
Donovan, what'd you do?
What did I do with what? You talking about Tumblr's live? It was really
funny. Unfriended you on Facebook or whatever.
What? I'm not on Facebook. It's gross. Facebook's for boomers. Anywho, yeah. So Galt was in the chat. He said, "F mega." And I said, get in line, Galt. He says, ooh, the mega Marxist. I'm shocked you're telling me to get in line. It's something a Marxist would say. I said, no, a Marxist would tell you to face the wall. I'm just here for the W's. And then he said, oh, that's enough chat for me. I'm going back to Target. And then, what did I say? Oh, I said, the libertarians are extra salty today. I wonder why. And then tell them to block me. I was like, oh, okay. That's cool. That's how my day has gone today. Lots of fun.
Block you too.
Okay.
Welcome to the being blocked by Tumblr club.
Just
why should you?
Gross.
Why should
you're pretty because you're pretty gross to people that are. I don't know. You're just pretty gross to people that you disagree with.
Interesting. Yeah. We should totally address that. What happened yesterday? Because what happened is that the blue team was like, it's alleged that the red team is very involved in P3DO behavior, and I'm like, actually, there's some compelling evidence that says this side is involved in P3DO behavior, and then that caused people to be aghast. And I'm like, wait a minute. Just a moment ago, you said X, Y, and Z. So simply me turning that back on you, what? Caused tears. And the tears caused me to get booted.
Yeah, except that's not what happened, though.
That's exactly what happened, Mojo.
That's not what happened. We were simply talking about a case here in Colorado. As a matter of fact, it's the district I'm in. What the fuck? I don't get harassment, bullying. Why the fuck would I get that? Anybody else get a violation?
What?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Jesus.
Nope.
I didn't even say anything. What the hell? I got a violation.
It's crazy.
Harassment and bullying. No, we were just talking about the
background.
I guess maybe that's true. Could be the background. We were just talking about that case in my particular county, as a matter of fact. And then you came in and you started trying to talk about Democrats instead. And then we furthered the conversation along, and then you just started like tearing into trans people, to LGBT community as a whole. And then Ella came up to talk about it, and you just pushed her buttons. You were talking about how they're mentally ill and all sorts of fucking terrible things. I don't understand why you do that.
I did not say mentally ill. I said there's a difference. Okay.
Wait, Mojo, I just want to say
shit.
I'm sorry, I want to get back on this, but it says "come at me, fuckers," and I just wonder if that's what's getting a violation. So I just want to be aware. I don't want you to get taken down.
That's what message just said.
I know she did. But I'm just realizing that line too. So if you want to change that,
could you not womansplain?
And I am.
Thank you.
No, I am in no mood to fight anyone right now. So
that right there. That is what I do.
Here and look pretty. So
that was funny, Brad.
Donovan, you were being a shitbag. You should admit to that.
Oh, okay. So I was being a shitbag.
I mean, obviously it wasn't just you. It was all four of you guys. But you guys were playing off of each other and just intentionally trying to harm somebody on the panel, and it was just gross.
Politics is a contact sport, Mojo.
You were intentionally trying to harm somebody instead of having a political discussion, and I think that's gross.
You know better than most that they need to increase their engagement and their level of engagement, and that is what I am here for. That is it. I don't even use swear words or attack people personally.
What the hell? It's UCS.
That makes you so benevolent.
It just popped up on me. I repeated what was on your screen. Whatever.
Okay, so it is obviously the screen, and we've just gotten to so. Yeah, that's a little ridiculous.
I say yes is because